Hi, good afternoon, Councilmember. KCRT, are you ready to get started? We do have quorum. Great. So I hope everyone bears with me. I'm going to go ahead and get the meeting started. If we could.
Start with the the special meeting of the Richmond City Council, and we can start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item is roll call. Councilmember Bonner is absent for roll call. Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Here.
Vice Mayor Robinson.
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Next item on the agenda is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Next item is agenda review. I don't have anything to report for this special meeting.
Can we put it on consent calendar? Just kidding.
So I guess we'll move
Do I
on.
hear a motion?
Yes.
All right, moving on to the budget session item. Item F1 is to receive the draft fiscal year 2026-27 annual operating budget and fiscal year 2026-31 five-year capital improvement plan budget presentation. Receive updates on departmental operations and services from the following departments: City Attorney's Office, City Clerk's Office, City Manager's Office, Fire and Internal Services. And upon completion of departmental presentations, provide direction to support staff prior to final budget adoption. We currently have one in-person speaker for this item. If you are joining us by Zoom, please raise your hand at this time.
KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? And I want to confirm, hopefully you all received the updated slide 15. Okay, council, city staff are currently working with the city attorney's office, and so slide 15 will be updated momentarily and swapped out in your hard copy packet. And we'll make sure that the final version is uploaded online. This was a new slide that came about as a result of a potential ballot measure that was delivered to the city on Friday. So good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council, Shasta Curl, Richmond City Manager. Today we continue the city's review of the proposed fiscal year 26-27 operating budget and fiscal year 26 to 31 5-year capital improvement program. Over the past several weeks, staff have presented departmental overviews, operational updates, economic information, and long-range fiscal planning assumptions to support the council's budget deliberation. Today's presentation builds on prior discussions by providing updated financial context, additional departmental operations information, and updated 5-year fiscal outlook. I would like to note that the 5-year financial outlook will continue to be updated as we receive additional information, such as the information that came in on Friday pertaining to the proposed ballot measure. The purpose of today's session is to support a transformative and informed discussion regarding the city's operational capacity, financial sustainability, and strategic priorities as we move toward adopting a balanced budget in June. Next slide. One of the things that I want to highlight that is really unique and special about the current staff we currently have working in the city of Richmond is their collaborative nature and willingness to partner with local community-based organizations as well as various agencies to apply for funds. So on the city council agenda that you'll consider later this evening, not only do we have a grant from the state of California, we also have a proposed grant to the Air District. And so the city staff working in an interdepartmental collaborative way enables us to accomplish more for the community, and it takes a great deal of effort. One of those efforts that we're going to talk about in the coming presentations is regarding the need for us to update our general plan, and how, if the city council does want to update the parks master plan, that those two things should happen concurrently so that we can get the best long-term planning outcome with a single round of thoughtful community engagement. Next slide. So the key areas that we are going to cover this evening include presentations from fire, city attorney's office, city clerk's office, the city manager's office, and internal services. Next slide. So today's presentation is also structured to ensure that the city council is clear that we are providing the council with a balanced budget, and it's also a baseline budget. So when we indicate that it's a balanced budget and it's a baseline budget, the way that we're able to achieve a balanced budget is by providing somewhere between a 12 to 14% vacancy rate. And that's how we're achieving a balanced budget. A baseline budget essentially means that other than factoring in some modest inflation and MOU increases, that all of the other assumptions, except for some modest revenue increases, will continue to remain flat. So that if the city council is interested in expanding or offering additional programs, we would need the council to look at their other key initiatives and provide policy direction on June 16th regarding what the trade-offs should be. So that is the purpose of these discussions. So the city council is clearly aware of all the great work that's happening and to help provide direction on further budget checklist, and then so you can have an informed discussion. Next slide. Next slide. So in terms of the next steps, today we are at May 26th. So by way of background, city staff starts working on the budget earlier in the year, and all of the city departments provided information on the things that they would like to have. There were over $29 million worth of additional requests that were presented to council on May 5th that were not able to be incorporated into the budget based on the existing constraints. Next slide. The other thing that we want to make sure to underscore is that the city of Richmond is more than just the numbers. The opportunity that has transpired is that city staff have been able to work collaboratively across departments, across the entire organization. So now you really have a chance to see of what is their organizational work plan for the coming year based on what they are highlighting in the presentations. And what's really unique about Richmond is we provide more services than any other city in the Bay Area in terms of our size, that we have a port, we have a fire department, we have police, we have Office of Neighborhood Safety, we have the ROC program, we have LEAP, we have employment and training. So we just have a host of additional programming that we do in Richmond, and that's what makes it so special, and really trying to provide a complete array of services to meet the needs of our community. Next slide. One of the other things that I just wanted to confer with the council about is just to ensure that the council is aware that the municipal code requires that the city provide information through this budget process that is of the highest caliber. And so what's been really a pleasure is over the last several years, all of our department heads that were newer hires have really grown their teams. Their expertise has continued to increase for people who were in their roles, and we've expanded programming. So we're really trying to ensure that not only the city council, but members of the community, community-based organizations, businesses, philanthropic entity are very clear on the city's resources, our operations, and our programs, and that the city council is then able to use this information to provide guidance to the city manager as I prepare the budget in concert with the mayor, as required by the charter. Next slide. We also want to note that this process with the budget has been much more comprehensive than Richmond historically provides. And the aim of that is because we have council members that have been on the dais for various lengths of time. Some council members are newer, some department heads are newer, and we have many new colleagues that have joined the organization. As we've indicated, we've had a net new 92 new people since 2021. And so this is a document that allows all of the organization and all of the community to have a clear indication of how the city is spending its resources. And doing a great job of retaining grants, which are now exceed $328 million. Next slide. The vacancy rate that I talked about earlier in terms of achieving a balanced budget, we want to make sure that, historically, we know that a vacancy rate was used to balance the budget, but it wasn't quantified. And since I've become city manager, for transparency with the council, as well as community and bargaining units and departments and all staff, we want to make sure that we're being clear on what we think the vacancy rate will need to be in order to balance the budget. But what's really important to note is that we have added a number of new positions to position control, and in many instances, those newer positions were filled, and sometimes the previous older positions that had been in position control for a while were not removed. So at some point in the future, that may be something the City Council wants to take a look at. Next slide. We also think it's important for the City Council to have a sense of where Richmond is in terms of unemployment compared to the nation. And so you'll see that historically Richmond's unemployment levels, and this is unemployment according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, tends to trend a little bit higher than the U.S. national average. And so that's something that we need to be mindful of, and why we have programs like employment and training to support our residents. Next slide. Also, we want to make sure that the City Council is aware of the sort of some of the changes in the housing market, because this impacts our documentary transfer tax. It also impacts what we will be potentially collecting in terms of property tax. And so you can see here that prices were increasing significantly and then leveled off at around 650,000. And so we're down about 65,000 on average per house. And so this is important for the council to be aware of. As interest rates have increased, we're seeing some contraction in the real estate market. And so this is very important that we continue to monitor these trends because, for example, back when there was a significant decrease in our property tax values in 08, 09, that had a significant short-term impact on the budget. So you can see from 2011 to now, we've gone from 185 to up to 650,000. So that's quite significant in terms of the increase in housing costs in Richmond. Next slide. Again, I want to underscore the great work of the city departments. You'll see here that we have $146 million in capital improvement grants and over $182 million in other grants. And we also have $30 million that are in grants that are pending to help move forward the work that the city council has requested. We try to do that as much in alignment with the city council goals and priorities, but we also have to meet the grant deliverables. And so we try to make those things align as much as possible. Next slide. We've mentioned this several times before, that it is important for us to end the fiscal year with some unspent funds so that way we can maintain a balanced budget and not end up in a structural deficit or needing to dip into reserves. And so want to indicate that we're continuing to try to move forward on that positive trajectory. Because it's, especially when organization of our size now, between the grants and general fund dollars, it's very important with inflation that we have some unspent funds to accommodate increase in costs. And so as we move to slide 15, I believe James Atencio is in the audience and is going to provide an update. On Friday, we received a ballot measure, and so we thought, is this the updated slide? It would be prudent to have James from the City Attorney's Office to walk through the timeline. And I'll just briefly note that in terms of the city staff, I will be working with the City Attorney's Office and with Finance, and we will aim to bring to the City Council in June updated projections on the impact of this potential ballot measure. So we do not have that information available yet because it came in on Friday, and so this item that you have before you this evening was already well developed. And but we are working on that, and we'll have that for you in June. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Atencio to review slide 15 before passing it over to Mubin.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Just a quick summary of the timeline for this initiative charter amendment that was received by the clerk's office last Friday. As you'll see in the chart here, the initiative came into the office on May 22nd. And so the next step is for the city attorney's office to provide a ballot title and summary to the initiative proponents, and that is due on June 8th. Following that, the proponents are then obligated to publish the notice and official summary in the newspaper. And once they publish the ballot title and summary, then they can go out and collect signatures. And we anticipate that signature collection occurring this summer in June and July. Assuming it's the intent of the proponents to get on to the November ballot, they would have to have their signatures collected, and those signatures would need to be verified by the county prior to the council meeting on August 7th in order for the council to place the measure on the ballot. If they're not successful in gathering the signatures by then, but they eventually do gather all the signatures and they are verified, then the initiative would likely go on to the next general election or general municipal election. That's essentially it.
And then if I may, James, depending on the city council's recess time, that would impact the last item. So I know that there's been some discussions around when the recess will actually occur. And so we would work with the clerk's office to confirm that date because it could be in July.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
And this is also a general timeline. There are other issues that we can get into more detail later, but this is just providing you with the general procedural timeline and how of the different steps that are involved in getting to the initiative ultimately to the ballot. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And so again, this relates to the budget because of the ballot measure does indicate a requirement for 187 sworn personnel. And so that increase in staffing will be something that we will look at as it will impact the city's budget. Okay, Mubin?
Great. Good evening, Council and Mayor and Council. This is Mubin, Deputy Director of Finance, and I'll be going over the 5-year forecast for the general fund. So this slide represents the three scenarios for revenues that the staff generated, which are based off of the historic trends, current economic conditions, and input from external consultants that we have. You can see that the three scenarios that we have, pessimistic, middle of road, and optimistic. Under the pessimistic scenario, the annual overall total general fund revenue growth is 1% year over year. And in the middle of the road scenario, it is around about 3% annual growth in revenues, and optimistic scenario has around 5% annual growth in the total general fund revenue. And this slide provides a breakdown and the detail in the individual revenue streams in the middle of the road scenario. Please keep in mind that we have the same kind of assumptions for all the other scenarios, but it would be a little too detailed if we wanted to share that. So you can see that, the major property taxes, the growth is about 2.74 on annual basis, and sales tax hovers around 2% between 2 to like 3% increase, and usually uses tax is around 4 to 5%, and so on. And at the bottom, you can see the annual year-over-year growth averages around 3% for the middle of the road scenario. Next slide. This slide highlights the general fund expenditure assumptions. We have incorporated all the approved MOUs in the forecast, and also the overtime costs are basically based on the current usage and historic usage and the MOU implications. And the CalPER retirement costs are based on the most recent actuarial evaluation reports. And it does incorporate potential fiscal impact of AB Assembly Bill 1383. Which is pending and going through the Senate and Governor approval right now. We will be talking a little bit more about it in the following slide. And we also assume 12 to 14% vacancy rate in the budget and in the forecast. In fiscal year 26-27, the cost of that is about $16.4 million. We do use the current rates for healthcare cost, and also for non-personnel costs, we do use inflationary increases from 3 to 5% based on the individual scenario. This slide showcases the different CalPER costs for different plans. For example, for retirement costs for miscellaneous plan, you can see the normal cost does go down from 12.6% in fiscal year 25-26 to 10.8% in fiscal year 30-31. However, the UAL, which is the unfunded actuarial liability cost, that does go up from $12.2 million in 25-26 to $17.4 million. So that, and you can see same kind of trend in the safety plan. The normal cost is projected to decrease from 22% to 18.8% over 5 years. However, the UAL is forecasted to increase from 21 million to 27 million almost. And the bottom table presents the AB 1383 estimated fiscal impacts, three scenarios: pessimistic, middle of the road, and optimistic. So AB 1383 is a proposal which is under Senate committee review currently. This bill basically changes the pension formula for safety employees and also increases the benefit cap, salary cap for all PEPRA, public safety and miscellaneous employees. So there is fiscal impact for that if that bill gets approved and signed by the governor. However, the costs are really totally estimated, and we'll continue to refine and keep an eye on this. Next slide. This table represents different inflationary growth factors that have been used in three scenarios. Pessimistic has inflationary estimate growth around 5%, middle of road has 4%, and optimistic has 3%. Yes, next slide. And based on all those high-level revenue and expenditure assumptions, you can see that if once the fiscal year 26-27 budget, as we are hoping to adopt balanced, is incorporating all those assumptions, we see the net deficit and surplus, the third row in the table, which is highlighted in red, I believe. It does not incorporate the limited term revenues. We do see the gap in 27-28 fiscal year's deficit is $12.1 million, but it does increase over to $41.5 million under the pessimistic scenario. And you do see that limited term revenue and the respective contribution to Kids First initiative is listed there. And you do see at the bottom that, with that deficit in the operating status quo, operating revenues and expenditures, you do see that the limited term revenue gets, remaining limited revenue basically reduces from 15.2 million in 31 fiscal year to $16.6 million. So basically, we just dip into those limited term revenues under the pessimistic scenarios if we keep going the way trend line is going. Next slide. This is just a graphical representation of the same table. You see that yellow and gray line is the revenues, and the yellow piece is the limited term revenues, and the gray is the operating revenues, and you see the blue line, which is the expenditures. It does dip into the orange part, yellow part, which is the limited term revenues. Next. I don't have to explain this much, right? So this is the middle of road scenario with slightly optimistic assumptions. And you do see the gap in the first, in the fiscal year 27-28 is $8.6 million, which does increase to $15.4 million at the end of fiscal year 30-31. And you also see the in the middle of the table, middle of the slide, net change with limited term revenues. We do see that $48.5 million, which is the balance of the limited term revenues, does reduce to $42.7 million. So basically, under the middle of the road scenarios, we still end up like dipping into those revenues. Against a graphical representation. Same chart, basically. And next slide. And this is the optimistic scenario. And in the fiscal year 27-28, the deficit is $1 million, almost $1.1 million. And however, we do not dip into the limited term revenues in this scenario. We basically are above we have a surplus balance at the end of 30-31 fiscal year by about $14.2 million. And this is the scenario. If the city gets to face the optimistic scenario, then we do not dip into the limited term revenues. In the next slide, please. This is, again, the graphical representation, the bar charts. So that ends my next slide.
You're welcome. And we'll pass it on to Chief Osario for the presentation regarding the fire department. I guess we don't get to stretch this time.
Is he coming back? Is he coming back? Is he coming back? Okay. Trying to figure out how much room I have to stretch out here. Sorry. All right, good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, Vice Mayor Robinson, and members of the council. Just for the record, Aaron Osorio, Fire Chief, Richmond Fire Department. This afternoon, I will be reviewing the core services that the fire department provides, some of the strategic initiatives that each of the different divisions within the department is working on, which take the majority of staff time, and some of the projects that are pending that we would like to get to in the next fiscal year, hopefully. And then I think before we get started, though, I would like to provide some context for the presentation I'm about to give you. I've been fire chief now for just under 2 years, and it's, as you are well aware as council members, these first 2 years have really been focused on rebuilding the organization. When I took over as fire chief, the organization was facing record low staffing with vacancies at all ranks. We were also The department was able to continue providing its core services and keep the public safe through staffing our vacancies, our operational vacancies, through overtime, which caused our overtime rates to skyrocket. And just to give it some perspective, one firefighter on duty in a year is assigned to work 2,500 hours. In the fiscal year 22-23, we had 78,000 hours of overtime positions we had to fill. That's the equivalent of 31 firefighter spots in 1 year. So we were definitely in a need of hiring and filling vacancies. We also had no plan to move forward to address our failing infrastructure, no plan to replace a large part of our fleet that needed replacing, and had a large amount of critical firefighting equipment that we needed to update. Since then, we've been very busy, and thank you to you guys for all your support, because we couldn't have made this progress without your support. We've promoted 18 positions within the department, 5 of those vacancies in the Fire Prevention Bureau, fully staffed the bureau. We've hired 16 firefighters, and we have an additional 7 recruits in our fire academy that just started 3 weeks ago. We reduced overtime by 31% and reduced mandated overtime by 71%. We have 3 facilities placed on a 5-year CIP, with 2 of those projects moving through the planning process currently. We have 14 apparatus in various stages of construction or outfitting, everything from a ladder truck to fire engines to a heavy rescue to command vehicles. And we've been able to update a large portion of our firefighting equipment. So we've been very busy. We had a lot of ground to make up. But what I'm going to go over next kind of gets us back to baseline and day-to-day operations and the things that need to get done and addressed every day to make sure our services continue the way they are, and then building up from there. Next slide, please. So the fire department responds to an average of 15,000 emergency incidents every year. We provide numerous other services to the community, and all of these services are in alignment with the council's strategic goals. Obviously, the bulk of our work is addressed in alignment with goal number 4 and 3 and 4, with regards to improving public safety and improving the quality of life of the community and the healthy outcomes of the community. And most of this is done through emergency response, through our fire prevention division, through education, and through looking for new ways to provide services or improve services to the community, such as the ALS program that we're looking at implementing. But there's a number of other aspects of the fire department that are less high profile, that are in alignment with the council's goals, such as improving housing or revenue for the city, through our fire and life safety inspections, construction plan review, code guidance, all ensuring that developments and businesses operate safely and remain safe from fire risk, helps stimulate the economy and make sure that we're keeping housing stock in the market. Next slide, please. The department's a full-service fire department, and it's an all-risk fire department, which is not every fire department can say that. That means that we basically have every type of operation within your fire department that you could have. Things such as technical rescue, hazardous materials response, marine response. Those are all additions to your normal fire department services. So when we say all risk, that's what I mean by all risk. And those services are available to the community 24/7, protecting life, property, and the environment. That's all part of our mission and the mission statement of the fire department. The fire department has 6 different divisions. They all work collaboratively together to keep the community safe. Some of those divisions work behind the scenes and you never see them, and they support day-to-day operations, while other divisions are more public-facing and they interact with the community every single day. The 6 divisions are administration, support services, emergency operations, training, fire prevention, and emergency services. Administration focuses on development and implementation of policies. Support services deals with the apparatus design and acquisition. It deals with station and equipment oversight. Logistics. The fire department is the only department in the city where your employees live at their workplace. And the logistical demands that places on our operation is huge. Everything from protective equipment to janitorial supplies to fuel, You name it, whatever it takes to live and work in the same location requires a large amount of logistical support, and that's what support services does. Our Emergency Operations Division is what you see on the street every day. Fire suppression, medical response, rescue, hazardous materials response. Our Training Division oversees all department training, really is responsible for operational readiness, making sure our fire department and our staff are trained to respond to any type of incident that they're called to. They also oversee our health and wellness program, our medical oversight, and our infection control program. Fire prevention focuses on inspections, code enforcement, and public education, also community risk reduction. And then our Office of Emergency Services focuses on disaster preparedness, response, and recovery. Next slide. The fire department's allocated 91 sworn positions, and that's a combination of operations, fire prevention, and command staff. We also have 4.5 civilian positions, and we also currently actually have 2 AmeriCorps volunteers that are supporting OES. The department operates out of 7 stations that are strategically placed throughout the city. We have one training center and 1 administrative office. We responded in 2025 to 14,284 calls, which was actually a 5.8% decrease from the previous year. But the previous 3 years, we experienced combined a 10% increase in call volume. So although this year was down, we still are trending up from where we traditionally were. And just to put that in perspective, those 7 stations are responding on average to about 45 emergency incidents a day, anything from structure fires to medical calls to vehicle accidents. There's a few, on this graphic here, the slide, there is a few call type categories that are of interest to the RNCC. I present them every month, these categories, but you'll see it's a wide range of the call types. Next slide. I'm going to briefly discuss something called concurrent calls, and this is important in understanding the workload of the fire department. Concurrent calls is something that impacts the operations division of every fire department. And it's very common in an emergency system to have multiple requests for service that all occur simultaneously. So the larger the system is, or the more resources you have in that system, the easier it is to efficiently handle those concurrent calls. According to the most recent fire department emergency services review done in 2023, our system experienced the following, this percentage of concurrent calls. And I think what's important to point out is that 57% of the incidents fell under that concurrent call window. So that means at the same time, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 calls came in at the exact same time, back to back to back. And this could be anything from a medical call that only requires 1 fire engine to respond to a structure fire that might have 5 engines responding, and a vehicle accident that needs 2 or 3 more engines, and a couple of medical calls. So concurrent calls are a huge issue in every urban fire department. And for us, I think it's good for you to know when you make staffing decisions or decisions on whether or not we have sufficient staffing or companies in the city, this is one of those things you have to look at as concurrent calls, because the more calls you have coming in at the same time, the more your resources are stretched thin, which means the more often we have to ask for assistance from auto aid, which means those resources are responding from a further distance away, and the emergency isn't mitigated or the medical isn't treated in as timely a fashion. Next slide, please. Just to highlight some of the accomplishments we have been able to achieve in this current fiscal year. We're in the final stages of transitioning all our incident and EMS reporting to a new records management system or platform. It's called ImageTrend. This will get us in alignment with all the neighboring agencies and will make us compliant with the new national reporting system that we have to, all fire departments within the United States have to be compliant with this year. We also signed an agreement with the Oakland Fire Department, which allows Richmond firefighters to become rostered members of FEMA Task Force 4. This includes a great deal of training and orientation for these new members, and will allow them to be deployed to disasters nationwide as part of a FEMA task force specializing in different types of rescue. We also took delivery of 3 new Type 6 wildland engines, and this will help improve our wildfire response capabilities this coming season. The Prevention Division completed the adoption of the new fire code and the wildland urban interface code. And our Office of Emergency Services participated in 3 Emergency Operations Center tabletop drills. We conducted training at County OES and at the port. We also hosted a number of exercises here in the city of Richmond, and conducted training for MLT and for different section heads in the Emergency Operations Center in the event of an activation. Next slide, please. Some other accomplishments this year that are more recent. We just completed promoting 9 personnel across 6 different ranks. We also kicked off our 17-week joint fire academy with the El Cerrito Fire Department, where we have 7 Richmond recruits and 2 El Cerrito recruits going through an intensive academy. And then in April, we partnered with the Red Cross on the annual Sound the Alarm event. This year, we held it in North Richmond and kicked it off at Shields Reed Community Center. We installed 133 smoke alarms across 35 homes, which improved the safety of 149 residents. So it's a lot of good work going on in this fiscal year. Next slide. One thing I would like to highlight too is our work with the Richmond Youth Academy. We invest a lot of time and effort in this program. Youth Academy is a year-round program. It teaches cadets firefighting techniques, leadership, life skills such as interview skills, work ethic. Additionally, the Youth Academy promotes community empowerment through volunteering at the community. You'll see our recruits, our cadets at festivals such as Cinco de Mayo or Juneteenth, or at other events such as cleanup events throughout the city, Earth Day, Arbor Day, things like that. Currently, we have 25 cadets in our Youth Academy program. 15 of those were returning from last year's program. We've been tracking the high school graduates in our program. This year we have 10 cadets that should be on track to graduate. The last 2 years, we've had 15 each year graduating, and so that's about 40 cadets. All of those cadets are actually going to be or are pursuing careers in public safety. We have 16 that are currently enrolled in college, 9 are in their EMT course, 1 joined the U.S. Army, and the City of Richmond Fire Department hired 4 of them. I think we like to highlight this as encouraging youth to get into the public safety world, but what I've shared with folks that's even more important is there's a number of cadets who've come to the program who realize that this isn't what they want to do, but it gave them focus to pursue the career path that they did want to be interested in. So in the end of the day, the goal is that these cadets come out of this program, they have better skills than they came into the program with. We run them through mock interviews. They do resumes. Anything that helps them get a job or pursue a career, we're trying to help them achieve. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to go over some of the core initiatives that we're focused on right now or that are ongoing for us, and I'm going to break them up by division. So for our Fire Administration Division, we have a number of key administrative and strategic initiatives that we're working on right now. First and foremost is going to be our ALS program and the job specifications related to that. We're still in this phase of trying to develop a plan and see if we can progress this forward and implement a paramedic program in the city of Richmond. This has taken a high amount of staff time, not only just from the fire department, but also with HR, with the city manager's office, with finance, at trying to come up with a plan on how we're going to achieve this goal of ours and the direction that you guys have set forth. The department continues to hold ongoing meetings with the county EMS agency, and regularly we hold meetings with surrounding public safety agencies, predominantly fire departments, where we work on strengthening our regional partnerships. We work on strengthening our automatic aid and response partnerships that we have across West Contra Costa County. We hold regular labor management meetings with all the labor bargaining units within the fire department. These meetings are important for us because they help us maintain workforce stability, provide a level of transparency with the labor groups so they know the direction the organization is working in, and it kind of helps align all the work that we're doing within the fire department. We also participate monthly in different community meetings, neighborhood council meetings, and oftentimes I'm here in front of you presenting things for the fire department. The other big time or workload that comes into the administration division is a really high number of public records requests, subpoenas, and incident report requests because of the nature of what we do as a department. There's a lot of records requests that have to do with insurance, have to do with lawsuits, things like that, from vehicle accidents, evidence. So the admin staff gets inundated regularly with those types of requests for us. Next slide. Support services, the next division. Right now, some of the big initiatives there are going to be our fire station improvements. We've been working with Public Works and Finance to come up with a plan to improve the infrastructure in the fire department, make improvements and replacements. This is going to help enhance our readiness in a disaster, our daily responses. We want to make sure our stations are structurally sound and are actually habitable for city staff. Like I said earlier, it's the only buildings that the city owns that people live in 24 hours a day. Currently, we have 2 fire station projects that are going through the planning process. RFQ is completed, and we're beginning the evaluation phase, so hopefully we can have some more progress on replacing 2 of the fire stations. Department's also in multiple different stages of apparatus build-out for 2 new fire engines, for a ladder truck, a heavy rescue, and a hazardous materials response vehicle. These take a lot of staff time to coordinate with the manufacturers on the design and specification of each of these vehicles. We also work with a lot of staff internally to make sure these vehicles, once they come, they're properly equipped with the right tools. We work with the city shop and Public Works to make sure those vehicles meet the city's requirements for how maintenance is done and the mechanical aspect of the vehicles. The boat repair and marine program, we're in the final stages of returning Fireboat Victory back into service. It's been a high priority project for us over the last 2 years. The boat's undergone a major rebuild and overhaul to make it seaworthy and restore the capabilities it was first made for, which was rescue and firefighting response on the water. The next step is going to be repairing our dock down at the marina, and then moving forward with our training plan to certify new operators and new crew members. We have ongoing station and apparatus inspections. These are annual inspections that happen on a regular basis. They're there to inspect the cleanliness and operational readiness of our apparatus and our fire stations. It's also an opportunity for us to identify repair needs or maintenance that needs to happen. And then lastly, the support services focuses on or addresses a lot of their time on all the contracts within the fire department, negotiating those, executing those, administering those, working them through the process with risk management, and making sure they can be executed and the services provided for us. The next slide. Just wanted to highlight those contracts. I know compared to, say, like Public Works, 33 contracts for the fire department doesn't seem like a big lift. It is one person that works on all these contracts. And what makes these a little more technical is that these are extremely high-risk contracts, most of these. They're directly related to someone's safety and life, really. We have a number of contracts that deal directly with the equipment we use in very hazardous environments, our PPE, our apparatus, it's a whole spectrum of emergency response maintenance contracts and repair contracts. And so they usually take a lot of staff time to be able to work through the insurance requirements and all the different stages and requirements they have to meet in order to meet the requirements for our services that we ask for. Next slide. The training division, Their biggest focus right now is on the Recruit Academy. Like I said, it started on May 4th. It's a 17-week academy. There's a cadre taken from the line, a cadre of instructors taken from the operational division and are temporarily assigned to the academy. There's 4 members of the operations that are down there. Every day, their job is teaching at the academy. So it's an intensive 17-week academy, but the training division provides support for that. They help schedule classes, help just the logistical support for the academy is really their focus. Also, on average, we are administering 3 promotional exams per year. The training division takes the lead in developing those examinations, conducting working groups. For us, a promotional examination consists of a written exam and about 4 to 5 role play exercises, and it takes subject matter experts to be able to develop those realistic scenarios so that you're testing the skills and abilities of the individuals trying to promote up through the ranks and make sure they're qualified. So the training division takes the lead on that. There's also ongoing training that is mandated that the training division has to make sure it gets done. Some of the specialized fields, like I mentioned before, that makes us all risk, such as confined space, hazmat, EMS, marine response. They come along with state mandated hours that we have to make sure that we're training on in order to maintain those certifications. And excuse me, so the training division makes sure that we're staying on top of those state mandates. And the training division also oversees our health and wellness program, our mental health program, our peer support program, and like I said before, the infection control program. So there's a number of duties that come along with each of those and ongoing training. Next slide. Fire prevention. Small group of folks in a department. Like I said, it's seven individuals, but they're extremely busy. They, on a rotating cycle every single year, are conducting 2,000 state-mandated inspections. And these are defensible space inspections, care facilities, detention centers. They all have to be done every year and submitted to the state in some of them. And then there's they also manage about 3,600 operating permits, and they pull over 150 construction permits every year. They also review special event applications, and this actually makes the largest bulk of the fire prevention's work is working with the businesses and developments to make sure that these projects are meeting the fire code and that the inspections are being done. Last year, the Fire Prevention Bureau completed 1,100 operating permit inspections, 330 construction permit inspections, 20 AB 38 inspections, which are real estate inspections in the wildland. And they staffed and inspected 20 special events where there was temporary assembly permits pulled. So such as anything where they have to pull a permit that's outside or a special event, there's an inspector that has to go and make sure that they're meeting all the fire code. The department also participated in 50 public education events last year, and that's about average for us every single year. A lot of those are through school events, but there's also a number of them that are through community events such as our festivals or presentations to community groups. They also are working with Public Works on vegetation management programs, identifying areas that need to be addressed. They work on assessing Measure X projects for vegetation management and rating them. And then they also work on community risk reduction efforts such as educational meetings and consultations for communities that want to become fire-wise or other types of fire safety groups. Next slide. And lastly, our Emergency Services Division. They are the ones that hold the CERT academies every year. They're responsible for the EOC training, emergency operations plans, things of that nature. In spring of '24, we held 3 CERT academies. We just recently graduated another CERT academy of 22 members, which has put us up to 83 CERT members graduated from the Richmond Fire Department program since 2024. We also conducted a number of EOC trainings this past year, and we'll continue that moving forward in the following year. and have worked on our portions of the local hazard mitigation plan adoption, along with, most recently, we're working on a evacuation drill that's going to happen this Saturday. We've been planning over the last 2 months they've been planning on that drill and working with community groups and coordinating it. Next slide. So, the departments has a number of projects that we were hoping to get to sooner, but they're on the on-deck circle. And so this is what this slide is highlighting. And we're hoping to get to these, or at least kick them off in the next fiscal year. Updating the department's mission, vision, and values is something I really wanted to accomplish as the new fire chief. It ideally would have happened sooner, but there's been some other things we had to get to first. But really, that's going to be important in making sure that those mission, vision, and values are aligned with the direction the organization is going and aligned with the current services that we're providing the community. We also would like to free up some time to be able to research more grant opportunities and take advantage of grant opportunities that we haven't had a chance to really dedicate time to now. We're also looking at updating our response procedures and protocols. We have a number of them that need to be updated. They haven't been updated for about the last 20 years. And then we're looking at implementing new technologies such as our tablet command system, which will allow us to interact with the dispatch center on an iPad in our vehicles versus on the radio, which will generate more accurate response data. It'll be able to provide real-time updates on incidents on a tablet that can be read, and there's no miscommunication through the radio traffic or missing it because of radio traffic. We're also going to begin a program where we're replacing our radio system, our radios. They're very outdated, and so we're going to begin a 3-year phase-in project where we're replacing all of our communications equipment. We're also we're looking at making some improvements at our training facility. Right now, we weren't able to move forward at this time with that regional model that we had hoped to move forward with, but we're looking at opportunities of making some small improvements to make the training facility better able to support the needs of the department. And we also, lastly, are looking at developing a company officer and chief officer academy. This would help with professional development and career growth within the organization. We focused on professional development in some of our lower ranks and haven't had the capacity to develop that same type of program for some of the higher ranks. And so that's a goal of ours to get to this next fiscal year. Next slide. So the support that we need to keep this going. Well, like I highlighted in the beginning, without support, we fell to a place of life support, really. And so what I really need from the council is this continued support in filling these vacancies. We can't become better, we can't do more if we're always in a state of rebuild. And so the continued support with filling vacancies as they come up is going to be crucial. I also need your assistance in making this infrastructure needs and projects that I've identified, making them a priority. We can't continue to maintain services, let alone expand our services without infrastructure investments. And so that's going to be crucial for us to be able to update the infrastructure within the fire department. We also need continued financial support to replace our fleet. It's been great. We made a huge amount of progress, but it's another one of those things that if we say, hey, we got there and we stop doing that, we get back to where we were, where we have apparatus that's older than some of my firefighters responding to emergencies. And with the turnaround time for apparatus now taking 3 years from the time I order a fire engine or a ladder truck until we actually take delivery, the longer we kick the can down the road, the longer we're stuck with what we have and skyrocketing maintenance costs. And then just your continued support in regional collaborations wherever they pop up, such as the training idea, or there's other ideas that might pop up where we can leverage multiple fire departments' resources and have a collaborative venture somewhere. And then also focusing on the Fire Prevention Bureau. There's going to be, we're at max staffing, but we can see on the horizon that we don't have a lot of room to expand our services without coming up with innovative ways to potentially expand our prevention division. And it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to need more sworn inspectors, but we're going to have to look at ways of what that looks like. So I appreciate the support that you as a body have provided the fire department. All this work and progress we've made is only because my personnel was willing to roll up their sleeves and do the work too. So it's been a group effort to get the organization back to where it's at. And I just want to continue on this trajectory and continue our progress. So thank you.
Settle down, we're ready to begin.
Okay.
All right, I know the conversation is exciting, but our next presentation is going to be even more exciting. So go ahead.
Are you ready?
Ready.
Okay, that was a tough act to follow, but here I go. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, City Manager, and members of the public. I'm Shannon Moore, the interim city attorney. I've been with the city since '08, but I was appointed as interim city attorney January of this year. I want to briefly introduce our team. who are behind me. I'll introduce them individually in a moment. Provide an overview of the role of the city attorney's office and discuss the scope of the work we perform to support the city as an organization. The city attorney's office is often viewed primarily through the lens of litigation or legal opinions, but really our work touches nearly every major city initiative, operational function, policy discussion, and risk management issue across the organization. So before I kind of dive in, and I will be quick, I promise, I want to briefly recognize and thank the team that supports the work every day and who work extremely hard to support the city council, city departments, boards and commissions, and the Richmond community. Let's see, we have James Atencio to, I don't know, my right, Senior Assistant City Attorney, advises the Planning Commission, Community Development, Public Works, provides election law, and conflict issues, just to name a few. Dale Chen, a Senior Assistant City Attorney, who is a more recent hire, who advises HR, but does more, labor and employment advice. And I'm really thankful for this role. Was difficult to actually find a great fit for this role, and we're happy to have her on board. She's been with us 9 months. And actually behind James Atencio is Kimberly Chen. Kimberly Chen has been a great addition to our office. She's a senior assistant city attorney, but was outside counsel for the city for years and really advises on all things risk management, but manages all of the litigation for the city, which is many cases, unfortunately. But really her key role, and I think what is such valuable, is that she advises on risks in all departments and is anything I need with respect to litigation, she supports in that respect. Let's see. Then we have Ivania Navarrete, and she is the law office supervisor, and she oversees all of the administrative team, anything that has to do with contracting and subpoenas and anything administrative. Ivania, the budget, Ivania and her team, she handles that. Let's see. Who else? Let's see, Perla Pasayas is an office specialist, but really is, and I think Chief Osorio touched on it, the number of public records we have, which I'm sure we'll hear from the city clerk's presentation, is pretty staggering, and so Perla helps with public records. We also have Brandy Robinson, who's a new hire as well, assistant city attorney who supports the myriad public records requests, but also reviews all contracts for various departments. And then Zena Battle, who is next to Brandy, is also an office specialist and helps with a myriad of administrative functions that our office has to address. Did I miss anyone? Last but not least, Chris Dykesel. Chris Dykesel advises the port. He reviews many contracts for various departments, and he is my special projects guy. If I need something with respect to special projects, Chris is the guy. He helps support finance, any audits that the city is facing, and so I'm thankful for this entire team behind me. Okay, next slide. All right, quickly. So I think I've mentioned that the city attorney's office advises or serves as legal advisor to the mayor, to the city council, city departments, boards and commissions, and the housing authority. We provide legal advice on a wide range of municipal law issues, Brown Act compliance, public records compliance, land use and housing matters, labor and employment issues, procurement and contracting, real estate transactions, drafting ordinances and resolutions, risk management and litigation strategies, to name a few. In addition to the day-to-day advice, our office also manages all litigation and claims involving the city and housing authority. Thank you, Kimberly Chin. I also want to emphasize the real significant volume of work handled by our office, over 900 requests for legal opinions this year, over 1,500 public records requests just through May 18th alone, responding to over 100 subpoenas, 143 total claims against the city, including dozens of litigated matters. These numbers reflect the broad operational demands placed on the office and demonstrate how integral legal services are into the daily operations of the city. Next slide. So the city attorney's office supports all 6 council goal areas. Our role is not policymaking, as you all know, but our responsibility is to ensure the city operates within legal requirements and appropriately manages risk. Many of the city's high priority initiatives require substantial legal support, but we're really kind of more behind the scenes. Housing initiatives require legal review of grants, contracts, development agreements, leases, and land use. Economic development projects often involve complex negotiations, procurement requirements, and real estate matters. Public safety initiatives require policy review, and I can go on and on. Next slide. So this slide highlights several operational areas where the city attorney's office continues to provide substantial ongoing support for public safety. The office advises the police department, fire department, Office of Emergency Services, and Office of Neighborhood Safety on legal compliance policies and liability reduction. Just to name a few, the office has assisted most recently with immigration-related legal issues, as well as many other projects that I'm not going to go into right now. And then with respect to internal infrastructure and processes, our office spends a significant amount of time with public records compliance. Agenda review. We have 3 agendas a month. We review every single item that is on the city council agenda, just to name a couple other big lifts that we do kind of daily. These operational functions are foundational to ensure the city can continue to function effectively and legally. Next slide. Okay. This slide reflects the core operational work of the office. A large part of the work is just legally mandated functions that we have to do. This includes responding to public records requests, litigation management, responding to legal opinions and legal review, supporting boards and commissions, trainings and compliance. We're really kind of working on with the city manager. The city manager has worked with her team also on providing additional trainings around a whole host of issues: Brown Act, Rosenberg's Rules of Order, conflict issues. And so what you're seeing here is that when new kind of urgent items arise, resources are often redirected from proactive initiatives, which I can go into a little bit more detail, to kind of dealing with immediate operational or compliance demands. The more proactive legal support and training that we can provide upfront, the more the city can reduce litigation exposure and operational efficiencies over time. And we're really trying, and I think our team is trying to do a better job at being more proactive in providing that training to mitigate risks. Next slide. Okay. Although the office is authorized for 10 positions, there remains a vacant attorney position. And I think we've done a good job at building our team. I think we're a small but mighty team, and we work well together, and we do have one additional vacant attorney. So I think, the biggest takeaway from this slide really is it would be great to figure out a way where we can operate proactively as opposed to reactively, and we can talk through kind of how to achieve that goal. And I'm sure it's a challenge. And I was just at the city attorneys conference for the League of California Cities, and a lot of cities are facing similar, and a lot of city attorneys' offices are facing similar challenges in terms of trying to be more proactive as opposed to reactive in providing legal support. Next slide. One of the, well, I think I touched on this briefly, but we do have one additional attorney vacancy. We would like to reposition a position in our office to be a paralegal to really handle public records, but also to assist with litigation management. A key problem that we have is the number of public records that we're facing, and so we're looking to try to get, and thank the city manager for her support in this, and trying to get a new technology solution to better address how redacting and reviewing public records requests so that Perla is not spending all hours of the day and night reviewing and redacting records. And then, I think that we're also talking about potentially instead of reviewing every single agenda item, to sort through the non-substantive items versus those that require legal support, and maybe develop more efficiencies around that. Next slide. So this is just a quick breakdown of kind of how we spend our time. I'm not going to go into the specifics, but a lot of it has to do with reviewing all the requests for legal opinion that come in. But another big portion has to do with litigation management and the public records compliance, as well as the subpoena compliance. Takes up a great deal of time, as well as all the administrative tasks associated with all that is in running a city attorney's office. Look, I was quick. So in closing, I want to reiterate that the city attorney's office plays a critical operational role across the organization. Our office works to support the city council priorities, assist departments in implementing programs and services, reduce legal and financial risk, and ensure compliance with increasingly complex legal requirements. I really just want to thank, again, the attorneys and the staff in the office for their professionalism, dedication, and commitment to public service. We appreciate the opportunity to present this afternoon, and I'm available, I think, when the time comes for questions. Thank you.
Okay, KCRT, can you please pull up the slides for the city clerk's office? Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the Richmond community. My name is Sabrina Lundy, Deputy City Clerk. The clerk's office is comprised of 4 full-time staff, the city clerk, 3 deputy city clerks, and I am very appreciative of the opportunity to work with such an amazing team of ladies. So supportive. Following is an overview of our workload, capacity, service impacts, and milestone success stories. Next slide, please. Why this matters now. The city clerk's office supports core functions while also contributing to city council's strategic goals areas 2, 3, and 5, with the greatest demands in area 5. Next slide, please. The work that keeps Richmond running. The city of Richmond relies on several key duties and processes to ensure daily operations remain efficient and compliant with regulatory requirements. The following areas represent the core functions that support Richmond's ongoing operations. Number 1 is the document acceptance and management that we do in our office. The city clerk's office regularly accepts a variety of important documents. These include, but are not limited to, public records requests, claims, subpoenas, and boards and commissions applications. The work is essential for maintaining transparency and facilitating communication between the city and its residents. Number 2, election administration. The city clerk and her designees are election officials responsible for administering both primary and general elections. The primary election takes place this June, and the general election occurs this November, and it occurs on even-numbered years. Notably, this year marks the first Richmond primary election, and it's underscoring an important milestone for the city's electoral process. Number 3, passport services. Richmond serves as a passport acceptance facility. Staff accept passport applications exclusively for new passports, and we forward them to the U.S. Department of State for processing. This service ensures residents have access to official travel documentation when needed. Number 4, the City Council meeting coordination. The organization and staffing of City Council meetings is a critical responsibility. This includes preparing the meeting agenda packet and ensuring these materials are published promptly and in accordance with legal requirements. And finally, on this slide, the agenda management system oversight. Richmond utilizes an agenda management system to automate the preparation meeting agendas and packets. Continuous review and monitoring of this system are necessary to guarantee proper performance and reliability. Next slide, please. The City Clerk's office plays a role in an essential role in supporting the legislative and administrative functions of the organization. Its responsibilities are diverse and include several key duties that ensure the proper management and dissemination of official records and the efficient administration of boards, commissions, and committees. The legislative record management, this responsibility would include like formatting, numbering, and publishing ordinances, resolutions, and legislative records. This process guarantees that all legislative documents are accurately prepared, organized, and made accessible to the public and relevant stakeholders. Boards, commissions, and committees administration, in addition to managing legislative records, this City Clerk's office here, we oversee the administration of boards, commissions, and committees. This includes accepting the applications for membership, notifying members about upcoming expirations on their terms, and coordinating new appointments and reappointments. By handling these tasks, the City Clerk's office ensures continuity and proper functioning of these entities. Next slide, please. Operational demands affecting the core service and delivery. This slide describes just that, the operational demands challenging the City Clerk's office core service delivery. Number 1, as the interim city attorney mentioned, public records requests. There has been a significant increase in public records requests. Over the past 2 years, the volume of public records requests handled by the City Clerk's office has tripled. This is a significant surge, and it has made it increasingly difficult for our office to meet established deadlines, placing the organization at risk for legal action and threats of litigation when requests are not fulfilled in a timely manner. Next, we have the introduction of the primary election services. This year marks the first time the City Clerk's office is responsible for primary election services. As a new service offering, it requires heightened attention and diligence to ensure every aspect is managed properly and no errors occur during implementation. And next would be the growth in the passport program requests. We offer passport program services here, which provides an important service option for residents and has been on the rise in the number of requests for assistance. This increased demand further challenges the office's ability to deliver core services efficiently. Next slide, please. Additional operational demands from the previous slide include boards and commissions and committees administration. The administration of the boards, commissions, and committees requires ongoing management of the appointments and reappointments. I won't repeat that whole process, but I think you get the gist of it. There are some significant tasks that come with that duty. Next, we have the resolutions, ordinances, and the formatting of those and the publishing of those. The City Clerk's office is responsible for formatting, numbering, and publishing of those resolutions and ordinances. As numerous resolutions are adopted at each council meeting, this task requires immediate attention. All the resolutions and ordinances must be properly formatted, numbered, and published within a week following each council meeting to maintain transparency and ensure accessibility. The agenda management system, to maintain the effectiveness of the agenda management system, we have automated approvals, strict submission deadlines, and standard documentation formats. Transparency audits and routine system checks are implemented to ensure accuracy, efficiency, and data integrity. Next slide, please. So how do we prioritize work that gets squeezed with our current staffing levels? At the top of the priority list, as you've heard, public records requests. They are a high priority, and we take them very seriously to avoid legal action or threat of legal action. Next is the contract publication to the city's website. Unfortunately, this has been a lower priority for us, currently due to staffing levels and other higher priority tasks. And lastly, updating the permanent resolution and ordinance books, again, also a lower priority currently due to staffing levels and other high priority tasks. Next slide, please. Some of our milestones and success stories include simultaneous translations. This was a directive by the council in 2025 in collaboration with the city clerk's office, KCRT, and our IT division. Wordly was implemented in January of 2026. Agenda translation, directed by the council in 2024, provided with publishing of each city council agenda. And then also, most recently, our records retention schedule. The council adopted this new schedule in April of 2026, and the next steps would include the implementation and the training of employees for how to utilize that new retention schedule. Next slide, please. This slide identifies the city clerk's office's need for additional staff to help with public records requests and records management specifically. Next slide, please. And just in conclusion, it may be helpful just to note that we had 1,718 public records requests received between January 1 of 2025 through May 18 of 2026, with 3,040 already in process at the beginning of that reporting period. 1,618 were closed during the reporting period. Additionally, we processed 76 passport applications during that same reporting period. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you all. We greatly appreciate your support. And now I'll turn it over to the city manager's office.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, Vice Mayor Robinson, City Council, and residents and staff. Just want to say congratulations, though, to the City Clerk's office and the City Attorney's office. As an employee formerly in both, I appreciate the work that takes place in both of those offices, so I salute them for their work. Tonight, we'll be addressing the City Manager's office. This presentation is intended to provide some visibility in how these efforts intersect operationally across the organization and how strategic sequencing, organizational alignment, and sustained focus is necessary to support long-term service delivery. Next slide. So the City Manager's Office supports implementation across all 6 council goals. The City Manager's Office and the City Manager are in essence the Chief Executive Officer. I think the city manager is both coach and quarterback at times, and that requires quite a bit of balancing with regards to resources, demand, need, trade-offs. It's not always an easy task, but it is a necessary task. And as a consequence of that juggling that's necessary, the manager is responsible for leading and providing direction around housing initiatives to support unhoused, encampment response activity, as well as regional partnerships with regards to revenue and economic development, fiscal stabilization efforts, long-time financial planning strategies, as well as economic development coordination. And with regards to quality of life and community health, there are a few things that stand out at this moment, a couple of them being major park improvement projects, as well as alternative response programs, both in our community services department as well as public safety. Next slide. As we carry forward, with regards to public safety, a couple of things that we are prioritizing at this time are recruitment initiatives, again, alternative response, implementation strategies, and in the internal infrastructure processes, we're looking at our capital improvements, which you'll hear a little bit later on today, transparency initiatives, and implementation and tracking systems, which has come up as a consequence of requests that come in. And one of the major initiatives and projects at this point is the wastewater reliability and Veolia transition, which is can be estimated at $1 billion project. Finally, shoreline resiliency planning efforts and sustainability initiatives are also key in this role. Next slide. The work that gets done, as aligned with the city clerk's office as well as the city attorney's office, the city manager is also very much engaged in the agenda review and approval process. I can say for a fact that every word and every staff report is looked at in our office, as well as the policy implementation. We're tracking follow-up, as well as labor negotiations, et cetera. With regard to fiscal stewardship and budget coordination, the manager, along in partnership with the mayor, is responsible for bringing forth a budget, as well as managing the needs and the resources of the city to support the initiatives with regards to labor, expenditure reduction, generation of revenues, grants, et cetera. We also support citywide operational coordination and service continuity. This requires really partnering with our colleagues in various departments to consider what timelines and infrastructure is needed to effectuate policy direction, as well as support those initiatives that really get at the heart of who we are as a community, including those supporting those who are most vulnerable, and supporting staffing needs, and trying to mitigate or reduce service disruptions interdepartmentally. Next slide. Here are just a few images of some of the work that we do and where we show up. Next slide. Also, with regards to some of our core initiatives is strategic planning, citywide initiatives, including the wastewater reliability and Veolia transition, park improvements, intergovernment coordination. So that means considering not only our partners, but our neighbors and regional agencies, county and state and federal partners with regards to transportation and environmental agencies. And one of the other things is emergency coordination and operational response. And it is very important, as the Chief Osorio has highlighted, why that is so necessary in our communities. Next slide. I, like Shannon, I'm going to try to move quickly through this, but I do want to pause here just for a moment. In the not so distant past, the city faced quite dire financial situation that required the council as well as staff to make very, very hard choices with regards to how the city would function. The city manager, myself, and the deputy city managers had recently joined or were already in the organization and had to face people every day and deal with the realities of circumstances connected to the financial straits that the city was in. So it is from that place, it is in that grounding that we approach this work. This work is not only personal for us, but it's also personal for our colleagues, as I'm certain it is for you. And so when we look at the major initiatives, right, looking at folks and having to make hard choices, it is from that grounding that we focus and make primary our fiscal solvency and long-term financial stability as a priority. It is also important with regards to some of the major initiatives we consider, again, wastewater, infrastructure, CIP, and also modernization, so we can increase our effectiveness and its organizational efforts. Next slide. Also very important to us are the things that you as representatives of our communities bring forward. How do we balance the things that you share, that you hear from residents, because you are and face residents constantly, day in, day out, and they bring things to you that matter to them, that impact their lives in a very intimate way. And so coordinating around these things is also a high priority. Currently, we're in the middle of, or we haven't completed labor negotiations with workforce. So this is also a pressing need to the city manager's office and making sure that we address the labor we continue with labor negotiations, recruitment, as well as compensation impacts and succession planning. And again, our emergency preparedness, risk and management and service continuity is also a medium to high situation with us in partnership with our fire and other public safety colleagues here with regards to emergency response and coordinated preparedness planning. Next slide. Again, here are some additional images of us showing up in the community, including off the lot, our new Shields Reed Park. I don't know if you've all been, but it is a beautiful location at this point. And I was just sharing with the manager, I said, this is now the standard for how parks ought to appear in our communities. Next slide. How limited capacity affects service delivery. Our desire is to implement as many of the policies and provide our core services as we possibly can. And so as we move forward, it is necessary for us to consider when we move forward, here are the things that need to be taken into consideration as you all provide policy direction. One is our desire to continue to do long-term strategic planning, be proactive in coordinating and implementing that planning, as well as performance tracking and operational analytics. The manager highlighted earlier this afternoon the great work that a lot of the departments are doing with grant development and external funding opportunities, as well as Shannon highlighted our desire to push forward with training and workforce development efforts, not only inside the city, but also very much to our residents who need that type of support. Next slide. So again, I want to pause here because it could very well be that up until this point, it feels like the considerations are, here are all the pressures, here are all the pressures, here are all the pressures. And I think it is important that what we're considering is what helps the organization become effective. The lens that one could look through is simply be, what is it that you need? But I would like to offer another frame in which to consider not only our request or these presentations, but the other ones that have come forward. I think the frame that we need to be approaching this is what protects continuity, implementation quality, and organizational effectiveness. It is not merely just meeting the need or tell us what you need, but looking through a frame of what protects continuity, implementation quality, and organizational effectiveness. And here on the screen, we'll highlight just a few of those. That includes, as others have said, enterprise modernization and process and IT technical improvements, workforce stability and organizational capacity. Next slide. As well as prioritization and strategic project managing and sequencing and operational alignment, as well as training. And finally, again, fiscal sustainability and long-term planning. Next slide. So I will also be moving forward with just to highlight some of the great work that's been taking place within the city manager's purview. One of them was as a consequence of some direction that you all provided based on activities from the federal government was we stood up the Immigrant Legal Services and Public Awareness Program. We are very proud of the work that the manager's office and those supporting that have done. As you can see on your screen, there was $1 million allocated, and we have moved forward with 3 grants totaling approximately $990,000. Next slide. Those contracts were shared with 3 organizations here: Catholic Charities of the East Bay Sanctuary Covenant, and the Multicultural Institute. You will note as you look at the slide, obviously the various amounts, but that they are doing various types of work. So Catholic Charities and East Bay Sanctuary Covenant, are providing removal defense as well as legal services, and the Multicultural Institute as well as Catholic Charities are providing outreach. And there are some metrics down below with regards to the number of residents that have been served, the types of programming that have been provided, and the removal defense consultations and removal defense representation that has taken place up until this point. We're very proud of this work. Next slide. In addition to that, we have stood up a Know Your Rights and Immigration Forum. Here you see on the page that along with our partner organizations, we hosted a Know Your Rights Immigration Forum at the Rise Center in concert with Charities and Reimagine Richmond and city staff from LEAP. And we had 40+ residents participate, and this was a great event. Next slide. In addition, the manager's office also supports the Richmond Municipal ID program. And this was something that was stood up in 2024. And what's so great about this program is it provides opportunities for those, again, who might be vulnerable to access the things that make thriving in our communities possible, right? And it could be the thing that sometimes we might take for granted, but that when you lack this type of information or this type of access, it can be a challenge. Next slide. So to date, the staff that manage this program, and I just want to call out Irene Lozano and Guadalupe Morales for working so diligently in this area. To date, we've allowed for and moved through 1,600 total ID issuance. And to date, for this year, this calendar year, we've already processed 232 ID processed, and in 2026, year-to-date, there have been 70. Next slide. So what you'll see here, which is something very interesting, so the data person in me thinks this is a wonderful representation because you see a normal distribution. I don't want to get into that too deeply, but you see a normal distribution here represented in the bar chart. Councilmember Bonner, you can see that in 2014. I love data viz too. So they try to hold me back sometimes because I go too far. In 2014, you can see that when we initiated this project, there were 278 IDs issued, and then they kind of waned. And then you can see COVID in 2020, we had our lowest issuance date. But what happened is we're scaling back up as a consequence of the opportunity for hybrid access to this model. So people can now apply for and be interviewed via Zoom. And so much more people now have access to the opportunity to gain municipal IDs. And at this point, again, we've issued 232 IDs at this point, which is almost 80% of where we were. We've processed 80% of what we had in 2014, and we haven't reached June yet. And so we are doing outstanding work with regards to the municipal ID program. Next slide. Yes. So, Department of Children and Youth. This was a consequence of a board-led measure, 2015. I think I've given this presentation to you now 3 times this year. We're going to move quickly. Next slide. So go back one, excuse me. So the Department of Children and Youth touches all of these council goal areas, and it's not necessarily because the RDCY or the Richmond Fund for Children and Youth is outlined or called out in the strategic goals. It's because what the funding allows to happen is that the funding supports young people having access to housing and basic needs. The funding allows for young people to gain training and have an opportunity to gain employment or employment opportunities that allow for them to build a set of experiences that allow them to explore and move into careers. We support quality of life, especially again with the support we do with our school district partners, with providing mental health and behavioral health services, as well as public safety. Although the Department of Children and Youth sometimes may not be considered a public safety arm of the organization, it very much is. And in conversations with the Deputy City Manager and the work that they're doing with the CCRP program, she's kind of proselytizing us regarding the work that the city provides, and almost all of it is supporting public safety. We also support internal infrastructure with regards to some of our goals. And finally, with regards to shoreline and ecological sustainability, we support the watershed project and supporting not only young people in gaining understanding around these projects, but the Watershed Project grants also provide employment opportunities, so folks have an opportunity to explore their life within this field. Next slide. These are some of our core functions, which is giving out the money, supporting our oversight board, conducting needs assessments, and our evaluator, as well as convening and collaborating around advocacy. Next slide. Here are some wonderful images here from the East Bay Center for the Performing Art. They have a young artist program where they're taking young artists in high school and middle school and placing them on track to become professional artists. We're also very proud of the work that we've had with a relationship with the Richmond High School, and particularly their marching band here seen in the Cinco de Mayo parade. The band coach is an ardent fan of the department because without this funding, he said, they would not have been able to access transportation. They would not have been able to access uniforms and band uniforms. So he's always very extremely grateful. And these 2 pictures here are from our a collaborative between Yes to Nature and the Outdoor Collaborative, where they're basically taking young people from all ages, and getting them outdoors and showing them all the opportunities that exist. Next slide. So some of the major initiatives that we're moving forward with is, number one, we're currently in our cycle for 25-27, as well as we've absorbed the limited term revenue into our grant awards. We're working with our partner and our contractor, WestEd, for their evaluation, as well as we're very proud about the reauthorization of the fund. Next slide. In addition, we're always working to recruit, so you'll be getting more emails from us, as well as we'll be coming to you with an annual report in September, and we'll tell you about the work that we've done with regards to the audit, as well as per client data systems. Next slide. Just want to highlight that these three things with regards to the immigration and municipal ID program, the staff from the Department of Children and Youth also support some of this work, and it is necessary that we consider as we move forward with some of the community initiatives, particularly with the Black resiliency and mental health, and also opportunities for perhaps micro grants, that consideration on capacity is going to be a needed conversation. Next slide. So some of the things that we want to do more of in the department, given we have more time, is to conduct more thorough site visits, to increase and improve our invoicing process, to become a greater advocate around convening for the department, as well as strategic planning with regards to our oversight board, and standing up our final ECIA grant cycle. Next slide. So again, from the frame of improving efficiency, we are working to strengthen our operational support, systems modernization, and begin the process for the next CNA SIP, hopefully in September, continue our work with our evaluators, and offering and standing up support for our nonprofit organizations with technical support and capacity building. Next slide. Here are just some numbers around some of the things that we've done and the youth that we've served and the organizations that we currently support. Next slide. We're moving forward. One of the things that we're standing up is we heard from our nonprofit partners regarding our standard RFCY grant that we wanted to try something different. And we didn't want to be just prescriptive with our nonprofits. We wanted to get feedback from them. So the number there on the right is what we're calling a PGM, but it's a participatory grant making pilot. So what we did was we sat down with our nonprofits and say, hey, if you could design an application process, what questions would you ask? And if you were going to create a scoring rubric, what would the rubric be? And what should it be? And should applications come only in paper form, or should they come in a PowerPoint, or should it be a video? And so we were excited about this. We had great collaboration on this front, and tonight on the council agenda, there's an opportunity for you to approve these awards, and we're hoping that you'll do that. Next slide. Again, for our ECIA grant, this is 26-27 will be the last year for the competitive ECIA grant. And so for 25-26, we've awarded about $740,000, and for this coming up year, we have $350,000 left to award approximately, and it will sunset in the end of June of 27. Next slide. This is just quite a bit of a data snap. Chief Osario kind of inspired us. All of his slides were real fancy. So I said, I can't let him go out like that. So here is what it looks like for our 3-year grants and our 2-year supplemental. We have the core need areas, and you can see what funding looks like across all 4 of those needs for our 3-year grant. And with the additional limited term revenues, you all approved awards back in January for some additional awards. And there are some data metrics on the bottom. Next slide. Here is, again, some wonderful pictures from some of our partners, Fresh Approach, the Hidden Genius Project, 18 Reasons, and others. Next slide. Again, here's a quick snapshot of what we anticipate for the ECIA program across 4 categories. Next slide. Again, one of the things that we've talked about with regards to expanding, and it was during the initial presentation, was around the manager had brought up, as well as I believe the finance director, focusing on kind of 3 strategies, and one of those was innovation. And so with regards to innovation, what we're trying to stand up, hopefully within the next few months, around that strategy is creating a digital front door. And so that means, how do we improve access to our services through a digital touch point? And that includes our webpage, permits, calendaring facility rental. And so this is something that we're going to be initiating, as well as discussing process improvement. So reducing friction and kind of like streamlining or mainlining our internal processes. And finally, data-informed decision-making, right? So how do we capture data? What data do we need to make informed decisions that then we can bring to you so that everyone is above board and has the most consequential information to move forward with effective decisions. And I believe that's it. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, all right. Thank you all.
All right, if people are ready, we will begin. Audience members, can you please cut your conversations and go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. For your last three departments this evening, this is Internal Services. That comprises the Finance Department, the Human Resources Department, and the Information Technology Department.
Excuse me, audience members, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, this is Internal Services, which comprises the Finance Department, the Human Resources Department, and the Information Technology Department. These departments are integral to the city in that we service all of the outward-facing departments, i.e. the departments that have direct contact with the public, the vendors, and businesses. Although Internal Services does interact with the public, it does not interact as much as a fire or police department. Next slide, please. So the Finance Department, we'll start there. They support all 6 goals areas with 0 audit findings in the audited financial statements, the removal from the state audit, the maintenance of the credit ratings. These are things that build financial and public trust. The city's fiscal policies also enable essential services to operate reliably. Next slide, please. The core services of the Finance Department provide are payroll, treasury and cash management, revenue administration, procurement, accounts payable, budget development, accounting, and financial reporting. Next slide, please. The high-capacity operational demands affecting the core services are in the division of purchasing, revenue, budget, and accounting. The purchasing division must ensure vendor compliance and process contracts so there's not a backlog of contracts being processed. The revenue division ensures that the revenue is received on time so there are no delinquent accounts. The accounting division has to stay apprised of ongoing GASB updates, increased volume of council initiatives, department requests, policy implementation, and required financial analysis and turnaround of all initiatives. Next slide. Existing workload and existing priorities influence how the department actually can operate and its operational capacity. When new or unplanned needs arise, some work may get squeezed, such as financial modeling. There may be operational or resident city impacts, such as slower processing of payments or a delay in funding for a program or service. Although this may happen, resources are redirected to ensure that essential financial oversight and compliance remain intact. Next slide, please. Okay, the financial department needs a few key supportive items from City Council. First need is stable staffing levels so we can continue to provide all the fiscal responsibility needed for the city. Second, we need improvement in modern financial systems. Outdated systems tend to slow our processes down, and without updated systems, there will be errors. Third, we rely on clean policy direction and alignment so that finance can safeguard and with financial discipline, prioritize any items from City Council. Next slide, please. As you can see from the numbers, business licenses issued, 6,300. Paychecks processed, 23,580. CalCard transactions, 13,694. Revenue collected, 380 million. Invoices processed, 24,766. Those are some of the statistics for the Finance Department. We will now move on to the next slide, and that will be for the Human Resources Department. The Human Resources mission is to hire and retain the most talented, competent, skilled, and dedicated individuals to serve the city of Richmond. They support employees by providing competitive compensation, excellent programming, and access to training and development. Next slide, please. The Human Resources Department supports all 6 goals and is foundational to the city's because their department depends on hiring, retention, training, and compliance support. Key support areas are public safety staffing, police, fire, frontline services, housing and homelessness support staffing, economic development workforce support, employee development, and internal infrastructure improvements. The greatest ongoing capacity demands are in public safety staffing and internal infrastructure and processes. Next slide, please. Human Resources manages labor negotiations for all 8 bargaining units, recruitment and onboarding, employees and training and performance management, workers' compensation and leave management, benefits and retirement programs, workplace safety and violence prevention compliance, police deployment, development, classification and compensation, employee engagement, and wellness programming. Compliance responsibilities continue to grow. Human Resources must maintain compliance with Cal OSHA, Federal OSHA, Department of Industrial Relations, FMLA, CFRA, ADA, and PDA. These are all leaves. Workplace violence prevention programs are also being operated under Human Resources, and we also have to comply with all CalPERS requirements. These compliance responsibilities are layered on top of daily operational demands. Next slide, please. Human Resources manages multiple high-level initiatives simultaneously. The current major initiatives includes automated employee evaluation system rollout, classification-based training programs, support for new city programs such as ROC, Fire Department Advanced Life Support Program. Next slide, please. Also, the Race Equity Action Plan support, ongoing labor negotiations in multiple unions, new leave implement software, bless you. New and urgent priorities often force staff to shift away from their core responsibilities, leaving little flexibility for strategic planning, process modernization, workforce development initiatives, and proactive risk management. Next slide, please. When there are new and urgent needs, this forces resources shifting away from the core responsibilities. Planned projects and maintenance of regulatory compliance. Some work may get squeezed, such as lack of proactive measures for education and assist staff in minimizing workplace injuries. There may be operational impacts, such as employee remaining on leave without a process for return to work. And resident or city impacts, as staffing shortages, they can reduce service delivery to frontline departments and increase overtime costs. Next slide, please. To protect core service delivery, the Human Resources Department needs continued investment in staffing capacity, technological modernization, compliance monitoring, training, and workforce development. Next slide. By the numbers, for fiscal year 24-25, there were 4,833 submitted applications processed, 193 hires and promotions, employee training classes of 287, and this is for safety mandated, professional, and personal growth. Next slide, please. For workforce and recruitment activity, as mentioned, there were 4,833 total applications, 54 recruitments facilitated, 149 employees onboarded, and 44 internal promotions. Next slide, please. For risk management activity, there are 28 inspections completed. Those are safety inspections. 80 leaves of absence managed, 99 general liability claims processed, and 206 workers' compensation claims managed. Next slide, please. For employee engagement, learning and development. For employee engagement, there were 10 events held. Employees training delivered 287 trainings completed. And for professional development, we expanded to include reimbursements for therapeutic and self-help support. Next slide, please. Here are some of the employee engagement events. Some of the big ones are, in this one, the Valentine's Day coffee cart. Wherever there's a coffee cart, I think you'll see me there. Health and wellness fairs, a beach break featuring art and Italian ice. And if you come to those, you're guaranteed to have a 50-degree day with wind. Next slide, please. Now, HR, along with all of internal services, likes to celebrate success. And, in finance, you might wander into a potluck. In HR, you'll just wander in for snacks. And in IT, Sue always has some sort of food hanging out for someone to eat. But here are some successes just recently for human resources. The implementation of a learning management system, launched training programs for classifications, workplace violence prevention plans, improved communications through HR liaisons in every department, negotiated 5 union contracts, reduced annual turnover by 2%, implemented AB 339 procurement protocols, and conducted 28 safety inspections and coordinated remedies across the city buildings. Next slide, please. What we're looking forward to. That will be future priorities that include finalizing negotiations with the remaining unions, deploy leave tracking software and automate evaluation software, continue intentional hiring and strategic hiring in critical areas, support City Council directive initiatives, continue implementation support for ROC and advanced life support programs, expand onboarding, professional development, employee wellness, mentorship, and coaching programs. Next slide, please. Continued investment in human resources protects compliance, workforce stability, employee support, and long-term operational effectiveness. The goal is to continue building a workforce that is supported, accountable, well-trained, and equipped to serve the Richmond community with excellence. We will now move to information technology. For information technology, the department supports city operations, including public safety, finance, HR, permitting systems, cybersecurity, city council boards and commission meetings, network infrastructure, communication, including fiber wired and wireless services, the copy center mailroom, internal staff, in-person tech academy, training, resident-facing digital services, and website services and mobile apps for issuing reporting. Next slide, please. Why this matters. The Information Technology Department touches all 6 goal levels and is foundational to the city because every department depends on hardware, software, and telecommunications. Next slide, please. The work that keeps Richmond running. Information technology maintains network connectivity, internet access, cloud-based systems, and backups with disaster recovery capabilities, monitors cybersecurity threats, supports enterprise applications such as Tyler Munis and IMS, maintains mission-critical systems that support public safety, such as CAD RMS connectivity, help desk, and user services, supporting licensing systems including a mobile app, GIS, Ring Central, Civic Plus website management, collaborating with Public Works on the implementation of the asset management system. Next slide, please. Special initiatives, mandated compliance responsibilities, and major event operations draw from the same existing staff resources needed to maintain network operations and the enterprise systems. Next slide, please. What gets squeezed in technology modernization and automation projects in the operational impacts is staff prioritizes urgent operational and cybersecurity issues over planned projects. Resident and city impact is delayed in digital services improvements and modernization efforts. Next slide, please. To protect core services delivery, the Information Technology Department needs continued investment in staffing capacity for end-user support, cybersecurity, Tyler Munis and IMS, software support. Information technology is currently Information Technology is commissioning an assessment, and it's going to be a full-blown IT assessment that will include a look at all hardware, all software, existing staff and staff training, and emerging technology that the city will need in the future. So we are just starting that right now. Next slide, please. So information technology supports 41 city buildings and facilitates over 40 miles of fiber, 41 circuit connectivities, 20 backup connections, 10 community centers with wireless network and computer labs, 7 public safety fire stations that have carrier fiber network, and 3 backup connections so that they don't go down. Next slide, please. For KCRT, they support 125 live virtual in-person meetings, 285 marquee and DataNet billboards. They also maintain 1,942 website pages are also maintained. They support live and recorded city council and commission meetings. And that is the end of internal services. Thank you.
Break. Your conversations, we will begin.
Oh, you got your thing already. Yeah, we all got them.
All of you, I'm sure you're having exciting conversations, and I wish I could join you, but it's time to begin. Okay, let's go.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council members. For the record, my name is Daniel Chavarria, I'm the Public Works Director. With me right now is Wendy Wellbrook, one of our senior civil engineers, Darcy Delashmut, our capital projects manager, and our landscape architect. And we'll be calling other co-workers from Public Works as we move in the slides. Just to make a quick note, some of you received just a gift from Public Works. It's a vest with your name and a hard hat, because we expect you to attend a lot of groundbreaking ceremonies and ribbon cutting ceremonies this year. So just for you to start practicing in front of the mirror. And
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm bragging about it on social media now.
yeah. And just for the record, Mayor Martinez and Councilmember Jimenez received theirs live during the Public Works ceremony last week. That was National Public Works Week. Perfect. So let's get going. The capital improvement plan received several funds. In this slide, you can see many of them. You're talking about gas tax, other funding grants, SB1 engineering grants, general capital, Measure J, impact fees, library, CIA, housing department, ARPA, TCC, port, wastewater, marina, stormwater equipment services. For the next 5 years, our five-year capital plan definitely is rounding up is $240 million for all the projects that we have. These $240 million are split among 8 major categories. And you can refer to attachment 4 for more details. You can see in that pie chart where the majority of them are going to transportation, the transportation category. Same pie chart, but this time going more into details, not the 8 categories, but the 19 programs that we have within those 8 categories. And out of the 5 years, this specific fiscal year 26-27 is a little over $143 million, out of which 21.6 million are new proposed budget allocations. The 8 programs that you can see there, we're talking about equipment services, general public safety facilities, parks and open spaces, Port of Richmond, sanitary sewer, wastewater, storm drainage and watershed, technology and transportation. Those are the 8 program categories. They have basically 104 active projects, not projects that are proposed, active. The same information, but now within the 19 capital programs, although we're showing on this slide the 15 top ones. And you can see in the top 15 capital programs, the distribution of the 104 active projects. We are going to present tonight key program highlights. We're not going to go over the 19 of them, it's a lot of them, but we're going to go to 3 main categories. I'm talking about general and public safety facilities. The second one is going to be parks and open spaces. And the third one is going to be transportation. And in each of them, you can see that we're going to talk about 2 programs in general in public safety facilities. We're going to talk about 1 in the parks and open spaces. And we're going to talk about 5 in transportation, including street light, complete streets, neighborhood safety and access, citywide concrete, pavement management. And with that, I want to pass it to Wendy Wellbrook, our senior civil engineer and project manager of the library.
Hi, good evening. So I'm going to dive right into the update on the general and public facilities category, which includes 2 programs. The first is general city-owned buildings and facilities, and the second is public safety improvements, which include facilities for fire and police. In this slide, we are showing active projects within the general building and facilities program. We currently have 12 active projects in various phases. The projects that will be completed in fiscal year 26-27 include the citywide facilities condition and needs assessment, the citywide facilities roof repair project, and the Harbor 8 Park expansion project. In fiscal year 27-28, we anticipate completing several projects, including the renovation of the courtyard bathroom remodel, Booker T. Anderson Phase 3, and the main library renovation project, which it may not look like a lot is happening from the outside, but there is a lot of great progress happening inside, and the project is on track to be completed in November of 2027. We know that there are a high number of facility needs throughout the city, and we're looking forward to the completion of the facilities conditions assessment, at which point staff will begin to synthesize and analyze the data to inform and develop a comprehensive facilities program and capital improvement plan. Next slide, please. So what is the plan for developing the facilities program? The facilities conditions assessment is just one tool that staff will use to develop the CIP plan. Other elements will include prior building assessment reports, asset data presented during the May 5th Public Works Department briefing, institutional knowledge, and other requests. The projects on this slide are our legacy projects, and as you can see, will require significant funding to advance. Implementation of these projects will be considered once a comprehensive CIP plan is developed. And these are high-level, rough order of magnitude budgets. These numbers will be revised year after year as funding is identified and scope is refined. Next slide. Thank you. In this slide, we are showing projects within the Public Safety Improvements Program, which includes fire and police facilities. We currently have 2 active, partially funded projects. The first is improvements to Fire Station 63 to address foundation issues, and the second is the replacement of Fire Station 66. The list of projects on the unfunded list were requests received from the fire department, and they include capital improvements to fire station facilities that are part of the ALS program implementation. Again, staff will use data from the facilities conditions assessment, institutional knowledge, input from fire and police to develop a comprehensive CIP plan. And I am going to pass it over to my colleague Darcy to talk about parks.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm excited to show you a snapshot of our current CIP-funded projects that fall into the Parks and Open Space Improvements category. These are the ones that we're carrying forward into the next fiscal year, and it's important to note that some of the park projects which receive other funds or aren't carrying forward are why you don't see these on the list, such as the Miraflores interpretive signage or Martin Luther King Jr. Park projects. So it's a very active program. We have 11 projects, including several parks, which are, well, we're all really excited that they're going to be opening up to the community this summer and fall. And we also have included the Parks and Open Space program as a project on this list after it was scored last year. And that's important because it covers general needs, which right now are focused on the play equipment renovations at Rain Cloud and Boyd Parks and gearing up for more playground updates and also plan updates. So as you can see, we have a busy year with a big peak of projects that are all happening this year, and then a few projects that carry forward, such as the Point Mulade Trail, into 27-28 fiscal year. So it looks like we have a big drop-off, but this really highlights why we need to plan and develop for the next steps, which are on the next slide. So the first item is the Parks and Open Space program on this list, and this is an ongoing and evolving program. The whole idea behind the program is that we view our entire public realm system holistically as one system for our current and our future community. And in doing all this, we need to do it in a way that reflects equitable prioritization, high value for our investment, and coordinated improvements. So there's many tasks within this program that help us to achieve this. There's a couple highlighted on the blue bubble above. the fundamental items such as budgeting, scheduling, sequencing all of these projects to not have them all down at the same time, and then overlaying it with staff availability. And we're focused on putting data-driven systems into place by updating the park's master plan, building up and creating standards for our furnishings, materials, signage, and many other things. And the program, which also identifies citywide improvements such as ADA upgrades in all of our parks and the playground replacements in all of the parks so that all of our residents can enjoy some improvements soon in the near future. And of course, this whole program looks at all the gaps and needs, including an item recently brought up for our park in the Pullman area, which has not been scored, but is part of this list, even though this list is just showing the scored items. And together, these all create the outline for our next steps. And so it's a really exciting opportunity for us to take council direction and then layer them and merge them with all of these important requests to make a comprehensive plan and proactively improve the Richmond public realm. And on the next slide, we have a lot of really fun statistics that show you what we're working on. And I think many of you have seen them before, so I'm going to let you take those in and we'll pass it off to Darren.
Good evening, Darren Fitzpatrick, Assistant Deputy Director of Public Works for Operations and Maintenance. I'm going to provide a brief update for our streetlight program and plan. We currently have 4 projects that are active. The Dornan Tunnel Lighting, which is in design phase, Richmond Arden Lighting in construction phase, our streetlight master plan, which is in the study phase, and then our streetlight program installing solar lighting citywide, which is in construction. To date, we have installed 163 new solar lights in just 6 months as part of number 4 on your list there. And those initial 12 sites, 9 of which are complete, were picked through institutional knowledge and requests. And as we move forward and that master plan is complete, we will then begin using the data within the plan to help prioritize and select new locations. Next slide. The next slide, you have some photos of the projects that were completed and also 10 to 12 target locations that have been identified again through institutional knowledge and or requests. These are not in any particular order other than the Carlson Boulevard, which is an extension of the work that was already done. We have not prioritized these in any particular way, so we're always open to new requests and locations.
Then we're going to pass to Gail Payne, our new Senior Transportation Planner.
Thank you, Daniel. Again, my name is Gail Payne, and good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council, staff, and community members. I'm presenting on the transportation programs, and I also want to recognize Janie Lockman, the Associate Transportation Planner. We're a team of 2 for transportation planners, and the other transportation team, Daniel, Joseph, Halal, and Avanesh in finance. And Public Works, since I've been here the past couple of months, we've taken the opportunity to reorganize the existing projects and upcoming projects into these 2 new categories here. The first one being Complete Streets Program with a focus on major streets, especially high injury corridors. We call that our high injury network. The second program under the transportation program is the Neighborhood Safety and Access Program. We consolidated all these different programs into one that focuses on local streets so that we could tackle these projects in a more efficient way by corridor or neighborhood area. And keep in mind, when we receive community requests, they tend to be for these local streets. People look outside their windows at their homes, they see people speeding, they want to see traffic calming in their neighborhood. So that's the focus of this program. And for both programs, we're going to be using and already have used a data-driven process with project scoring criteria to select the projects. Next slide, please. And first I'll go into the Complete Streets program and then
I'll talk about the neighborhood program. For Complete Streets, it's just to acknowledge that it's somewhat of a confusing term. There's many different components of a Complete Streets. For our Complete Streets program, it's focused on major streets. These are the wider streets in town where more speeding at higher speeds can happen, making the injuries more severe. And so what we're doing here is going from car-centric, car-oriented to people-oriented, as this graphic shows, thank you to Joseph, that going left to right, we're trying to create more space for people with disabilities, people who bicycle, people who drive the speed limit with traffic calming, buses, safe crosswalks, lighting, sidewalk, and tree canopy. Next slide, please. For the Complete Streets program's 5-year CIP, I'm glad you have your vests because there's a lot of, as you see, quite a significant number of active projects there. And in the dark red show that the majority of these projects are on the high injury corridor, the HIN, and the others improve access to BART, the port, the Bay Trail, freeway, parks, and many of them are either in design or construction soon. So this year and next year, very busy. So again, we're glad you have your vests because you'll be going out to those ceremonies. And after 2027 and 2028 and onwards, there's staff capacity to take on more work. So that's what planners are doing, is looking at that next wave of projects. And next slide, please. We don't have a bar chart yet. This map does help show Richmond's progress on improving the HIN, and the green is constructed, the dark red is design and process, and then the black shows the process, the projects that are in process by CCTA and AC Transit. We are really fortunate to have them on board and actively improving these high injury corridors. And the table on the left shows why it's so important to be addressing these high injury corridors, because that's where the more serious crashes are. Next slide, please. And then the last slide under the Complete Streets program is the unfunded 10-year plan. And the goal here is to address all the high injury corridors. And the first 3 rows are additional requests. The rows 4 through 10 are grants that are either in progress or been submitted. And then the last 3 rows are the remaining high injury corridors that we still need to look for grants for. And the next slide, please. And the last 2 slides are on the newly created Neighborhood Safety and Access Program. And we have 5 active projects. This upcoming year, we want to continue progress on the McBride design and continue with quick builds. And then last slide, next slide, please, is the Neighborhood Safety and Access Program, the unfunded 10-year plan. And the first 2 rows show additional requests. The next numbers 3 and 4 show how much these kinds of neighborhood approaches cost for the McBride and the Ream 24th, 26th Street, an estimated cost of $3 to $6 million. And then the last 4 rows are submitted grants or in process grants. And that concludes my presentation, and I'd just like to thank the team for all their work and patience with me as I have been getting up to speed.
Thank you, Gail. Moving along with a concrete program, citywide concrete program. We have 5 active projects. We're talking about the 2026 sidewalk shaving project that, well, all of these 5 active projects will be complete this upcoming fiscal year. We have the ADA transition plan, the Blue Curve policy development, the citywide concrete program, shaving plus remove and replace, and citywide roadway signs and streetlights. I would like to highlight that a work that it has not been announced as much, for example, of the solar lighting, but it's a very important one. We have recently completed 1,300 locations in shaving, and when I talk about shaving, It's it provides a lot of savings to the city because we don't need to go and remove the concrete and put it back because that's more expensive and time consuming. Shaving, you basically level up the area, you remove a little bit of the concrete, and we have done that so far with a contractor. As I said, 1,300 locations, almost 9,000 linear feet. I want to give you just a very overall view of that. So far, as I said, it's 1,300 locations, but that's only 40% of the work complete. We're going to complete all the shavings around parks, all the parks in the city of Richmond. By the time we're done, which is going to be by July 1st, we are going to have completed almost 3,500 locations. And that will be 19,000 linear feet of shaving. The next step is going to be everything around the schools. And everything around schools is a project cost of $850,000. We're asking for $900,000 just to be on the safe side. And we already completed the work around Civic Center. We're talking about 102 specific locations. Let me just go very quick over the next slide so you can see the parks. I mean, when you see in each of these parks, the green dots are the ones that have been completed, orange are in progress, and the red ones are scheduled. As I said before, this is going to be done by July 1st, okay? So this is, again, almost 3,500 locations. I'm talking about those dots that you see there. You keep going in other parks. As you can see, for example, the Mira Vista Park right now, it has all scheduled. We have not completed it yet. But again, all of them will be completed by July 1st. And we can keep going, right? Other parks, continue parks. And as I said, the next step is going to be schools, right? You can see all these parks. I mean, you can see in the marina all the green ones. The ones in yellow are in progress. Parks. And now we're going with the next phase that we haven't started yet. We need the money. That's what we're asking for. And that's why you see red dots here. That's around schools. That's the next step that we want to address, schools. And that's, as I said, a request of $900,000. You can see still all the schools. They have been identified, all the locations where we need to go and work and do these repairs, right? But the next step is not only shaving. There are some things that you cannot just shave. If you go, I would say, an inch and 3/4 lip, you better remove and replace. And that's when you need the next phase that is going to be right now. We're estimating it at $3.3 million just around parks. So we're going to follow the same logic. First parks, then the schools. And then we'll continue with the ADA transition plan. Whatever the ADA transition plan tells us that we are right now updating, we'll follow that. But that's going to be, that is part of the request that we have. So we move to pavement. I mean, you have heard me a lot saying that this is where I would put all my money if I can, $18 million. I see Councilmember Jimenez saying no, no, no. So I'm talking about $11 million, but you can see right now, we're finalizing the 2025 rubberized Cape Seal project. You'll see whatever you're seeing out there with the contractors' equipment, that's what we're doing. We also have our in-house crew doing work, and we are going to start in the summer the 2026 base repair project. And I want to talk a little bit about that one in the next slide, but I want to bring your attention to the $11 million that we're talking about, how we would distribute that $11 million. $4.5 million would go to the 2026 base repair project, and that's going to make sense when I see the next slide. And then we need to start the design for 2027, and we need to continue with the in-house paving. I want to make a very important note when you talk about paving and paving budgets. That doesn't include only the asphalt that you see on the road. That also includes the ADA curb ramps that by federal law we need to upgrade every time we pave. So the cost, when we ask about $11 million, includes the curb ramps already. So a big portion of that goes to concrete work. This is the map that I wanted to present. This is what we are targeting to address in the next round, starting this year. This is the major arterials and collectors, right, that they would need a rehabilitation. The type of treatment that we need there is not the type of treatment that we have implemented in the past 2 years. It's more expensive, it's more structural, and that's what is called rehabilitation. However, the first step in the rehabilitation is to do base repairs, localized base repairs. And for that, we're going to need almost $8 million just for base repairs, and then for a total of $42 million to do these many streets. That's why we're talking about a process of from 2026 to 2029. This is just a reminder of...
Point of order, I didn't understand what base repair was.
Localized base repairs, you basically dig out all the way to the base, right? And it's when the most damaged localized areas. So if you don't address them, then it starts expanding. It makes them more expensive. Yes, well, yeah. And this is just a reminder, what we did in 2024 was a program called a Slurry Seal. The advantage of that program is that we address streets that were ideal for this type of treatment and allow us to treat many, many streets in the city. And that doesn't trigger ADA curb ramps by federal law, which allow us to use the money just in pavement. However, this year, this is from last year, but we're finalizing the project this year. The type of treatment is rubberized cape seal that triggers ADA curb ramps. So a portion of the funding that we have, and you can say it varies, sometimes it's between 25 to 35% of the budget you have goes specifically for ADA curb ramps. And that is exactly what it would affect moving forward, because the type of treatment we're going to do triggers curb ramps all the time. And with that, concludes our CIP presentation. And for those Mandalorian, I have to say it, for those Mandalorian fans, I have spoken.
Good evening, Emily Combs, Finance Director, and I'm just going to close out with a quick announcement about procurement because it touches all aspects of our operations. So this slide highlights the importance of maintaining consistent and compliant procurement practices across the organization. So procurement requirements are not simply...
The point of order, so Public Works is done or it's a part of that?
This is the second to the last slide. We have to wrap up. We think it's important as the City Council is preparing to make requests of city staff that we remind the public and the council what is required in terms of our procurement, so that as you're making requests with your checklist, we're all reminded of how what the process needs to entail.
But it's general, not Public Works.
Correct.
So we want to thank Public Works for all the great work.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's just an awkward slide placement. Thank you, Daniel. So Richmond's procurement framework establishes clear approval thresholds, competitive bidding requirements, and internal controls designed to support accountability and compliance. So under the city's current procurement policies, contracts over $10,000 require city council approval. Purchases over $50,000 require a formal competitive process. And sole source or emergency purchases must be properly justified and documented. So strong procurement practices are especially important as the city manages a growing number of grants, which you saw, capital projects, and operational initiatives. So failure to follow these procurement requirements can result in delayed payments. They can result in audit findings, loss of grant eligibility, contract disputes, and just overall increased organizational risks. So it's very important. Maintaining consistent procurement compliance helps ensure the city resources are managed responsibly while protecting public trust. Next slide. And here's a look at our next steps. So we'll return on June 16th to present the budget checklist and final adoption on June 23rd. Next slide. And here's the recommended action before you today to continue to receive the draft fiscal year 26-27 budget, as well as the CIP, which you heard tonight, received updates from the Department of Operations, which we concluded, I believe, tonight. We've got through all the departments. And then, and upon completion of those departmental presentations, to provide direction to staff prior to final budget adoption. Thank you so much.
And Mayor, I would like to, this is our MLT team here at our retreat. And I just want to take an opportunity to thank the council for listening to all of our colleagues. There are many team members across the city that were involved in putting together these presentations that now serve as a remarkable illustration of the great work that is happening in the city of Richmond. This is the best city team that we've ever had. And I feel so lucky and privileged to work alongside them. They work nights, weekends, and they're extremely committed to serving people in our community and meeting people where they are, and doing so in an equitable manner. I want to also just highlight that as you receive the presentations, I hope that you were able to see the cultural shift that has happened within the city organization, that not only are people working hard, but they're working hard collaboratively, that we have highly skilled colleagues, and that everyone is working in partnership and with grace, serving collaboratively with our community-based organizations and businesses. So thank you very much, Mayor, and I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, and thank you. Leadership is bringing the best out of the people around you, and you've done a fantastic job of that. I can see
Thank
it.
you.
Anytime I walk through the city of Richmond, I see all the great work that the entire team is doing, and I really, really appreciate it. We should give the entire team a round of applause. So we are 17 minutes into our next session, but we haven't adjourned this one. So if anyone has any comments at this time, please feel free to raise your hand. If not, I will adjourn and we can move on to the next.
We do have public
Oh,
comment.
yes.
Okay, so we currently have one in-person speaker. If you are joining us by Zoom, please raise your hand at this time. Cordell Hindler.
So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Hindler, and I wanted to thank the staff for all these presentations that I've heard in the last 2 weeks. So you're wondering what I have in this hand. So as I was taking notes at the last meeting, this is what I am, my own little checklist. So I looked at some of the positions in economic development, and once again, we need more of these positions, because as I've been listening to all the asks of the presentations, so I'm thinking to myself, they need more staffing, because part of this requires a lot of staffing, because I'm just happy that we got through the whole budget checklist. So I did my checklist, so now it's your turn to do your little checklist. So with that, that's pretty much it. So thank you to city staff for all your presentations in the last 2 weeks. That's it.
And now we'll move on to our online speakers.
We have 3 online speakers. They are Ben Terrio, Carrie Sullivan, and Kevin. Ben, you may begin. You will each have up to 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Obviously, 2 minutes is not enough time to cover the many different things addressed in here, but I'll just focus on the last part of the slide. Recruited and onboarded 193 employees in total. Well, how many people left? Achieved a 2% reduction in the annual turnover rate. You know, that's some fun stats and mumbo jumbo of wording. Well, what was that last year? I think it would be good to know what those numbers actually mean. These are the kind of things that, I mean, again, you can put forward these things without any type of background, but it's not really an actual display of, you know, what the reality is on the ground. So it's great to pat people on the back and all that, but if you're not asking a lot of questions, if you're not challenging anything, then are you guys really doing your job up there? That's, I think, a fair question. And then let's just go back in general to the overarching budget about the vacancy rate. You know, that's essentially built-in austerity. That's what that is, and that's what that means. go way back to the beginning of the presentation, but I think it's concerning on the framing. The hiring figures again show earlier references employees hired without corresponding separations data, which I talked about, and would give the council a clearer picture on net staffing trends. Again, slide about a vacancy rate and how much money that generates in vacancy savings. That vacancy assumption is part of what keeps the budget from being structurally unbalanced or requiring to draw on reserves. So I would suggest that a budget that depends on positions remaining unfilled is not, in the strict sense, structurally necessarily balanced. And that assumption that
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Carrie Sullivan.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, very good. I just want to say good evening to everyone in attendance. My name is Carrie Sullivan, Richmond resident. I currently sit on the board for the CCRP Community Crisis Response Program as a CAB member. I know that last week we were trying to speak on this issue, but right now, board feels strongly that care navigators are vital for the ROC program to truly serve the community as intended. The ROC team and staff have stated a need for care navigators. The board unanimously voted to recommend care navigator positions in the budget presented to council. We see that it was not in the presentation council received, so the board would love the opportunity to present directly to council. And so essentially, we feel that the care navigators are a core and integral part of the success of this program. Positions for this coming fiscal year is in our bylaws to regularly present to council, and we love to start doing that now. So we thank you guys very much and hope that you'll take this into consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin. Kevin, please state your name for the record and you may begin.
Thank you. Kevin Tisdale, President, SCIU. Going back on a few things, again, a suggestion I have, if we're going to do a 2.5-hour presentation, if we're going to take breaks to allow public comment during some of that, if that's allowed, vacancy rate going from 11% this fiscal year to 14%, what's the impact of that? I think we're already stretched very thin. So if you increase that, again, what's the effect? In specific areas, limited term revenue. Currently, the council has the settlement fund sitting in an interest-bearing account. How much was made off of that? What has been done with that? What's the policy direction for that account? Again, I think it's important that those numbers are put out there so we can understand where and how it's being utilized. Jumping around a bit. Finance by the numbers, how many staff were responsible in bringing in the income you reported for business license and a few of the other areas, and then what amount of income or money was missed due to vacancies or projects that couldn't be fulfilled. As far as projects, public works, there's a lot of things funded, unfunded, but there's a lot of maintenance we already need and have. So focus on maintaining safely what we have versus kind of the new shiny object. And then lastly, last year I reported there was an issue in the basement, almost cost an employee their life. So thank you, council, for supporting that item as that communication has been established. So the EOC, radio, and cell phone usage is effective in the basement of City Hall. So with that, thank you.
That was it?
That was our last speaker.
Okay, yes. I noticed that we do have a lot of questions that were asked and were answered. So this is the time for the discussion. Are there any council members that? Discussions or questions? Direction. Well, discussion before direction. Yeah, so.
Mayor, if I may, can I just make one clarifying point regarding headcount? So in fiscal year 2021, we were at 581 FTEs. now we're at approximately 673 FTEs, and so that's a net increase of 92 FTEs. So I just want to clearly state that for the administrative record, so everyone's clear in terms of where we're at. We believe that the current headcount is what we will need to remain at, given that MOU negotiations are currently in progress, and we have been directed by council to have a separate process for the revenue that is the limited term revenue, and so that process will commence as directed by council.
Okay. So, yes, Councilmember Jimenez.
I think, can you clarify how is this process? Are we going to have questions right now, or how do we?
If through the chair, Mayor, did you want to go ahead and allow questions? We can type them down, and then we will, as we did last time, you have attachment that has the 35 questions and the responses. Then we will bring those back to you. You'll be provided those in advance of the 16th.
Okay. So I have a couple of questions.
And then, unless the mayor wants to.
Yeah, no.
Or provide something other, or if he wants to do discussion now. I defer to him.
The directions for the budget session says to receive updates on departmental operations or services for the following departments, and we've done that. And then it says provide the direction to staff prior to final budget adoption. But in order to provide direction, we have questions to ask, and the directions are suggestions as to how the budget should be allocated. You know, for instance, earlier you said, my question earlier.
Question 35.
Yeah, question 35. With 684 full-time equivalents currently budgeted, what process is used to determine the allocation of 13 new positions, which you said we would be able to hire according to the budget that we anticipated? So I do have some suggestions as to what those positions should be, but I wanted to have a discussion before I gave direction, and that discussion does entail questions.
Mr. Mayor, don't you think we need another special session for those questions and discussions and direction to the city staff? I mean, we're already half an hour past the time for the regular session.
All right, so then we should decide when that special session is going to be.
We can have it on June 2nd.
That's election day, so generally that's why the clerk's office doesn't have us meeting that day.
Well, we can pick another date.
Right, the mayor could call a special meeting.
Yeah, so.
June 9th, maybe?
June 9th?
Can we set up a process so that way, how do we get the questions all that day and surprise staff? Should we email them before? Should we meet with staff before? I think we should, so that way we can come back.
Well, let's set a date first. Okay, June 9th. How many council members can meet June 9th? Okay, so.
What's June 9th? At what time, June 9th?
3:30 to make sure we have enough time?
6:30.
6:30.
So, Mr. Mayor, what was the June 16th meeting regarding?
The budget.
Approval of the budget.
Approval of the
I
budget.
thought that was where we were gonna.
No, that's when we approve it.
Okay.
So we have to.
Okay, I thought it was the 23rd.
Mayor, if I may, the approval is calendared for the 23rd, but.
Right.
Right.
That's why I was asking, so what's this?
But we need to have several meetings before that, because we will have suggestions. Staff will have to go.
Okay, I was just trying to understand what the 16th was
Staff will
for,
have to
if we were
evaluate the
finalizing on the
suggestions and
23rd.
Come back to us with the final.
Thank you.
Budget to approve. So, we're all in agreement for a special session June 9th at 6:30.
Mayor, can we start at?
6 p.m. to make sure we have
Can we
enough
meet
time?
at 3:30?
I'm sorry?
Can we meet at 3:30?
At 3:30?
Yeah, we need to make sure we have enough time for everything.
Okay, well then, I better check my calendar here. Okay, 3:30, everyone in agreement for 3:30? June
Yes.
9th?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so we will schedule a special session, budget session for June 9th at 3:30.
Got it. Good.
Okay, well, in that case, we will receive this and we will provide direction on June 9th at 3:30.
Quick
Yes.
question, shall we email our questions beforehand?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, okay.
I
So
already
then-
sent
so
a
then
set
with
of
that-
questions, I didn't receive any acknowledgement.
Okay, I will double check where we, for transparency, all the questions were compiled and were provided as an attachment to the staff report so the public can be aware of all questions received and the answers that were provided.
Thank
If
you.
anyone has questions about how to access the questions and responses, you can call the city manager's office at 510-620-6512. Thank you.
And for transparency, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 questions from Councilmember Bana.
Oh, I submitted, that's from the first one, I submitted another set of questions.
You only get one.
Yeah. I
Okay.
will submit another set, so 3 sets.
I think the clerk's office said our time has expired. No, I'm just kidding.
So with that, we will table this discussion until June 9th, and this budget session is over. And now it's time to start the next.
Great.
Shall we take a 5-minute break before we continue?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll adjourn for 5 minutes, we'll come back at, let's make it 8
like
minutes. So that
You're
we're
like my
back at
daughter. Actually, now she
6:40.
likes them. They're good.
Be ready to start at 6:40.
All right, good. Do you have other type of dates? Do you have other dates?
We never got to discuss
Yeah, I know.
We just heard and listened,
Dates?
and then we're supposed to do something.
You don't get any dates?
Welcome back, everyone. I know that our breaks loosen up the audience as well as the city council, but I'm very happy to have you all here. So if we can have silence in the audience. We'll start with
Roll call.
roll call.
Councilmember Bonner,
I'm here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
Vice Chair Robinson is away for roll call, and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
The next item is agenda review, and the clerk's office did receive requests to pull 2 items. Item P3A by Councilmember Bonner honoring a proclamation honoring the Richmond Community Volunteers, and item P11B like boy, requested by Councilmember Brown accepting a Caltrans grant.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Uh,
I pulled the item to honor the people in person, but they're both very sick. So I'd like to honor them in June, please, at the end of June. If you could move that item the last meeting in June for a
I'm
presentation.
sorry, I missed that. One more time.
P3A to June.
P3A, move it to June.
Sure.
Thank
exactly.
you.
And I'm sorry, I need to go back to statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none.
there and then.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Mr. Mayor, before Deputy Lundy, I just want to let you know that I received the information needed for P11B, so it could remain on the consent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. And I'm moving S3, consider amending Richmond Municipal Code Chapter Fireworks, and S4, recommending dedicating the literacy space in the Richmond Public Library to consent calendar. Well, then,
Should we second or you decide?
Not yet, we're still pulling. So, Mr. Mayor, I spoke to staff as well, and for Q2, if we can hear that item for the next meeting, I just wanted to have some time to being able to, this is in regards to the HLMD, have some more time to being able to meet with staff. We haven't been able to meet the past couple of attempts, so just want to have a little more time on Q2.
I will not move Q2. Q2 needs to be heard. It's a timely issue.
Yeah, but moving it to the
No.
future.
It just has to be done by June 30th.
It's not, I'm not moving it.
Why not?
So,
I have one more,
Then-
just to complicate things.
Hold on, I'm gonna make
Before
a.
we move on to another
Yeah.
thing,
Hold on, I'm going to make a motion to move the Q2 to the next meeting because we need more time, I need more time to speak with staff on that.
Yeah, so there wasn't, I think you're just on those, the consultant is here tonight, but I don't think you're actually, you're saying to have it on a subsequent meeting for consideration. You're not actually approving it tonight. Right, like there's a multi-step process for the LMDs. This is just like step 1. So tonight, you all, last year at the budget process, you asked to hear from SCI, we retained SCI consultants to give background on the level of service citywide. That was what the council asked for, like what is the citywide service levels, and then what is the service levels in these specific districts. So we wanted to make sure before you adopted the budget, right, or have your in-depth budget discussion, you got a chance to hear from the consultant. So then, because that was what there was a great deal of concern about that in the last budget cycle, so I just want to flag that. If after the presentation, we're happy to continue to meet. We just wanted to make sure to get that information to the council before you adopted the budget.
And just so we're clear, though, tonight's action approves a resolution approving the report itself, but then setting a public hearing, and you have to have a regularly noticed public hearing for that assessment. So, and that's been noticed now for June 23rd.
For the meeting on June 23rd? Okay.
Is that helpful?
Yeah, I still want to meet with staff beforehand.
Okay, and then you wanted to
I
speak?
wanted to discuss S3. I don't want to do it on consent.
Okay, well, I've moved it to consent. We'll have to vote if you want to not have it on consent. We'll need a motion and a second to not move it.
Okay, I'll make a motion to not move S3 to consent.
Do we have a second?
I second that.
All right, let's take a vote.
Councilmember Bonner,
No.
Councilmember Brown,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
No.
Vice Mayor Robinson is absent, and Mayor Martinez.
No.
The motion fails with Councilmembers Jimenez and Wilson voting yes.
I would like to make one disclaimer. It's asked for 90 days, but I'm not sure that staff will have the capacity to hear it within 90 days. So I hope that's taken into consideration.
Yeah, it was actually a lot sooner, and staff said 90 days, so that's actually the number they gave for timing.
Okay, that was the number they gave when they thought they had more capacity.
This was just last week.
Yes, I know, and things have changed.
Change. Yeah, I mean,
Things
we
have
could be
changed quickly.
flexible.
Yeah, on Friday, we had a significant change, so we just need time to make sure the council has information in June on that. And then we also have the ALS polling that's taking place, so we need to stay on top of those two things that are extremely time sensitive.
I have one more correction under the city attorney's office, P1A. It needs to be continued to the June 16th meeting, please.
Okay, P1A.
You have a reason?
Okay. So, City Clerk, can you reiterate the changes?
Yes. So we have item P3A being continued to the June meeting. I believe that's going to be June 16. Yes. And then we have items S3 and S4 moving to the consent calendar on tonight's agenda. And then we have item P1A that's currently listed on the consent calendar. That will also be continued to the June 16th meeting. Okay? All right. Moving on to the report from the city attorney on final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening. Since there was no closed session tonight, there's nothing to report.
The next item is item N1 under commendation, report from the city manager.
KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council, Richmond Community, Shasta Curl, Richmond City Manager. As a reminder, all of the items in this report can be found in the city's weekly report or by calling the city manager's office at 510-620-6512. This is a beautiful picture. This is our new Shields Reed Park that is almost finished. So it's beautiful. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that under Public Works Week. Next slide. Just a quick recap on, we had the 42nd Annual Senior Information and Health Fair on May 20th. Next slide, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's always a really great event. I want to thank all the city staff at community-based organizations, volunteers and attendees who came out and received information to improve their health and wellness. This is a great event that we have hosted for now 42 years. It's really phenomenal that we're able to come together and support our seniors. Next slide. Last week on May 21st at Shields Reed Park, we honored Public Works with Public Works Appreciation Day. It was really an amazing event, and I'm thankful that in this slide it does not show Chief Simmons and I on the zip line, but the zip line is just phenomenal. So we've already tried it out. We promise that it's safe. It's a lot of fun. Just make sure you put your feet up when you go. But it's I really would like to thank everyone in the Public Works Department. This sort of project is really an indication of all of the city coming together to support a project. And in particular, want to acknowledge Janae Levine-Snipes, who originally put forward the grant proposals to get this the funding moving, and also want to thank Darcy, who presented this evening, for all her work actually moving this project forward. And it's just a beautiful, phenomenal, best-in-class park. And so we're beyond excited to have this new asset in our community. And in addition to renovating the entire park, there's a lot of improvements in terms of like the sidewalk upgrades and signage and things of that nature that are happening, and lovely, beautiful public art. So this is a great testament to all departments coming together to support our community, and we're really excited for the official groundbreaking to take place in the coming weeks. Next slide. We want to make sure that everyone knows that Juneteenth will take place on June 20th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at Nickel Park. This is going to be a great event in our community. It's an annual event. We will, in addition to honoring culture and history in Richmond, it's an opportunity for us as a community to get together. There's going to be live music and entertainment, local vendors, and cultural performances, food, arts, and crafts. This is an important event in our community and for the country. And I want to thank Michelle Milam and Deputy Chief Rico Recon for all their annual support in supporting the Juneteenth committee. There's a committee of volunteers that puts this event together. The city, like with the 16 other community events, does provide some financial support, but this work happens via community committee, and it is not led by the city. If anyone has questions regarding this event, you can email Michelle Milam at mmilam@richmondpd.net. She's always been working collaboratively with this committee for as long as I can remember, and want to really thank and acknowledge her for making sure this rich cultural celebration continues. Next slide. And coming up, the Music on the Main is scheduled to kick off the first of a series of concerts will take place on June 18th from 5 to 7:30 p.m. at the lot. And so you'll have an opportunity to bring your friends and family to celebrate and hear Andre Theory and enjoy a lot of great food. Thank you so much and have a wonderful evening.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just clarify, I want to clarify that item P3A, the proclamation honoring the emergency communications volunteers, will go on the last meeting in June. I believe I misheard you. Okay, thank you. All righty, so our next item is a proclamation, item N1, honoring Abigail Sims Evelyn for her service and contributions to literacy and community uplift in Richmond. I would also like to make sure that we note all of the sponsors for this item, including Mayor Martinez, Council Members Brown, and Council Members Jimenez. We have one speaker for this item. If you are joining us by Zoom, please raise your hand at this time. Okay.
Would you like to hold on to it?
It's so beautiful.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. I'm excited because this is a celebration of life. We are honoring Mrs. Abigail Sims Evelyn. And I would like first to thank the mayor for giving me the opportunity to say a few words. Mrs. Evelyn is near and dear to my heart. Tonight is a full circle moment for me. Years ago, I sat in the classroom of one of Mrs. Abigail Sims Evelyn's as one of her students, learning not only about academics, but also life lessons, discipline, compassion, perseverance, and actually taking me to attend my first city council meeting. I could have never imagined then that one day I would stand before her as a Richmond City Council member, honored with the opportunity to now today present her family with this proclamation. Many of us carry pieces of her guidance into our careers, our families, our leadership, and our service to others. It is both a privilege and an honor to recognize Ms. Evelyn's tonight amongst her family, friends, colleagues, former students, and all of those whose lives she has impacted through her fruitful years of service to our communities. So I'll read the proclamation. City of Richmond Proclamation honoring Abigail Sims Evelyn, Director, Richmond Literacy for Every Adult Program, LEAP. Whereas Abigail Sims Evelyn has served the Richmond community with unwavering compassion, leadership, and a profound belief in the power of literacy. And whereas through her role as director of the Literacy for Every Adult program, LEAP, Abigail devoted herself to opening doors for every learner who walked through the program's doors, believing wholeheartedly that reading is not only a skill, but a pathway to dignity, opportunity, and self-determination. And whereas Abigail taught and led with a spirit of kindness, patience, and love, offering encouragement to every student and inspiring her colleagues through her example. And whereas her tireless dedication uplifted not only the individuals she taught, but also their families, who felt the ripple effects of newfound confidence, knowledge, and possibility. And whereas her influence reached far beyond the classroom, enriching the entire Richmond community by championing the belief that literacy strengthens neighborhoods, empowers voices, and expands horizons. And whereas Abigail's lifelong commitment to helping others discover the joy of reading opened minds, built opportunities, and transformed countless lives.
Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City of Richmond honors and celebrates Abigail Sims Evelyn for her extraordinary service, her compassionate leadership, and her enduring contributions to literacy, learning, and community uplift. And be it further proclaimed that the City of Richmond hereby ceremonially proclaims July 3rd as Abigail Sims Evelyn Day in recognition of her lasting impact on Richmond's learners, families, and broader community. So is there someone to receive this?
Yes, her own family. Yes, everyone who's a part of the Sims family is welcome to come up. Please, this is her beautiful daughter.
Thank you so much.
Please say a few words.
Yes, so sorry. True honor to be able to get this on behalf of my mom. She loved dedicating her services to the city of Richmond, where she grew up, and what she believed, and what she just saw the potential, and she saw the greatness that this city had to offer. And she would be smiling and be so grateful and thankful that you guys are honoring her, because she truly loved you all. So I thank you.
Stay up here for a while. We need some photos. So bring the whole family. And I want to say that when I first met her, she made me feel so special that I thought, wow. But then when I saw that she did the same thing to everyone else, I thought, oh, she not only sees the specialness in me, but she sees the specialness in everyone. And that's what makes her such a great example of leadership. So I really, really appreciate who she is and who she will continue to be for the city of Richmond.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I met Abigail through this work, and she was just like a guidance for me, and really always making me understand the importance of the work of working with the community. She was a beautiful soul, and we are going to miss her. And Yvette is here also. Thank you so much because you also introduced me to Abigail and we became friends, and we are going to miss her in the city.
Anyone else? Well, Abigail is speaking for all of us. So thank you, everyone. So. Speakers?
Yes. And we have one in-person speaker for this item. If you are joining us by Zoom, please raise your hand at this time. Cordell Hindler, you may begin.
So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Henlon. I'm a Richmond resident. So, I want to thank you, Mayor Martinez, for this proclamation because I knew Abigail Sims personally, and she was a dear friend of mine. So, I just couldn't believe how she impacted all of us. So, I'll leave you with this quote from the Bible. In the book of 1 Timothy, chapter 6, verse 12, fight the good fight of the faith, take hold of the eternal life to which you were called when you made your good confession in the presence of many witnesses. She has done it. She has professed in all of us. So I've knew Abigail for a long time, and I said, she is smiling down right in heaven. So with that, think about she has overcome a lot for Richmond. So nice to see you again, Samaria. So it's an honor to know Abigail, and we're all going to miss her. So with that, that's pretty much it.
And now we'll move on to our Zoom speaker.
The Zoom speaker is Kevin Tisdale. Kevin, you may begin.
Thank you, Kevin Tisdale. Being with the city almost 20 years, being from Richmond, when you talk about leadership and not just in the importance of leadership and not, being in a title, but actually taking care of those in your charge, she was about the work for the people. So we want to thank her and because education and reading is power. So thank her for transitioning so many into power. So with that, I rest. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Thank you so much. Next item.
Next item is N2, a proclamation recognizing the 30th anniversary of the Richmond United Soccer Club, the oldest soccer organization in Richmond, and its multi-generational impact and role in crime reduction, pathways to career and educational opportunities, immigrant rights to support Richmond youth and families by providing access to safe, structured extracurricular activities that have been shown to support positive youth outcomes, including improved physical health, academic engagement, and social emotional development in crime reduction, which led to the lowest homicide rates in the history of our city. We have 4 in-person speakers for this item. If you are joining us by Zoom, please raise your hand at this time.
I just wanted to recognize the work that the Richmond United Soccer Club has done for our community, and especially Samantha Torres, who has been an incredible community leader advocating for more spaces for young, the youth in Richmond, but particularly also the girls. I feel proud to say that my girl was part of the soccer team, and it's something that we need. And she continued advocating for more spaces, for more soccer fields, and supporting all of the young folks who you see here. So I want to read the proclamation. Proclamation recognizing the 30th anniversary of the Richmond United Soccer Club. Whereas Richmond United Soccer Club was founded in 1995 and is celebrating 30 years of dedicated services to the youth and families of Richmond. And whereas Richmond United Soccer Club is the oldest soccer organization in the city of Richmond and has provided consistent, accessible, and quality soccer programming for generations of local families. And whereas as an all-volunteer, community-based organization, the club has relied on the commitment and leadership of coaches, parents, and community members to sustain and grow its programs. And whereas Richmond United Soccer Club promotes youth development, teamwork, leadership, and healthy lifestyle through sports participation, and whereas the club has had a lasting multi-generational impact, serving as a positive and unifying force to uplift the youth and their family, thereby strengthening the fabric of the community within Richmond.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Eduardo Martinez, and the members of the Richmond City Council hereby present this proclamation on the 26th day of May, 2026, in recognition of this milestone 30th anniversary of the Richmond United Soccer Club, and extends its appreciation for 3 decades of service, dedication, and positive impact on the community.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so honored to be receiving this on behalf of the Richmond United Soccer Club. I am standing on the shoulders of giants here, folks. I'm only a blip of the history of this organization in Richmond, and it's one of the greatest privileges of my life to be able to serve my community through our youth and through soccer. But this is bigger than me. We need more opportunities for our youth. Time and time again, folks here in this body come here asking for support for our community. And we are one of the organizations that relies on this support. And we want to thank you for the investment. And we're asking for continued investment and consideration so that our organization may be able to serve 30 more years and many more generations of families here in Richmond. Thank you again.
Yes, and before we let other people speak, I want to do a promotional. The soccer club is doing FIFA viewings on the Red Oak Victory Ship. So we need to patronize the club and the Red Oak Victory Ship by attending as many soccer games as possible. So check your FIFA schedule, and we'll see you there.
Good afternoon, people, and I'm gonna be talking about Richmond Richmond United, and so we're gonna talk about why Richmond United is a good team. So Richmond United been helping me since I joined the team, and a lot of times. So I just wanna say thank you for everybody that's been with me, my teammates, my coaches, everybody. And I just like soccer a lot, that I already hope I have a bright future with soccer. And that's like almost any, like, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you, everyone.
And our four in-person speakers are Cordell Handler, followed by Anderson, Samantha Torres, and Tulia will be our last in-person speaker. Cordell Handler, you may
Thank
begin.
you. So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Henley, and I'm a Richmond resident. So, congratulations on 30 years in the United. But I do have a gift to celebrate on that. And let me quote the scripture again. In the book of Romans, chapter 12, verse 21, do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. And every time I be watching this league exceed their expectations, I was like, wow, this is amazing. So keep on for another 30 years. So I'll still be around for another 30 years. So with that, I'll pass my time to the next speaker.
Next speaker is Anderson.
Right here? Okay. Right in front of the mic. That's my man. That's my man.
You may begin, Anderson.
Good afternoon, and I'm gonna be talking about again soccer. So Richmond United is a great team, and we need like more soccer fields where we can practice and play. And I hope that we can like get more fields for Richmond so it can practice and new things. And the park right like over there, I wish we're gonna have that park. And if any of your kids or family members are included to join a soccer team, you can just come to us and we can probably make his dream happen. That's all that I have to say today.
Good job. Next speaker is Samantha Torres.
Okay. To be fair, Richmond also needs fields. Good evening. My name's Samantha Torres. I'm here as the president of the Richmond United Soccer Club. I'm also a parent in the club and a volunteer coach. I want to thank, first of all, the council. I know it seems like there's not a lot of gratitude here, but we are very grateful to have the attention and the investment thus far into creating more opportunities for our community to play the sport. As a reminder, based on the 2010 master plan, the city of Richmond is supposed to have one soccer field for every 5,000 residents. The fields that are currently being built still don't meet those standards. And if we are going to be sincere about the way that we invest, following a master plan is one way we can do that. But I also want to remind you that the investment isn't the responsibility alone of the city of Richmond. We have partnerships with the East Bay Regional Parks District. We have partnerships with our school districts, and you have partnerships with nonprofits like us here who can support and fill in the gap for these needs for recreational uses. The McDonald Minifield project proposes exactly that, utilizing vacant government-owned land from the city of Richmond. And mind you, this has been vacant over a decade. We're asking for temporary activation. We're asking for support from the city to develop a proposal that would be acceptable and that will be able to go to you for approval. Thus far, we've had a very difficult time actually getting city staff to work with us to present a proposal that is worthy of your time for reviewing. So the investment is coming, right? We know Shields Reed is up and running. We are chomping at the bits, folks. If you can't tell from these kids, we can't wait for that field. But more needs to be done. And we're asking to support, we're asking to be a part of it. Please consider the McDonald Minifield project. Please consider recommending staff to work with us. Thank you.
And our last in-person speaker is Tulia. Tulio?
Buenas tardes con todos presentes. Mi nombre es Tulio Merino Bosa. Muchas gracias por la invitación al Richmond United Soccer. Y lo único que le puedo decir es que creo que los niños son el futuro. El deporte es saludable para ellos. Y lo único que les puedo pedir es que sigamos construyendo más campos deportivos, áreas donde ellos puedan tener más talentos del fútbol, diferentes actividades deportivas. Y muchas gracias.
And that was our last speaker. We do not have any online speakers at this time. Next item is item N3, a proclamation recognizing May as National Bike Month and encouraging residents to participate in biking events. We have one in-person speaker for this item. If you are joining us by Zoom, please raise your hand at this time.
One thing I like about proclamations is it gives us exercise. Well, at WITTAC, yes, come on up. So Maria, Downhill Diva, has helped make bicycling more visible, welcoming, and inspiring in Richmond and across Contra Costa County. Through her energy, advocacy, and example, she reminds people that biking is not just recreation. It is transportation, wellness, community, and freedom. Her contributions to bike awareness have encouraged more residents to see cycling as something they can participate in, whether for health, connection, or simply the joy of moving through the city on two wheels. So I wish I had known you sooner. Yeah. So I'm going to read the proclamation, and if I'm wrong, tell me. But I don't think I am. Whereas the city of Richmond is dedicated to sustainability, health, equity, and economic development, whereas the bicycle is an economical, healthy, convenient, and environmentally sound form of transportation, an excellent tool for recreation and enjoyment of Richmond's scenic beauty, and a form of active transportation, the city of Richmond supports the increased use of bicycles as a preferred mode of commuting. And whereas creating a bicycling free, friendly community that has been shown to improve citizens' health, well-being, and quality of life, attracting tourism dollars, improving traffic safety, supporting student learning outcomes, and reducing pollution, congestion, and wear and tear on our streets and roads. And whereas a bicycle and pedestrian action plan was approved by City Council in February 2023 with the goal of improving safe, efficient, and convenient bicycle and pedestrian travel within the city. And whereas throughout the month of May, the residents of Richmond and its visitors experienced the joys of bicycling through events such as Bike to Wherever Day and Self-Care Sunday rides. And whereas 511 CCTA, the Richmond Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, Bike East Bay, the City of Richmond, and many others promote bicycling during the month of May 2026. And whereas 511 CCTA has named Richmond resident Maria Downhill Diva Contra Costa County's Bike Champion of the Year. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Richmond City Council on May 26, 2026, does hereby proclaim May as Bike Month in Richmond, California, in recognition of this city's commitment to sustainability, health and economic development, and the encouragement of bicycling as a form of active transportation. And this is my only opportunity to get a photograph with the downhill diva, so I would love to take advantage of it.
And I would like to ask other people who are here to also join.
Yes, please.
Please.
This would not have been. These people rode with me here. We're Bikes, Burgers, Brews. We ride out El Cerrito every Tuesday. And so I subject them to this proclamation. But out of fun, and the big thing out of this, as you can see, it's about community. It's beyond just two wheels. It's about community. I actually been cycling for 15 years, and some of us just rode 100 miles from North Concord, Martinez to Livermore and back together. And the week before that, I did a 2-day climate ride in fight of climate justice. And that I did 44 miles in one day and 20 miles the next day with 4,000 feet of climbing. So anyone can ride a bike. It's all accessible. If you have support, if you have encouragement, if you have someone by your side from the back or the front or in between, we all support each other on this journey together. And without them, I wouldn't be here. They nominated me. And more importantly, I stand on the shoulders, as someone said earlier, of others. I'm not here alone. I did not do this alone. But I appreciate everyone being here to support me in championing more advocacy for bikes in different ways throughout the city of Richmond, and as well as all over the Bay Area.
Thank you. I appreciate the work of everyone. My name is Sohaila Bana. I'm a District 4 representative. I would like to invite everyone to my district to make it bikeable. Corey already lives there. Danny has been there. I invite you to come, take a look, help us. So in the future, hopefully we'll have District 4 bikeable as well. Thank you so much.
All right. So, is there anyone going to take a photograph of me and the diva? All right. Yeah, come over here. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much. Thanks to all of you.
Maria, on your proclamation, and it's like, it's amazing. I want to thank Mayor Martinez for this honor for Maria, and it's amazing because anybody can ride a bike. It don't matter what age you are. It's never too late to ride a bike. Never, never. So with that, congratulations, Maria, on your award, and that's pretty much it.
Thank you, and that was our last in-person speaker, and we do not have any online speakers at this time. Next item is item N4, proclamation to declare the month of May 2026 as Affordable Housing Month in the city of Richmond to draw attention to the ongoing housing affordability crisis in our region and to renew the city of Richmond's commitment to ensuring that all community members have safe, stable, and affordable places to call home. We have 2 in-person speakers for this item. If you are joining us by Zoom, please raise your hand at this time.
I'm here. Thank you. There is a lot of work that many organizations are doing around affordable housing, and it's a need. So this proclamation is to raise awareness of what people are doing in Richmond, but also to make sure that we continue to advocating for affordability in the city of Richmond. So I will read the Affordable Housing Month in the East Bay. Whereas each year jurisdiction across the Bay Area issue proclamation declaring May as Affordable Housing Month, drawing attention to the ongoing housing affordability crisis in our region. And whereas after 42 years, the East Bay Housing Organization proudly continues to champion affordable housing in the East Bay by fostering a racially and economically just community for all, as quality, affordable homes are vital to creating healthy, safe, and racially just communities, and whereas EdHub members include
Don't interrupt, please.
EdHub members include many nonprofits active in the city of Richmond, East Bay Asian Local Development Corporation, Community Housing Development Corporation, Eden Housing, Richmond Land, Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services had all constructed numerous deed-restricted affordable homes available to low-income residents of Richmond, and whereas EdHub members organization Hope Solution is supporting the development of Richmond Tiny Village Spirit, a community of tiny homes, paired with supportive services dedicating to help 18 to 24-year-old residents transition out of homeless, and whereas current inflation rates and increasing housing costs often result in long-time residents becoming displaced, living in overcrowded homes, or experiencing homelessness, threatening the region's racial diversity and economic opportunity. And whereas in California, there are over 39,000 affordable homes ready to be built, but lacking the finances to be in construction, an $10 billion statewide bond has been proposed to fund the construction of these affordable homes. And whereas for 2 years in a row, both the President and the Governor of California had proposed budgets that dramatically cut funding for affordable housing, which is actualized, will reduce federal affordable housing assistance by 44%. And there are 3 more whereas, and I finish. Whereas the role of local governments and regional bodies has never been so critical in maintaining support for producing, preserving, and protecting affordable housing opportunities for low-income communities, and whereas the housing affordability crisis is a regional issue requiring regional solution and cooperation between local jurisdictions through the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority, and whereas solutions found through stable and affordable housing can help to reduce and alleviate homelessness, support senior families, youth, veterans, immigrants, people with disabilities, and our whole community. Okay.
Therefore, be it resolved that I, Eduardo Martinez, and the members of the Richmond City Council declare May 2026 as Affordable Housing Month, renewing the City of Richmond's commitment to work toward decisions that support affordable and stable housing at the local, regional, state, and federal levels in Richmond, to help ensure that all community members have safe, stable, and affordable places to call home.
I have a speech. It won't take too long. I just didn't want to miss anything. Good evening. My name is Princess Robinson. I grew up here in Richmond, attending Grant Elementary, Levine Dijon, Richmond High, and CC College. I'm now raising my kids here, so this is my home. I have many ties to Richmond and have built relationships with many of you council members for many years now, and I'm glad to be here with you all in this capacity. I've been advocating for alternative solutions towards a just transition for my community for over a decade now in Richmond and West County. And I'm here as a member of the East Bay Housing Organization. EDPO is a member-driven organization convening a diverse coalition that advocates to produce, preserve, and protect affordable housing opportunities for low-income communities here in the East Bay. Thank you, City of Richmond Council, for recognizing Affordable Housing Month and affirming your commitment to affordable housing. I am particularly happy to be able to receive this proclamation on EBHO's behalf as a native to Richmond and leading the first community land trust here in Richmond and West County called Richmond Land. We are a member-based organization that removes land and property from the market and holds into our trust for the long-term benefit of the community. And through my leadership, we have rebuilt our organization and have increased our capacity to scale our model here in Richmond. And since we were able to preserve and protect a triplex that holds 2 BIPOC households on the south side of Richmond that were facing displacement and investor speculation. We were also equitably awarded 4 former project-based housing duplexes in North Richmond to rehabilitate and redevelop into 12 CLT units through our flagship development project called the North Richmond Eco Village. Not only is our model leading a vision for community development, it is also creating permanent affordable home ownership opportunities. We prioritize our collective governance, movement building, and transformative real estate to provide an alternative housing solution to Richmond and West County. We doing something unique here, y'all. Richmond Land maintains the ownership of the land while residents can rent, lease, and purchase homes at permanently affordable prices. And CLT homes are protected with resale restrictions that keep them affordable for future families while residents participate in leadership and decision-making to ensure that development reflects their priorities, their culture, their environment, and long-term neighborhood stability. It is very, very critical and important to keep our community in place. And the land trust, community land trust, is one of the many solutions out here. Last paragraph. This recognition is an honor and a privilege to serve our community with the long-term benefit, the community land trust model. It may be new to Richmond, but historically a model led by our Black ancestors in the South to protect farmlands. Displacement can take many forms, so we're strengthening our model to protect our families, cultures, stories, and homes here in Richmond. On behalf of Richmond Land, we thank you. We thank the City Council, and thank you all for celebrating Affordable Housing Month with us.
Yeah, photo.
I'm on duty today.
Okay.
And we have 2 in-person speakers, Cordell Hindler, followed by Claudia Citrion. Cordell, you may begin.
So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Hindler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So nice to see you again, Princess. And affordable housing is a critical matter, not only in Richmond, but also in West County. So congratulations on your award, and I will pass it to Claudia Citron.
Claudia Citrion.
So why are there suddenly all these proclamations? You had all year time to have those proclamations. Now, 2 weeks before elections, you have them. It's now almost an hour in. It's 8 o'clock. The council meeting started at 6 o'clock. What happened to Randy Jones and the 250K, which were mismanaged? We never heard whether he paid them back or not. What happened that? How about a little bit transparency there? So I just want to commend Princess for pulling the Richmond Land Trust around again. There's a lot of questions the community have which were not answered. I'm also complaining about traditionally all these proclamations are being read by all the council member. It's just, you know, it's a political stunt. It's just so embarrassing. So I'm going to continue later on the same thing. There are priorities, budget season time, and you ponder around with things which should have happened before. Housing is so important. You had people here before in November, in December, January saying they can't pay the utilities. These are real things. So it's not just kind of handshaking and looking pretty on photos. And I yield my time.
And that was our last in-person speaker. We have one speaker joining us by Zoom. We'll move to our Zoom speakers now.
Oh, actually, the Zoom speaker lowered their hand.
Okay, we have no more speakers.
All right, then we'll move on to open forum for public comment.
Tonight, open forum is an opportunity to address the City Council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. As a reminder, item P1A was continued to the June 16th meeting. Item P3A was continued to the June 23rd meeting. And items S3 and S4 have been added to the consent calendar.
Excuse me, before we go to open forum, I need to make sure I'm a little bit sick, and so I'm trying to stick with the meeting. But I need to make sure that it's clear that there's a conflict of interest in the consent calendar on item P5A for me. My partner, Najari Smith, who's the executive director of Rich City, is a part of the grant application for BachMed. And so I will be recusing myself from that and not participating in that vote.
Okay.
Okay.
So when it's time to vote on the consent calendar, we will vote for everything except for P5A. We will do a separate vote for P5A.
Okay, so again, open forum is an opportunity to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. I just mentioned the two items that have been removed or continued actually to a future meeting. Anyone joining us online that wishes to address the council, please raise your hand at this time to be counted. We have, okay, 3 hands by Zoom. During open forum, dialogue between the council and the speaker is prohibited. When your name is called and you are an online speaker, please be ready to unmute yourself to begin speaking. For speakers in the chambers, when your name is called, please come forward and line up behind the speaker podium closest to the wall. For safety reasons, all the aisles, including the area behind the speaker's podium and staff presentation area, must be clear. All speakers should state your name, and your city of residence is optional. Please terminate your address to the council when your time expires. Tonight, we have a total of nine in-person speakers and 4 Zoom speakers. Each speaker will be allowed up to 2 minutes. The City of Richmond welcomes your comments and requests that you present your remarks in a respectful and appropriate manner within the established 2-minute time limit. The first group of speakers are Chief Tim Simmons, followed by Cordell Hindler, Claudia Citrion, Antoine Claude, Janice Hagen, Julie Freestone, Corey Riley, Mark Wasberg, and the last in-person speaker will be Nancy Powell. Chief, you may begin.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I just want to take a moment. My name is Tim Simmons, Chief of Police, City of Richmond, to really acknowledge the work that was done out at Shields Reed Park. I went out there for the grand opening, and I was absolutely just blown away. It is a world-class park, and all of the public works employees, the city manager, the council, anybody that had put their hands on that project, I just want to say it was outstanding. I mean, I wish the young children were still here for the soccer team. I mean, that soccer field is a world-class soccer field. And I was just, I'm speaking because I was absolutely stunned. I've spent years in that area, 20 years in law enforcement and knowing that area, coming as a kid to Richmond, knowing that area, and never in a million years would I have envisioned the transformation of that space and the life that that park has brought to a community. After the grand opening, my wife came into town on BART. I went and picked her up. She had an appointment here in Richmond. Before I could even take her to the appointment, I'm like, you need to go see. And I drove her up to the park and drove her around. And I'm like, look at this. This is amazing. This is truly amazing. And I went back up the next day, walked through the park, and talked to some of the residents that live around there. Talked to one lady, she's in tears, talking about the fact that she just never imagined. Unfortunately, her kids are growing now, but she's with her nephews and her nieces, having family time. Everything about that park, everything screams excellence. And I just want to commend anybody and everybody because I don't even know who all had involvement in that. But I'm telling you, absolute transformation, absolute community transformation, big, huge difference. And I just really want folks that had their hands in that, to whether it was a decision-making, planning, public works, whatever the case might be, to just know job well done. And from a totally different kind of lens of looking at it, I'm telling you, it transformed that whole space. And I'll end my time. That's over already.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Cordell Henler.
For the record, I am shocked that I was first up, so I'll let that slide. So, Richfield.
You gotta get it earlier.
Can I get my time back, please? Thank you. I'll forgive you this time, Tim. So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Henler, and I have wanted to thank the mayors and the rest of the council members for these proclamations regarding Juneteenth. And for the record, a well-known singer will be at Juneteenth on the 20th. So if everybody remembers the 90s, John B. will be in attendance. So I just want to put that on the record. But I do have a poem as far as like Pride Month in June. So here it is. Actually, it's a Bible verse. John 15, verse 13. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. It doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, or bi. It doesn't matter. We are all human beings. We should be treated fair. It doesn't matter. We are here to stay. So it doesn't matter. I am trying to be an example to my nieces and nephews. They want to see, they love their uncle, me. And I'm trying to explain to them that's like, we have to love everybody. It doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, or bi. It doesn't matter. We have to show some love. It doesn't matter. We are not going nowhere. So gay is here to stay. So with that, thank you, Mayor Martinez, Council, for these proclamations. And I will be at Juneteenth on the 20th. So amen.
Next speaker is Claudia Citron.
Okay, now some German love. Council meetings are increasingly ineffective because critical city business, especially budget oversight and public safety, is displaced by political grandstanding, repetitive testimony, and commentary from out-of-town residents. We expect serious deliberation on how taxpayer funds are spent, how essential services are funded, and how the city addresses crime, homelessness, infrastructure failure, and economic instability. Instead, meetings are dominated by ideological activism unrelated of Richmond's immediate operational needs. Public participation and transparency are essential, but the Council has legal and fiduciary duty to conduct efficient and functional meetings. Poor agenda management every beginning of the hour, last time it was 30 minutes, repetitive public comments, routinely delay meaningful public budget reviews and policy analysis until late night when residents are exhausted and public oversight is diminished. Residents who live here pay taxes and bear the consequences of the Council's decisions deserve governments, not political theater. I urge the Council to implement stronger time management, especially at the beginning of meetings, and prioritize residents' input on local matters and maintain focus on the city's core responsibility, which is budget. And particularly the next couple of meetings, it's public safety, city service, and fiscal stability, and not more proclamations which one person reads. I yield my time.
Next speaker is Antoine Claude, followed by Janice Haugen.
Antoine Claude, long-time Richmond resident. Am I good? All right. I can't follow instructions. Antoine Claude, longtime Richmond resident. It baffles me how God works. I came in here last week and told y'all about educating our community around plume clouds. Y'all remember that? I remember King told y'all about that. And guess what happened in Orange County? They're still going on right now. A potential plume cloud. And they told them people evacuate. 40,000 people had to evacuate and they were all getting goofy. You should have seen them on TV. Oh, I got to move, I got to leave. They trying to save your life and you trying to stay at home? No, it's a way to do it. In Richmond, I'm gonna tell y'all again, y'all sitting up here playing with me right now, y'all looking down, I'm being serious. Our community doesn't have a hospital. Our community doesn't have an infrastructure of a tragedy, emergency happen here. And if we don't educate our people who live, work, and play here, I ain't talking about Chevron, I'm talking about Valerio, the battery plant, Sims Meadow. All these entities can cause a problem. And if we don't get ready, we're gonna be in trouble. And I'm asking this city council to come sit with me. I got a plan already written out, budget out, and everything to touch every resident and business in this community to inform and educate and train our community how to help one another just in case that alarm goes off right now. Because if you stay ready, you ain't never got to get ready. Don't get ready when it happened. We had to do what they call preventive measures just in case that our kids know what to do while they're in school. These bike riders that you see riding these bikes know what to do. All these people you see coming in here, something happening. Chevron, y'all talking about Chevron. No, it's bigger than that. It's bigger than that. We are surrounded by refineries. And none of them got this. Let us be the future of how we deal with businesses that come here and make sure that our people are safe. Thank you very much.
Your time has expired. Next speaker is Janice Haugen, followed by Julie Freestone.
Good evening. My name is Janice Haugen, and I live in Richmond. The word fireworks can mean different things. Safe and sane fireworks, such as sparklers, are illegal in our county. But the illegal fireworks that I'm concerned about are the ones Richmond's ordinance defines as dangerous, such as aerial fireworks and M80s. I hope that Richmond's new amended ordinance will have separate fine tiers for safe and sane versus dangerous, because it would be ridiculous to fine someone $1,000 for using a sparkler. As a reminder, fireworks fines are administrative, not criminal. They will never go on a violator's criminal record, require jail time, nor tie up the criminal court system. Regarding enforcement, you often hear that the police cannot catch violators. That's no longer true in Richmond. Last summer, using drones as first responders, over a dozen violators were cited and over $10,000 worth of fireworks was seized. The problem is that Richmond's current fine for a first-time offense is only $250. A violator could discharge dozens, even hundreds of fireworks, and that's the highest fine they could get. It's not enough of a deterrent. The fines need to be significantly higher and be per device discharged. Regarding host liability, it's part of Contra Costa counties and the nearby cities of San Pablo's and Pinol's ordinances. Here are 3 examples of it. I reserve a picnic area in a park. My friend at the picnic shoots off fireworks. I would be held liable as the host unless I called the police to report them. Example number 2, I have a party at a house I own. My guests get caught hauling a pallet of fireworks from the garage out to the street. I would also be liable even if I didn't touch the fireworks. Example number 3, say I'm a landlord. I would make sure that the lease agreement included illegal activity such as fireworks possession or activity was cause for eviction, and that the tenant would be responsible for any administrative fines levied against the property. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Julie Freestone, followed by Corey Riley. Julie.
I'm Julie Freestone. I have lived in Richmond for almost 4 decades. I've spoken over the years on a number of different issues, and I sincerely hope that fireworks fireworks will be controlled, and I can come talk about something else soon. I'm a member of the grassroots Richmond group Stop Illegal Fireworks. Last year, we worked with the city police department, fire department, and public works to make sure everyone in Richmond knew that fireworks are illegal. The police stepped up enforcement, thank you, Captain Lopez, and our survey after July 4th last year reported people felt we had made a dent in reducing the noise and danger, and we still have a lot more work to do. We are delighted to see the City Council stepping up, and all of you, practically all of you here, have done something already. It's great. And this is especially important now for a couple of reasons. First, the City of San Pablo has increased fines for use of illegal fireworks. That means that people in our neighboring city can come here because they see it's a safer, cheaper place to celebrate. That's not okay, and that's not, and illegal fireworks is not a way to celebrate either. That message should be clear. So we hope the council will not only ask staff to draft changes to the ordinance, but keep discussing this issue and take an active role in letting your constituents know that what the consequences are for breaking the law. So soon you will see a rollout of the city's public information campaign, and all of us have a role to play in helping. There will be signs soon for people to pick up to put in their windows and on their lawns, letting people know that fireworks are illegal. There'll be a public service announcement, and if you, so I ask you, all of you out there listening and the City Council, join us. Visit the city's website, visit stopillegalfireworksrichmond.org website, and together, hopefully, we can have a safe and quiet
Your time
July
has expired.
4th.
Thank you.
So thank you.
The next speaker is Corey Riley, followed by Mark Wasberg. Corey, you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council, everyone in attendance and watching. I just wanted to let everyone know about 511 CCTA's programs that are here for supporting clean commutes. So we have a number of different incentive programs that are all aimed at encouraging people to take transit, carpool, bike to work, or college. One of our programs is our Try Transit program, where we offer people free preloaded $25 Clipper cards just to give transit a try instead of driving to work. And now, just as of this week, we're able to preload people's existing accounts. If you have one of the new Clipper accounts, including also using the Clipper app, you can apply on our website, and we can load you with $25 just to get you going on transit, especially if you haven't used transit in, say, over a year. If you could use a little encouragement, we'll give you that $25 just to get you started again. We also have a lot of other incentives, such as a week free on the Richmond Ferry, a week free on the Transbay bus line that AC Transit provides. We also have our Guaranteed Ride Home program. So if you do use transit or carpool to work and there's an emergency, we can reimburse you for Uber, Lyft, or taxi rides home up to 6 times a year in case of emergencies. So I encourage everyone to just go check out our website, and please, if you know any commuters, and I'm sure you all do, please let them know about our programs. Our website is 511cc.org. That's 511cc.org. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg, followed by our last in-person speaker, Nancy Powell. Please turn on the mic.
I got an email from Tom Butt. It says Communist Manifesto Campaign Breakfast. It has your name on it, all 4 of you.
Excuse me, you are not supposed to talk about campaigning.
I'm not campaigning. I'm talking about the breakfast, okay? I'm talking about the breakfast. I got an email from Tom Butt, said that you went to a communist breakfast with the Communist Party, the Democratic Socialist Communist Party that you people belong to, all right? It's all about the breakfast. See, look, people. This is what Tom Butt emailed me, all right? He says that he has a little sickle on there, got a pancake with a little sickle on there, and and he says that you went to the breakfast and you were a member of the Communist Party. Well, we know Aguado went to Detroit to praise Hamas. We all know that. See, this is why the RPA is split on this here. I mean, this is serious stuff. I mean, you take a note to the Constitution, and yet you support communism and terrorism. You support illegal immigrants. You're supporting everything that America's for. I said, you're against everything what America's for, right? We all know what you believe in, so you all stick together, just like a little clan there, because you guys a bunch of commies. That's what Tom Butt wouldn't lie about it, right? Hey, this is going to be great on Thursday night when I present this at the debate. This is going to be real good, right? And we're going to have some fun with this because we all know what you stand for. I said, you hate America. I said, you stop the police checkpoints. Yeah, I said, you defunded the police so much that the district attorneys investigated you. You're against everything that America stands for. This is going to be real interesting. Let's see what happens on Thursday night.
Your time has expired. Thank you. And the last in-person speaker is Nancy Powell.
I don't know how to follow that. My name is Nancy Powell. I've been a homeowner in the north and east section for about 9 years. Over those years, probably the main health and safety issue for me has been illegal fireworks. Some years, maybe 3 years ago, around 4th of July, it was like a week or 10-day process of living in a, fire zone. I don't want to denigrate people actually suffering real life harm in fire zones, but it was horrific. Thankfully, we're making some progress, and I'm here to second what the prior speakers on this issue mentioned, to increase the fine, to enforce, to work with I'm here to ask that the police step up to the extent possible enforcement, perhaps by looking at where complaints have come in prior years. I know when I tried finally to call on some either New Year's or 4th of July a year or two ago, I couldn't get through, and I think it was just the general 911 number, if I recall. So I would ask, if possible, to dedicate another line to help citizens report so that perhaps police could come in through drones or actual patrolling to surveil the area. I know it's a hard task to enforce, but I appreciate that we're moving in the right direction with this through increasing the fine to $1,000, working with local jurisdictions, and trying to stop the inflow or influx of illegal fireworks from out of state. All of that would be greatly appreciated. I think the more impunity there is for people who engage in setting off the explosives, the illegal fireworks, the more sense of impunity there is for other crimes like speeding, reckless
Your
driving.
time has expired. Thank you.
Donuts. Thank you.
And now we'll move on to our online speakers.
The speakers are Carlos Juarez, Joanna Gurdian, Z, and Ben Terrio. Carlos, you may begin. You will each have up to 2 minutes to address the council.
Dear Mayor Martinez, Vice Mayor Robinson, and members of the City Council. My name is Carlos Juarez, and I'm a resident at 2200 Nevin Avenue. I'm speaking today on behalf of residents from both the low-income family housing buildings at 2200 Nevin and the senior house building at 2100 Nevin, as well as the nearby businesses and neighbors who have been dealing with an ongoing parking crisis for the past 3 years. Our neighborhood faces extremely limited parking, yet residents are heavily impacted by strict 2-hour parking limits and street sweeping schedules that all occur at the same time. Mondays at 4 a.m. on Nevin, 22nd, 23rd, McDonald Avenue, and nearby streets. This creates a domino effect where residents have nowhere to move their cars to avoid tickets. Many of us residents are low-income family, seniors, and working people who rely on their vehicle for work, medical appointments, groceries, and daily life. The current system feels unfair because residents continue receiving tickets while being given no realistic alternatives for parking. I have personally paid over $300 in parking tickets, and I currently have a petition signed by more than 30 neighbors, business owners, and workers from the neighborhood who have been impacted by this issue. We're asking the city to take 3 actions. First, extend the existing residential permanent parking program already used on the other parts of Nevin Avenue. Second, adjust the street sweeping schedule and times so residents actually have parking options during enforcement hours. And three, provide relief by canceling active parking citations related to these enforcement issues and investing those funds back to free or accessible residential parking permits for affected residents. We also invite Councilmember Jimmy Lee Brown and any interested council members to walk through the neighborhood with residents so we could discuss about
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Joanna Gurdian. Joanna, you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Joanna Gurdian, and I'm here to support the request from your constituents. It doesn't take much but a stroll just 3 blocks from where you're all currently sitting to see the harm that inaction causes. Since the construction of the terraces at Nevin Apartments, the city has not updated the street sweeping schedule, treating this area like it's still a commercial corridor. Now, Nevin Avenue has over 200 units of affordable housing, and that's not counting the housing that was already here. How can people enjoy being at home, having a day off, having visitors when they're constantly worried about being ticketed for parking on 23rd Street? The Parking Enforcement Department starts marking cars as early as 8 a.m. and will not stop until well into the evening. I support the demands outlined in the letter. 1, to ensure that you create alignment in the existing residential permit zone. There is currently an existing residential parking permit zone on Nevin as we speak from 21st to 19th Avenue. There is already a once a month street sweeping schedule. We're confused as to why this schedule has not been extended down towards 24th Street. Second, again, requesting that you all adjust the sweeping times and days. It doesn't make sense why part of Nevin Avenue is still currently being swept every single Monday at 4 a.m., again, with little to nowhere for people to go because the street sweeping schedule is the same for all of the neighboring blocks. And the third request is for you all to provide restitution and relief. Again, that all active parking tickets given to residents of these buildings, neighboring businesses and homes relating to street sweeping enforcement, 2-hour parking, and red curb citations are canceled immediately. Again, we demand that these funds collected from residents of both of these buildings and neighboring homes and businesses over the past 3 years be used to provide residents with a free parking permit for the 2-hour zones. Again, if you want to find solutions that are equitable, you must be in contact with the people that are most harmed by these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Z. If you could please provide your complete name for the record, and you may begin.
My name is LZ Zephyr, and I am a 27-year resident of Richmond. I would like to speak to the illegal fireworks. As we all know, 4th of July is right around the corner. I know that RPD is understaffed and can get overwhelmed by the sheer volume of calls that happen during this holiday. That being said, I would like to have the council take the issue of firework mitigation seriously. A warning does nothing if it can't be enforced. Thousands of people are affected negatively by the barrage of fireworks weeks before the 4th of July and for weeks after the 4th of July. I have seen my dog shake and shiver uncontrollably every time some idiot shoots off a barrage of fireworks just during the course of the day. There needs to be enforced ramifications for those who act as though the overall community doesn't matter. Warnings without enforcement are meaningless. This has gone on for 6 years. 6 years since COVID. It's time to look at what other cities are doing to mitigate this behavior. City council members were elected to lead, and the continuation of condoning behavior that is bottom line illegal is not a demonstration of good leadership. You up there set the tone. I ask all of you to do better for the entire community and not just for the few. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ben Terrio. Ben, you may begin. Ben, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association.
Since this council's decision to defund the police department, our members have absorbed the consequences and we've lost officers to surrounding agencies and we've operated below our authorized strength for years. We have backfilled vacancies with overtime, mutual aid, and the personal time officers who stayed over on assignments. And the POA has been at the bargaining table with the city since March 27th, 2025. We have been out of contract since July 1st, 2025, nearly a year without a successor agreement. And throughout that same period, the council has continued to direct staff to expend programs, host events, launch initiatives that rely on the same shrinking pool of officers to execute on overtime, including things like fireworks that I heard a bunch tonight. Going forward, the POA is not going to encourage members to fill discretionary council or manager initiated overtime requests that fall outside of core public safety operations. It's not a job action, it's a recognition of three facts. First, voluntary means voluntary. And after 6 years of doing more with less and nearly a year out of contract, our members are exhausted and tired. Second, the city cannot defund a department, refuse to bargain competitively to rebuild it, and then expect the remaining officers to subsidize political programming on their days off. Third, every overtime hour spent on discretionary council requests is an hour not spent on patrol, investigations, or recovery with family. And Richmond residents pay that bill. This is why the RPOA submitted a ballot proposal this week. And let me be clear about the number behind it. 187 sworn officer positions. That is not a POA wish list. That is the city staffing level, the city's own reports, its workload analysis, its staffing studies and public safety planning documents have justified, and the Contra Costa Civil Grand Jury have justified as needing for Richmond's needs. We're not asking the council to take our word for it. We're ready to ask the voters.
Thank you. That was our last public speaker.
All right, then we'll move on to consent calendar. I would like to start off by doing P5A separately.
Point of order, I have a question for the city attorney. I came today prepared to discuss S3, and I did research that shows that raising fines does not deter behavior, but it does increase the it creates hunger and housing instability on the people who are unfortunate enough to get hit with those fines. But it doesn't actually cut back on the overall usage of fireworks. So I'm not going to have a chance to discuss that tonight, and in my conscience, I can't vote yes on this consent calendar item. Does that mean I have to vote no on the whole consent calendar tonight?
We've had situations in the past where we would reflect in the record or on the resolution that you voted no on an item on the
Correct.
consent. Okay, thank you. All right, so we want to start with the vote for item P5A, which is a recusal that will include a recusal from Vice Mayor Robbins. And you would like for me to read that item into the record so folks will know what it is? Item P5A is, I'll just read the title, is to submit applications for Bay Area Air Quality Management District grant programs.
Okay, so I move the item. Do I have a second?
I second it.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion by Martinez, and that was a second by Jimenez. Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Robinson is recused, and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
And the motion passes with Councilmember Vice Mayor recusing herself. All right, and so now the approval of the other remaining items on the consent calendar. As a reminder, it will include items S3 and S4, which have been added. S3 was to consider amending Richmond Municipal Code, Chapter 11.05, entitled Fireworks. Item S4, also added to the consent calendar, recommend dedicating a literacy space to the Richmond Public Library in honor of Abigail Sims Evelyn. We will also be excluding items P1A, which is a contract with Thomson Reuters Enterprise for legal research subscription services, and it will also exclude item P3A, honoring the Richmond Emergency Communications volunteers for their leadership and service celebrating the installation of the City Hall emergency antenna and declaring April 30th, 2026 as Richmond Emergency Communications Volunteer. That item, P3A, will be continued to the last meeting in June 24. Item P1A will be continued to the June 16th agenda. All right, do we have a motion?
I move the item.
Motion by Martinez, second.
I second.
Second by Councilmember
It's the
Brown.
consent calendar.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
I vote no on S3 and yes on everything else.
Okay. No on S3 and yes on everything else. Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Robinson,
Yes.
with the exception of item P5, and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with unanimously with Councilmember Wilson voting no on item S3. All right, moving on to the next item. All right, next item, item Q1 is to adopt a resolution approving the engineer's report for fiscal year 2026-27 for the Marina Bay Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance District, declaring the city council's intention to increase the annual assessment in the MBBLMD, and setting a public hearing about the proposed increased assessment on June 23rd, 2026 at 6:00 p.m. in the city council chambers at 440 Civic Center Plaza in Richmond. We have one in-person speaker. If you are joining us by Zoom, please raise your hand at this time.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council members. For the record, Daniel Chavarria, Public Works Director. With me today, Mr. John Bliss from SCI Consulting Group, Mr. Jason Lacey, our Parks and Open Space Maintenance Superintendent, and online, joining us online is Samantha Levitan from Wilden Financial Services. We're going to discuss or present the preliminary engineer's report and intend to levy assessment for the Marina Bay Landscape and Lighting Maintenance District. But before we move forward with that one, we have a presentation to discuss a little bit about levels of service and how they compare between the general fund and the different districts. This is a topic that since I've been the Public Works Director and now City Engineer, it's been coming every budget season, extending the hours that we stay in this meeting and going in circles and never get to common ground. The idea is that this year, 2026, we can leave this in the past, we get to a resolution and bring these items tonight, like tonight, Q1 and Q2, on consent moving forward, because that's where they belong. In any other city in the California, that's where they belong. And the one that you discuss is the public hearing that is going to happen on the June 23rd. That one is going to be on public hearing. Today is just the intent to levy the district. So with that, I'm going to ask Jason, who we're very glad to have in the team, to start our presentation with John, and then we'll pass it to Samantha online. With that, we're going to have the specific presentation later about the Marina District.
Thank you, Daniel. For the record, Jason Lacey, Parks and Landscape Superintendent. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Is that a little bit better? All right. So this evening, with the first meeting and this meeting, the continuation into this meeting, you've heard a lot of the city's best staff, brightest folks that we have, and I can guarantee you this is going to be the most exciting that you've heard all night so far. So it's very similar to what Chief Osorio said. I've been here about a year and a half. A lot of the work when I got here was righting the ship. It was evaluating our current operations, assessing what we had, what we were responsible for, how we were doing it. And so there was a lot of work put into cleaning that up, making some hard changes, Simple house cleaning, the way that we organized our equipment and with the way we stored it at the yard, things like that, the way that we parked our trucks. There was just a lot of things that went into just getting the house organized, if you will. Next slide, please. So everyone has asked on different occasions, and it's very curious about the service across the parks. So what I would like to open up, kind of pull the curtains back and show everyone what goes into the makeup of our service, right? So on the slide, you'll see basically there's 5 different categories, if you will. And so we'll start to the upper left, that's staff. So we obviously have our staff, we have our skills, our classification, their experience, their availability, and vacancies. Going down to the bottom, equipment. So it's the equipment availability, the operator to run it, its capacity, is it the right piece of equipment, the condition, and then is it task appropriate. Moving along the bottom to the right, that's materials and supplies. Do we have the available material that we need? What's the procurement lead time? Do we have the task appropriate material? Do we have the standards and compatible pieces to go into our systems? And then the storage and handling. If we move up a little bit to the next one, that's our backup and resiliency. So what that is just what it is. One rainy day, one call out, certain disruptors. We didn't have a very deep bench, if you will. And so building those resiliency backup plans that goes into our operational capacity. The top one is our means and methods. So we have regulatory. Regulatory is very, it's just one word, right? But it goes into the depth of what we do and how we do things. That's prescribed often. So we have the planned intensity, site conditions, frequency, safety, and productivity. All of those things go in to build our operational capacity. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we have our operational capacity built from the last slide. Then that is distributed. We have 54 parks, 160 acres of very high severity zones. We have 500 trash receptacles, 22,000 trees, 70 acres of streetscape. That's our right-of-way areas, our medians, and we have 2 LMDs. I'm sorry, landscape maintenance districts. Next slide, please. So in those the first year, part of that observation and gaining information period, it was very apparent that we needed to establish kind of our baseline. And baseline is we introduced our core pillars. And our core pillars are objectives, it's a way of life, it's how we travel in parks. And we have a priority sequence, and it's safe, clean, operational, maintained, and that will lead to inviting. So this is has been taught to our staff. We ask them to carry these pillars with them in everything they do as they go through their day. It's not just when they show up on site. It starts when they get to a piece of equipment, when they enter a vehicle, when they drive across the city. If they see something that's not safe, it's unclean, not operational, we respond to it. Next slide, please. So the next, I'll introduce the framework of our level of service. So the level of service is the frequency, the task, and the detail. So frequency obviously is how often the work is performed, right? Is that daily? Is it weekly, biweekly, and so on? The task is the work to be completed. What is it that we're doing? Mowing, pruning, litter removal. Then the detail, right? That's the intensity. That is what we entail to do. Is it a quick pass? Is it moderate? Or is it high detail and polished? So those components basically delivers our level of service. Next slide, please. So how do these fit together? So we have our operational capacity, right? We have all of our people, all of our products, how we do things. It goes across into our distribution. That's our framework of our park system citywide, plus our 2 landscape maintenance districts. And our core pillars are always at work, right? And so our core pillars roll in because we can have a little bit of disruption, if you will. It's a positive and a negative, but ultimately it's delivering a higher level of service. Next slide, please. So along the framework, this is the levels of service that we've established. The first one to the left is level service 1. That's the enhanced level. It's manicured. So our core pillars at the level service 1, we're achieving safe, clean, operational, maintained, and ultimately inviting. The middle slide is the level service 2. We have functional, operational, safe, cleaned. And so that we're achieving safe, clean, operational. The last blue box there is level service 3. That's addressing safety and ongoing cleaning. You'll see the LMD 1.5 in the yellow in between the level service 1 and the level service 2. You'll see the city 2.5 in between level service 2 and level service 3. We've identified ourselves as being established at these levels. And so that is, again, citywide. It is always in flux. When we go and we maintain an area, when we walk away, they may be at that level. However, as time goes on and the parks and the open spaces are used, obviously those decline until we get back to that area. So level service 1, I'm going to take mowing the turf, mowing the lawn as an example. Level service 1, it's weekly or more frequent mowing. It's manicured in appearance, rotating patterns, clean, defined edged, and there's no debris left behind. You don't see any decline. It doesn't ever look shaggy. It's always high and tight. I would say think country club. It's always maintained. Level service 2, the frequency for mowing is 10 to 14 days. Maintained height at a 2 to 5. You will start to see it in between service. It'll start to get a little bit shaggy. Basic edging, and some clippings may be left behind. Level service 3, again at the mowing. Mowing is on extended or as needed. Functional height, 2 to 3 inches. Minimal edging or trimming, and clippings and debris are typically remain on site. Next slide, please. So with all that laid out, we do have disruptors. We can have the best laid plans, the best intent, have all of our operational capacity in place and roll out to go and perform our work, and we get interrupted, disruptors. For staff, we often get redirected to other tasks. We have vacancies, absences, missing skill sets, and that's what we are rebuilding. The equipment, is it being used by someone else, breakdowns, or not in the fleet? Task, new parks, they need to be maintained at a higher level. So changes to our routine, seasonal influence as far as the weather is also a disruptor. If we move over to the materials, the availability, obviously, the long procurement, purchase lead time that we have, and then oftentimes we need to come to you folks and ask for approval. The resources, our inventory and data lacks sometimes. Those can be disruptors for us. Our standards and guidelines sometimes are not clear for us. Our on-call services and on-call contractors are not easily reachable for us oftentimes. Disruptors are the older parks. There's a crossing point that maintenance will only get us so far. When a park is aged out and the infrastructure is worn out, there's not really any level of maintenance that we can provide that's going to rehab that park. It needs to have a rehab through a CIP. So our high deferred maintenance, we've put a lot of our work off for a long time. Disruption, regulation and policy, that is a disruptor for us. That goes back into how efficient we are. For instance, the high-severity fire zones, that work is prescribed. We cannot make up our own rules on what we do there. The frequency is dictated, the task is dictated, and so are the level of details. Our parks are highly utilized, and along that vein, I think we need to acknowledge that our parks sometimes are vandalized, damaged, and it's an unfortunate part of what exists here. But if we get back to our core pillars, if we have staff respond and they're going out to a park to perform weeding, right? They're going to go out and trim. And if they show up and they see a situation that is unsafe, they're going to take care of that issue first. If it's a biohazard, anything, broken glass, they're going to respond to that first. Then they're going to go to clean. They're going to address that first. So that time allotment is consumed by taking care of those two issues, which was produced by a disruptor, like a misuse of our park. So you could see where it's tough for us to always get to the very end of maintained and ultimately inviting. Next service, please, or excuse me, next slide. So these areas are some of the things that we've internally worked on, trying to eliminate some of the disruptors. So we're planning ahead with our staff. Our equipment, we're building redundancy. We have a fleet is up and running, and we are procuring vehicles and the appropriate equipment. Some of you have heard we invested into some remote mowers that are extremely efficient. And our task, we're introducing, rationale data to our task, and we're adding logistics to it also. The face of that looks like we're scheduling our work to be efficient, so we're not jumping from park to park. So we go in sequence, so less time is wasted. The materials and supplies, we're always actively working on RFPs to get the procurement pieces in place for us. We're establishing the foundation for us. The inventory of the assets and the condition assessment, that's going to be huge for us. We have the urban forest management plan, which we're going to complete the citywide tree inventory. And then the means and methods. Making key improvements such as the solar lighting, that's going to help us. Strategically tackling deferred maintenance, having executed contracts. All of those are efforts that we're putting in to slow down the disruptors. Next slide, please. At this point, I'll go ahead and turn it over to John to discuss the LMDs further.
Good evening. Thank you, Jason. Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the City Council, staff, members of the public. My name's John Bliss, and I'm an engineer under contract with the city, focusing on Hilltop, which you're going to hear a little bit later, and then also providing broadly some services to look at the landscaping and lighting maintenance districts here in Richmond. I've been given the task tonight to help demystify these things called landscape maintenance districts. They're a type of assessment district so that in future years, you all can focus on service levels and rates and that type of thing. And so there's a couple of things I'm going to go over today to provide you some background on what is an LMD, what is an assessment district, how is it formed, and what are some of the idiosyncrasies that you all need to evaluate. And we're happy to talk. We'll give you the presentation, answer any questions you have tonight, and then we're happy to meet and give you additional information in the future. So actually, this is one of the two. This is Hilltop Landscape Maintenance District. That's a map just to give you a sense of it. Let's go to the next one. And that's Marina Bay. These are the two you have, and I'm going to talk big picture concept here for the next 4 or 5 slides, and then we'll get into some detail later in the presentation on those two. So let's go to the next slide. So landscape and lighting districts are very, very common throughout California, and they're a really good mechanism to provide a higher level of service in a particular geographic area. They've been around for a long time, and they were created using two things. One is the Landscaping Lighting Assessment Act of '72, and the other one is Proposition 218. And I'm going to be talking about primarily some of the rules having to do with Proposition 218 today, because it set the rules for how we create and how we maintain these special task districts. As I said, they're very common in California, and they've proven to be a good mechanism to provide a higher level of service in particular areas. So let's go to the next slide. This is one of those very wordy slides, and so the information's all there, but I'm going to kind of give you a high level on that. So Proposition 218, just real quickly, was passed by California voters in '96, and it was written by the Jarvis Taxpayers Association. So it's a conservative taxpayers protection. It provides rules so that cities and counties and special districts have to follow those rules to make sure that the property owners aren't being taken advantage of, that they have something. It requires us to come and see you every day to do a budget. I work with staff, your outstanding staff each year, to see what those costs are. We can have a CPI increase each year, but there's a couple of things that are required that may be not so obvious that I'm going to spend a couple minutes talking about. The first of those is it's for services that are over and above. So imagine a city or a county, they provide a base level of services for parks maintenance and landscaping maintenance. That every parcel receives. In certain areas, the assessment is over above. It doesn't provide that base level. It provides it over and above a higher level of service if it's set up. Now, in your case, both of the assessment districts were set up by a balloting, and they were both set up because there was an interest by property owners to have that higher level of service. So the city engaged, and in fact, I'm going to use the word leverage, for a little contribution by the city. The overwhelming costs of that higher level is borne by the property owners, and they did it on their choice. They voted yes, and they wanted to do this, they wanted that, and the city leverages that to get a higher level. The city has to contribute, and I'm going to talk about the ways they contribute, but that contribution is very, very small compared to the overall investment. So we have over and above, and then there's another concept that's pretty wonky I want everyone to get comfortable with, and that is special benefit versus general benefit. And that's described right in Proposition 218. It's not described particularly well, so I'm going to kind of tell you what that is. A property owner may be assessed for the special benefit that property owner receives. So I have a house and I receive beautiful landscaping and views and a warm, welcoming area, and I'm willing to pay for that as part of my assessment, and I can be assessed by that if we follow the balloting procedures and set it up like we did too. However, I'm not required to pay for the benefit that someone that lives in Vallejo and is driving to Oakland, that drives through and enjoys that view and landscaping. Those folks are general benefit. They're not paying in any way, and in fact, I, as a property owner, cannot be obliged to pay on the Vallejo to Oakland viewer, the driver that's just driving through. That has to come from another source, and it's calculated out what that percentage is. It's a relatively small percentage because most people that are enjoying the views live in that area, but there is a percentage that needs to be supported from another area, and that's the general benefit contribution. You've probably heard us talk about that for years. It's calculated for both of the assessment districts, and then it comes from another source. So the city pays that, and that's typically how it's done up and down the state with the thousands, is that the governing agency has a small contribution of general benefit offset for the people that aren't really property owners, and the lion's share, as in this case, is paid for by the assessed properties. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. This is a little more, we don't need to spend much time on this. I kind of went over it, but this is that abstract concept, but very important legally concept of general versus special benefit, and that the engineers' reports need to separate and quantify it, and we need each year to make sure that those are paid, that general benefit offset is paid for by another source, in this case, the city. So let's go to the next slide. So what are the benefits? And this is important to say. They may seem obvious, but we wanted to put them in anyway. Why so many cities and counties and special districts have these assessment districts? Because for a leveraged amount by the public agency, they can improve the beautification, they can host special events, it improves retail, the tax base. It's a good way to provide that higher level of landscaping and beautification in the area. Let's go to the next slide. And this is my last slide. We just wanted to show kind of graphically what I've been talking about for the two districts, Marina Bay and Hilltop. If you see the lightest green, that's the contribution, the payment by the assessed properties themselves. They live there, they have an annual rate they pay, and it helps support the landscaping. The middle green is general benefit. That's what I talked about. That's paid for. That's the city's contribution to pay for the Vallejo to Oakland person that drives through. And then that darkest green is the contribution that as I said early on, the assessment is over and above. So there's a certain amount of investment that has to be made even in Marina Bay and in Hilltop to do that base level. So the darkest green is the base level investment. The middle green is the legally required general benefits. And then the larger light green is the investment by the property owners themselves. So that's my last slide. I'm going to pass back over to you, Daniel. Is that correct?
Yeah, but the tough questions go to you, John.
Okay, absolutely. And this is, and again, love to talk about this. People say once you put a microphone in my hand, it's hard to get it out. I love talking about this stuff. It is wonky, and we can answer questions now and then. Do not hesitate to reach out if you want to talk about these concepts a little more in the future.
Thank you. That is just the introductory presentation for this item.
I'm sorry, we're seeing your emails. Okay.
Now we're gonna ask Samantha Labitan from Wilden Financial Services. Samantha, are you online?
Quick process question. Yes. Are we asking questions on that first presentation first, or are we going to ask at the very end, or how? Because there's three different, I think. Are we asking one in each, or? Yeah, there's two items, but this presentation
is Q1. This is Q1.
Actually, I'd like a little clarity. I thought we were talking about Marina Bay, and then we switched over to Hilltop, and I got a little confused.
So, Mayor, we were that was the background. So then, when you jump into that was the background. So if we could take all the questions at the end, that would be probably helpful, if that's okay.
So we're having a background on
LMDs.
And after that, we're going to talk about
Marina Bay,
and then we're going to talk about Hilltop?
Yes.
On Q2.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we just want to do Q1 first after this presentation, then take questions, and then go to Q2.
There's one item?
No, two items.
It's two items. Okay.
Yeah, it's Q1 and Q2.
Well, talking about Hilltop confused me.
Understood. We just were using them both to provide the overview that council had previously requested in the last budget cycle.
Right. Well, no, I have questions about Hilltop. So do I ask them Q2?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well then.
Thank you.
And so are we on Q1?
Yes.
We are. Okay.
And we're going to make the presentation about the specific presentation about the Marina Bay.
Well then, I suggest we just move to Q1 so that we can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it finished.
So,
We're moving to Q2.
Sam, you're there, right?
Yes, I am.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So now we're going to go to the specific presentation about the Marina Bay Landscape and Lighting Maintenance District.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Samantha Labutin with Wildan Financial Services, and we'll be talking about specifically the Marina Bay Landscaping Light and Maintenance District. So next slide, please. As a brief introduction, the Marina Bay Landscaping and Lighting District was formed in 2009, and kind of how John went over, it is a method of funding ongoing operation, maintenance, servicing of various public landscaping and lighting improvements within the Marina Bay area, which have been determined to be special benefits to the property owners. So the properties are only paying for what is determined to be special benefit. Next slide, please. This is a little boundary map of the district. There's two zones, Zone 1 and Zone 2. Zone 1 represents about 98.8% of the total parcels in the district. And Zone 1 are parcels that receive direct special benefit from both the local streetscape landscape areas as well as the overall park and trail improvements within Marina Bay. Zone 2 are parcels that receive direct special benefit from the overall park and trail improvements, but not directly associated with the streetscape landscape improvements that are maintained throughout the district. Next slide, please. So these are the fiscal year 26-27 rates. Like we discussed in Prop 218, it is compliant and it provided for a general and special benefit finding. So for Marina Bay, 42% of the total annual costs and expenses is city funded, and 58% is funded by the property owners for that special benefit. The maximum assessment rates are adjusted annually by 3%. To the left, we have the maximum assessment rates, and then to the right is the calculated levy per EBU, which is what would be assessed, the actual applied assessment rates. Next slide, please. So the proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27 would be a total assessment of $780,780. And then the city's contribution to the district would be $520,475. Next slide, please. So for the next steps after this would be to conduct the public hearing. Prior to the public hearing, we would send out a mailer to the property owners with details on that assessment as well as the budget for the district. Then we would conduct the public hearing. We'd ask council to consider and approve the resolution, and then we would submit the charges to the county by their August 10th deadline. Next slide, please. So for tonight, that recommended action is to adopt the resolution which approves the preliminary engineer's report, declares the city council's intention to levy and collect the assessment, and sets the public hearing for June 23rd. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you.
Please let me know if you have any questions.
All right. Do we have public speakers?
Yes, we have one in-person public speaker. If you're joining us by Zoom, please raise your hand at this time.
Okay, we'll hear public speakers first.
The public speaker in person, Cordell Hindler, you may begin.
Thank you. So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Hindler and I'm a Richmond resident. So thank you, Jason, for that presentation. And I think it's pretty straightforward. So I looked at the engineer's report. I don't have no problem with this. So someone makes a motion, approves it, and set the hearing for June 23rd.
Now we'll move on to our online speaker.
The speaker is Kevin Tisdale. Kevin, you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, City Council. Kevin Tisdale, President of NCAU. As we talk about the landscape districts and the importance, again, of staffing, if the city is planning at its best to have an 80% rate for employees, or if that's the goal, 80% is a B is on a perfect day. So that's not if somebody calls in, vacation, or anything like that. And so if we're trying to maintain safe and efficient parks and public spaces, going back to Jason, I'm thinking number one level is probably City Hall, right? Cut and maintained every day or, every week. Level two, I'm thinking probably is like the park at along McDonald, Nickel Park, right? It's maybe gets out every now and then level 3 is probably Carlson Boulevard, how the weeds grow up. But again, as we maintain things, it's easier to maintain something that's already done. It's harder, takes more time to do things that are out of control. So just want to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
All right, public comment is closed, and now it's time for questions. Vice Mayor? Comments, questions?
So, first off, I agree that we don't really need to have this whole thing anymore, especially if new council members are given a background on what special districts are. But I do want to say that, just as a comment, that learning about special districts took us on a really great journey that made us ask the question, what is minimum service? Like, what is the amount of service that we want? What is our North Star? What is our goal? And where are we at now? And how do we get where we need to go? Which is just like the core of the Park Equity Project. I think that a lot of the things that we were presented earlier today are actually the result of us struggling with some parts of our community getting more service than others, not realizing that there's this dynamic with the special districts, but really feeling like we should all have better parks. So I just wanted to commend the staff, the new staff here, who have actually taken us to a point where we can actually talk about levels of service in a meaningful way. I hope we keep pushing and keep moving towards the point where it's not some areas get certain levels of service and some areas don't, but we actually plot a path where there's a level of service, a maintenance standard that's applied evenly across all parks, and that we work on the finances to keep pushing that so that we can afford more service over time. So I just wanted to really thank you. When I first became a council member, we were so far away from anywhere close to being able to talk about a level of service. So I do have a question, and that is, if we do get to a point where the Park Equity Project is able to identify new funding so that we can hire more staff and have a better level of service, does that also mean that we need to increase the level of service in the landscape districts because they're supposed to be above those?
Sure, great question. And let's talk about that hypothetical. I think what would happen is the vocabulary I would use is, if we get to a point where the base level of service is excellent, and that's where I think we all want to head, those two districts, it could be excellenter, if that's a word, because they're paying, or there may no longer be a need for those districts to exist, and you can make that decision at a time. But as you can see, they're already on board to pay that extra amount and have that extra investment. But what is it? A rising tide raises all ships, and that would happen as that base level goes up, if that answered the question.
It does. Thank you so much. And I just really encourage us as a city, as a council, to look for more ways to bring in more revenue so we can all have excellently maintained parks and medians. Thank you.
Councilmember Wilson?
I first want to start with my sincere thanks for the greatest presentation on a landscape and lighting district that I think I've only had 2 so far in my life, but this one was way better than last year, because I think last year people felt a little bit confused and maybe a little bit, I was a little confused, and then I was trying to explain things and I barely understood it. But I think this is a really beautiful sort of encapsulation of how these programs function, and that I personally appreciate the fact that the voters in Marina Bay and in Hilltop did opt to put in this extra money, because they have created parks that I also get to enjoy, even though I don't live in those districts or live in those neighborhoods. I do also want to second everything that Vice Mayor Robinson just said, is that I really want us to take this as an orientation towards, now that we have these lovely concepts of levels of service, that we try to uplift every park we possibly can to the highest level of service. And I also am willing to invest more city money in making that a reality. I just sort of echoing back, if people were here at the start, Chief Simmons came and spoke about how moving it was to see people react to. I think we would say that the Shields Reed Park is probably the highest level of service type park. And he said he saw people crying. They're so happy to have a park that beautiful in their neighborhood. And I think that's super impactful. And so I'm all for investing more city money in that. And then the last thing I will say is, or it's a question, although I just made a speech about all these other things, I want to sort of just make sure we're all on the same page. When we're voting tonight on this item, what we're voting to do is to assess the folks who live in that district a 3% increase in their assessment, which is the highest amount that we can. So we're maxing out what they have to pay, and I thank you for paying that. And then we're accepting a calculation of this general benefit portion of 5 in the engine. We're basically accepting this engineer. Oh wait, or we're calling for a hearing on the engineer's report. We're not saying we agree. We're saying we're going to have a hearing in which everyone gets to discuss whether that $520,000 for the general benefit. And if you haven't taken a look at this report, it's like 80 pages. It's much of those 80 pages are the engineers trying to calculate. It's like how many angels can fit on the head of a pin. It's like how much does the city owe this district for the fact that people who don't live there see it from afar sometimes and enjoy it. And so it's a fascinating calculation. It's very tedious. I wouldn't want to be an engineer, but I appreciate the work that went into it. So what we're voting on, although I appreciate the discussion of the larger vision, which I do share with the vice mayor, we're actually voting on something quite narrow here. Okay. I see nods, so I got that right. All right, thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Bana?
My turn.
Your turn.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I just want to thank Public Works in general for the great job you're doing. I'm very happy. So what I say tonight, is aside from that, overall, we're very happy. We understand the budget is short. Some quick questions for you. The amount of money that we pay, the engineer's report fee was added to that, or it's separate?
Gonna ask our reliever here, best reliever, Mr. Avinish Nadam from the Finance Department.
Good evening, Council. Avinish Nathan from Finance Department. Would you please repeat the question?
The engineer's fee, the consultant, is that already included in the cost of the city or not?
Yes, in the district budget, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. And I didn't see a dollar amount comparison to baseline. And some legal questions, I don't know if you can answer or the city attorney. Residents in my neighborhood complained that they pay taxes to West Contra Costa Unified School District to use the playground outside the school hours. We never get to do it. The district just doesn't,
I'm sorry? That
I'm
question.
drawing comparison. I'm not asking about them. Give me a minute, Mr. Mayor. Have some trust and faith in your council members. So why is it that we have to do it? Can we just not do it or ask him to hire someone private?
Councilmember Brana, I'm sorry, can you repeat your question one more time?
Residents pay taxes, just like this tax, to a school district to use the school facility outside the school hours, sports fields, and the yard for playing and everything on weekends. They never get to use it.
That does not pertain to special districts,
Well,
which is the topic.
No, it's tax. People pay tax. So I'm wondering, how locked are we in this? Can we break it? I'm just asking if legally, do we have to continue this forever? Can they have their own private contractors?
So Councilmember Brana, do we have to have the landscape lighting maintenance districts? Or are you?
I'm comparing it with that.
Well, I understand you're comparing it, but is your question, do we have to continue Q1 in perpetuity?
Yes.
Okay, so no, you do not.
Oh, we don't have to continue it.
Not in perpetuity, but the people who live there, right, they voted to have a higher level of service. So I think, so what we're asking the council tonight to do is to move forward with the public hearing. I think the question around long-term, what should happen, depends on, as we discussed earlier, what is the base level of service citywide? So right now, we don't have a base level of service citywide that would justify not having the special districts, right? Because we don't have a high enough level of service citywide.
So when are we going to have that citywide basic level of service?
That is a great question. That is a policy decision of the city council and how you choose to allocate resources.
Do we have the dollar amount to move forward?
We can certainly, in the presentation on, as I was sitting here this evening and I was thinking about what should we talk about on the 9th, and I was writing an outline with finance staff for the 9th, one of the things that the council can consider, right, is if you want to move in the direction of having a higher level of service, are there any key initiatives that the council has directed us to work on, right, that you may want to reconsider to focus on what was presented this evening and trying to get to a high level of service? There's trade-offs, right? So there's a finite amount of money, right? So if the council wants staff to continue the status quo, we can. Or you can say, we'll present to you some of the things that we reviewed on the 5th, and those could be items where you could shift and reappropriate money.
Well, I would love to see a dollar amount for basic level of service citywide. We can get it started there. If the city could present that, provide the definition of basic level of service and how much budget it requires for sidewalks and parks. Just to give you an example, Via Verde has weed 30 inches high, and
Okay,
we have
yeah, I think
encampments in there, and it's not acceptable.
Okay, so I understand your question. We can endeavor to do that for the 9th, or at least provide the framework for a financial model. But Avanish, I think we can do that, right?
So if you can, so I want to tie
No
that
pressure,
question
Avanish, no
with
pressure.
this.
John, you've got a little time? Okay.
With this agreement, so looking at that level of service and then looking at this amount that we're paying for this, we may want to just let go of this special district. They can hire someone private, and the city just focuses on basic level of service.
Well, then you would potentially lose some economies of scale. So I think there's two different questions that you're asking. One question is around what is the basic level of service and how do we achieve a higher level of service citywide? And then the other question is for the landscaping, maintenance, and lighting districts, those services are provided by represented staff. So that isn't an item that is on the agenda tonight, how those services are delivered. So I would say that if the council wanted to discuss that, that would probably be more appropriate under labor negotiations in closed session. That's not an open session kind of item.
Okay, I'm a little confused, but I take it that we cannot continue.
Essentially what you're saying, if I may, is that you're saying if the city didn't want to provide the service and it was contracted out, right? So that's not what's on the agenda this evening.
Got
And
it.
right now, those services are provided by represented employees. And so we're not suggesting you change that.
I see, but it'd be nice to see all the possible options, whatever they are, especially definition of basic level of service, of parks, sidewalks, everywhere, in terms of
we
vegetation
can do the
management.
basic level of service for what Jason covered this evening. And then you have a separate bucket. Remember the beautiful slides with the 18 tiles? Those are different tiles for different program areas. So we're happy to, maybe what would be easier, staff is happy to meet with council members and so we would be happy to do that separately and offline.
Yeah, and maybe we can also include it in the budget discussion?
That's what we have been, okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brown?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I was kind of taken aback a bit just because I thought that last cycle we were discussing about doing away with the districts and coming up with the solution that there is a citywide standard of cleanliness. And so I was wondering, where were we with that, or is it still divided into these maintenance districts?
I think at this juncture, based on the city council policy direction for a number of things, like we illustrated in the budget presentation, there's been 34 additional requests, right, since January of last year. We're suggesting at this juncture, we do not have the resources yet to have the high level of service citywide, and so that we need to develop a strategy, if that's the city council policy direction, to make other reductions in other areas of the budget to achieve that goal. Right now, on the current pathway that we're on with the expenditures that the council has requested, we can certainly talk about that on the 9th, but we are not on a trajectory to be able to accomplish that with, and so there would need to be some trade-offs. So that would be for the city council, if the council wants to move in that direction, that would be for the council to discuss on the 9th at our special meeting.
Okay, for the districts for us to reverse any of this, would it have to go back before the voters? Or is it a council decision?
I defer to the city attorney's office on that, but at this juncture, we don't have the capacity.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying for a big picture, because this
John?
is so, and this
Yeah,
is,
yeah,
it just
great.
doesn't even, like, even saying this aloud is embarrassing to me. Like, living in District 1, where we wake up to mattresses and couches and dirt and filth and all of this, like, bombarding our sidewalks, like the right-of-way, and to, again, go to Laura's Fine Dining and to go to Marina Bay and just have a good time. You almost escape the fact that you're in Richmond when you enter certain parts of the city. That is so disrespectful to our residents and families who are also homeowners, who are also taxpayers. And I just want to know, was this when and this is no like shade to Marina Bay, because it costs a cute coin to stay over there, or to Hilltop, but like, it just doesn't sound appropriate to say that this district not only deserves or not only has like this high level of service, but they get special benefits because you pay into it. And not only that, you get above and beyond service. It's just like everyone's on top of it. And then you go over here to Perry's Elementary School and the weeds are as high as the third graders stand. And it's like, you kind of count the days, and I literally have photos for days and months of just getting higher and getting higher. And so it's like, when you mentioned these folks had an opportunity to opt in, was the other areas, did they have opportunities to opt in, or is it just because this is a special area? So I'm trying to understand that.
So, Councilmember Brown, if I could explain a little bit more back to the level of service. So you saw what goes into our operational capacity, and then I explained disruptors, right? So what you're explaining is disruption, right? So that illegal dumping, the misuse and the abuse of the parks. So when we talk about elevating to a higher level of service, it's not going to be done just by Public Works. It's going to be in partnership with code enforcement, recreation, the police department, because now we start to enter into enforcement, control, oversight. It's not a maintenance issue. So when we talk about elevating, it's a very, very broad spectrum. It's going to be a huge effort from all departments across the city.
Right, as well as the community members, because we have to take pride in our cities and our streets. But I just want to know that when I looked at the level of service, 1, 2, and 3, many parts of the city don't even fall in basic service. And so we're still trying to figure out, while we're preparing to move forward with ensuring that these districts get regular maintenance, we still haven't even figured out what the rest of the city's gonna get. It's like we get the leftovers, we get the scraps or whatever y'all can get around to, is what I'm saying. And I just don't feel like it's fair. It's not equitable. It doesn't even read equitably.
Well, to address that, we need to be strategic. What happens is, and this is, this is the message we were trying to make and probably was not successful, that we are trying to attack too many fronts at the same time when we show all the maintenance that we need in the city. The almost $300 million just in maintenance, not new things. So that is a big, I mean, how do you eat an elephant? It's one chunk at a time. So the strategy is proven. You put lights, people stop doing illegal dumping. You put lights and cameras. Cameras that can be effective and determine who is the person doing that you can go in I don't know the right term, but capture if you want,
Right.
but just stop that. But number one is a deterrent, just to have light, have a lit city. It's a deterrence per se. And the investment to that is not huge. It's not small, but it's not huge. But instead of trying to do everything all at once, if we focus on that, we're going to gain that first battle. Then you start reducing all this illegal dumping. I don't know how many of you read every month, the abatement team
report,
provides all this information. But what I see there is, wow, all this money and all this staff could be doing something else, because $1 or 1 hour of our time that we spend in one thing, we don't spend it in another thing. So if we're going to spend it cleaning illegal dumping, we're going to stay there forever. But if we put solar lighting, for example, lit up the city, make the city of Richmond the best lit city in the entire Bay Area, and send a message everybody out. You don't come here to steal our copper. You don't come here to dump your garbage. Then our staff can focus more in these other things that we need. Mm-hmm. The same staff we have, we don't need to hire more people. We don't need to hire more people. The same staff goes and do the other thing. But that we need to be strategic. Right now, we're trying to do everything all at once. And that is a problem. If we had unlimited funds, okay, but we don't. But I think we have enough funds to do everything with time.
And I think
unfortunately, and I have to say it, with time, meaning more than 4 years, meaning more than one cycle, election cycle.
I agree, but I also believe that we have to, I don't know, as a council, we have to do the basic things. And we can't how can we generate more revenue and want businesses to come here? We can't keep the street corners clean. They can't even have outdoor seating because of, various things. So I don't know if that's a council decision or if it's trade-offs or whatever it is, but I think we need to move in the direction where we show the residents of Richmond that everyone matters, like your neighborhoods matter as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
All right. Good evening. Thank you for presenting. History, I think I'm I know I'm the council member that has the most knowledge on the HLMDs because I've been around working with my LMD since I bought my house over 20 years ago. And this has been, especially the Hilltop one, has been a pain in the behind because nobody ever understands it. And then I teamed up with the Marina Bay LMD a long time ago because they were also having similar issues. The history behind it is, and we can't undo them because they were voter approved. So the only way to undo them is to go back to the ballot. Now, back with Bill Lindsay, we threatened to go out to the ballot as residents. But the city doesn't want to do it either because the city will lose $1 million. And they will have to make up the difference because you still have to pay for the landscaping, whether we pay the extra or whether the city comes up with something else. It won't be at the same level, but the city has to come up with money to make up the difference, more than what we have in the budget. So just putting that out there. And then long time ago, Hilltop was the first LMD to be created. Marina Bay was created later. Hilltop was created, and when we were created, from my understanding, back then, we used to hire a contracting company to do the landscaping. And then the city went through various layoffs. And through those layoffs, the negotiations came back and we said, we're gonna get rid of the contracting company and instead move employees to try to save their jobs, which is the right thing to do. We saved jobs, and that's where we went in from contracting to city staffing. And that's where we have the city staffing. And then prior reports had on there that the city may not lay off the LMD staff. It was a set number already. That verbiage has disappeared in the past couple of engineers' reports. But a couple of engineers' reports before it had that specific language because we pay the above and beyond. So we can go look and see. I have all of the history of this. So that was important about the designated staff. Now, the presentation, thank you. I think it's clear. It's getting clearer, I should say, the presentation that was there, because we still have some questions, right? I think it'll be great to put in some of that history. The Marina Bay was created later, and they learned from all of the issues of Hilltop, and they said, oh, no, we don't want that. One of the biggest issues at Hilltop is the 3 zones. Each area within the zone has a different special benefit. Some of them from 25, 75, 85, 100%. So it's very difficult to calculate how much is one person using one road versus the other when they connect. It's not like they only go halfway, right? So you have to come up with this really weird number. Marina Bay said, let's do easy number, 50-50. They pay 50%, the city pays 50%. In this engineer's report, it shows 42%. Closest enough for what they say for city government. I think it should be closer to 50%. Right? But I'm not sure where those numbers, how those numbers change. But it was a much easier calculation versus this street is this percent, that street is that percent. So that, just understanding how they're both very different. And then a question that I have, do we have designated staff still for both LMDs?
Assigned staff, yes.
Perfect, thank you. Because before, a couple of years ago, Hilltop had the highest paid landscapers of the city, even though they have never been to Hilltop. And I proved that when I took all of the timesheets and I went over every single timesheet. And there's no reflection of anyone in the room now, because most of you were not here back then. But I went through every single timesheet, and then I realized, because I asked the supervisor back then, who are all these people? They're like, I don't know, they've never reported up here. But they were the highest paid people, which is why having designated staff is important, because we can create a real budget and know how much we're paying for whoever. You give me the best people, let's pay for them, right? But if you give us entry level, then it won't be in there. And then one thing to make a change in the presentation for future is making sure there's that last page on there. I think it'll be the colors, the greenish colors, right? Making sure that it shows the Marina Bay is 50%, because it shows Hilltop and Marina paying the same, when Marina Bay is 50%, when Hilltop is much lower, right? Just visually, it just looks like they're the same, but they're not. And then also, the trash cans, I know it's part of the presentation, but I thought the trash can collection was something that we incorporated into the Republic Services contract.
They don't cover every single trash can in the entire city. We have our own trash can that picks up in areas like Point Richmond, because our trash cans are oversubscribed, is the nicest way I can say it.
Okay, thank you. So then in the park, so for these 2 LMDs, do they pick up in those LMDs or not?
We can get back to you on that. Given the time, can we do questions on Marina Bay and then do the other questions on Hilltop under Q2?
Yeah, I mean, this kind of goes with it as well, right? Because we're trying to figure out costs. So if we can get back on that one there, that's it for my questions. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Wilson.
Just very quickly, I wanted to respond a little bit to both Councilmember Brown and to Councilmember Bana. I wanted to say to Councilmember Brown, I agree with your assessment that there's parts of the city where the parks, and I think this is the same point that Councilmember Robinson has also strongly made, there's parts of the city where the parks are not at the level that they should be. And you have my support. We're going to be talking on June 9th about how we, sort of our impressions of how, any changes we want to see to the budget. I would like to see more money go towards parks, and I mean parks outside of the landscaping and lighting districts to help level those up. The second thing I wanted to point out, but I also wanted to make the point that going after the LMD money isn't a necessary step to making those improvements in parks outside of the districts. In fact, as Councilmember Zepeda just said, it doesn't really make financial sense to say to these residents, you're willing to give us $1 million towards landscaping, but we don't want it. I think we should take that money, use it for their parks, which opens up other money that we can use in other parts of the city. But I agree there's a discrepancy, and we can and should do more to fix that. And then, Councilmember Bond, if I heard you correctly, you were raising the idea of using contractors to do this work instead of city workers. And Councilmember Zepeda sort of explained the history of this, but there are currently city workers doing this work. And so to encourage the LMDs to switch to contractors would require laying off those city workers, because the money that is currently paying them would go towards paying the contractors.
Mr.
And
Mayor.
so I don't think that's a path that we should even consider. So I just want to say that I would like to see, before we send staff working on that issue, we would need to take a council vote, and I would vote no. Thank you.
Okay, before I call on Councilmember Bonner, I want to make everyone aware that we're not going to have a back and forth debate. So go ahead, Bonner.
Just a point of clarification. So if we have that basic level of service citywide, I think we'll be short in human resources and public works, actually. We're not going to lay off anyone. That was my point.
Okay, thank you. I have a question about how to determine the basic level. When we redo a park like Shields Reed, does that raise the basic level of parks throughout the district?
So our intent is to, when we online the new parks, is to provide a higher level of service. We are putting in requests to improve our operational capacity to be able to provide that service.
Okay, but when we're calculating what the basic level is, you know, even though the basic level hasn't improved in other parks, does the fact that one park rise above the basic level, does that raise I guess the average of the basic level that the fees are calculated by?
It could. I think, unfortunately, and this is, you know, I think these are really good questions, because I think historically sometimes there are grants obtained, right? And then, unfortunately, there isn't adequate planning for an increase in staffing to provide the level of maintenance that's needed. So what we've discussed in operations and maintenance is for us, as these 3 new parks are coming online, to make sure that we keep them as nice as possible by providing the adequate level of maintenance from the beginning, so that way the city's significant investment and the grants we received can last a longer period of time. So in theory, yes, Mayor, it will increase, but it hasn't been, it's not baked into these numbers, because that's work that is in progress, and the parks haven't officially opened yet.
Okay. Well, Councilmember Robinson.
Yeah, just, I think that it would be really great to get a different agenda item that talks about this level of service and these questions that we've been kind of going over, so that we can, I think that there's been a lot of thought and a lot of work happening in the working group for the Park Equity Project and just within Public Works. And I think that there's a lot to be said. There's a lot of moving parts, and including looking for additional funding, which is also happening. And so maybe we just need to bring this back as a separate item to talk about level of service in parks and all the things that go into that.
If the part of what, you know, we as staff had suggested is like really focusing right next year as part of this budget on this. And so it would be appropriate for us to continue this more in-depth conversation, potentially on the 9th, with additional information provided staff can, you know, get it. It might not be 100%, but let's just say, oh, we can get 50% of what would be helpful to continue to have this discussion, because we do want to make sure, as the city council is prioritizing for next fiscal year, that you have this information to make informed decisions. And I really do think, like, there is an inordinate amount of work that's happening with the council, with the commissions, with the park equity groups, with staff, and I do absolutely think that Jason and Darren and Daniel and all of their team. This really illustrates, I think this PowerPoint absolutely illustrates the transformation that's happening. And we do want the council to understand comprehensively, because there are some things where I think based on what even I'm hearing, I'm like, oh, we really don't want to cut this line item, but wow, it would be really great to have like 3 more maintenance workers, right? And so I think that there's going to be difficult conversations, but I think there's so much positive momentum happening now in operations and maintenance that it is worth us having difficult conversations around trade-offs so we can continue to increase the service level citywide, because we don't want areas, we want areas 1 and 3 to look nice, right?
Exactly.
And I think that we do need to have conversations that are difficult around equity.
Yeah, and I think that we also need to hear more about all the work that has already been done, because, me being doing parks work for the last 20 years, it's just like a world of difference in terms of the responsiveness and the amount of maintenance that's actually happening even in pocket parks, that it just has never happened before in my history of doing work in
When I
D3.
became city manager, there was no schedule.
There was no schedule 3 years ago.
No, there was no right. There was no schedule. I was
showed
like,
up
what?
when they felt like it. So I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said
so I'm
that.
sorry for sharing that, but there was like our base level was like no schedule. I was like, what?
So we need an agenda item or some more information. Thank you.
But can we combine it so that way we can have the discussion as part of the budget on the 6th? Mayor?
Before, I'm sorry?
So can we include all of this as
Yes.
part of the budget item?
Yes,
Okay. I'm
yes.
sorry, on the 9th rather? Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Okay, and before I call on Councilmember Jimenez, I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution approving the engineer's report for fiscal year 2026-27 for the Marina Bay Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance District, declaring the City Council's intention to increase the annual assessments in the MBLLMD and setting a public hearing about the proposed increased assessment on June 23rd, 2026.
I second that.
Okay, now,
Now I talk.
yes.
I just wanted to say that I agree with all the comments, and I think what we are going around of the real issue here is staffing. So I think in the budget, we had to have this real conversation about we are going to approve this high vacancy rate that is proposed in the budget right now, or what we are going to do. Because if we want this high level of maintenance and excellent, we need to have more people. So thank you.
All right. Do I have a second? She seconded it. Oh, okay. Then roll call?
Okay, Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Zepeda abstaining.
Good. Next item.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, before we move to the next item, Richmond Promise team have been here for a presentation, and they were here last time. That they would like to request for budget. So should we move them to the next item or the top of the agenda for the next meeting? I don't think if there will be time for them tonight.
Well, we need to get through the Hilltop, so
Yeah.
we can hear them after the Hilltop if
After
they're done.
Hilltop? Okay,
I'm
thank
sorry,
you.
Q2, and then what was the item?
Richmond Promise.
Thank you.
Okay.
Item Q2 is to adopt a resolution approving the preliminary engineer's report for fiscal year 2026-27 for the Hilltop Landscape Maintenance District. Declare the City Council's intention to increase and collect the annual assessments and set a public hearing about the proposed increased assessment on June 23rd, 2026 at 6:00 p.m. in the City Council Chamber at 440 Civic Center Plaza, Richmond, California. We have one in-person speaker. If you're joining us by Zoom, please raise your hand at this time.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council members, Dana Chavarria, Public Works Director again. KCRT, can you bring the presentation? Today we have, again, Mr. John Bliss from SCI Consulting Group.
Thank you again, John Bliss. We'll move through this very quickly. This is the cousin of Marina. This is Hilltop. Next slide, please.
That's Point Richmond, by the way. That's
Yes.
not the cousin. That's like the something
Yes.
else. That picture is Point Richmond.
Yes. So again, Hilltop has 3 zones, 3 historic zones. You can see the 3 various colors. You're familiar with this assessment diagram. Let's go to the next slide. So Zone 1, Hilltop Mall Road, Bloom Drive, that area, that's mostly a retail and industrial area. It's charged per acre, a little over $1,300 an acre, and it brings in just shy of $1 million. Let's go to the next slide. Zone 2 is primarily residential. There is some non-residential, but it's mostly the single-family houses. This year we're proposing a 3% increase. We've talked about that. It's $433 and change per unit. And then the cluster homes that share a wall are $260.11 per unit. Similar services. Let's go to Zone 3. Zone 3 is completely industrial, about $320.80 per acre. They have a lower level of service. It's still above and beyond the base level of service. That's Zone 3. That's that north industrial area or northwest. Let's go to the next slide. And just a year ago, there was some interest on what parks are part of it. It's primarily landscaping and lighting, and so it's median landscaping, but there are 3 parks. The main park is Hilltop Lake Park. There's a specific allocation to that park. The others are up to the jurisdiction or the judgment of Public Works staff. Let's go to the next one. And then the recommended action, I'm not going to read this off to you. It's the same as with Marina, but we'd like you to consider voting to set a public hearing at your regularly scheduled June 23rd meeting. That concludes my comments today, and I'm happy to answer any questions on the Hilltop LMD.
Do we have public speakers?
Yes, we have one in-person public speaker, Cordell Hendler.
Thank you. So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, Cordell Hendler, Richmond resident. So as it was stated, just move the item. That's it.
And now we move on to our online speakers.
We have 2 speakers. They are Cor Riley and Kevin Tisdale. Cor, you may begin.
Good evening again, Council and Mayor Martinez. My name is Corey Riley. I'm speaking now as a resident of Hilltop. I live in Hilltop Green across the highway from this assessment district. And while I don't live in this assessment district, it does affect me. And I just wanted to, I know we're not talking about scope of work or anything this evening. We're talking about just raising the fees. But as we are talking about these assessment districts, first of all, I do agree with the sentiment that we need an equitable level of service across the entire city. I would strongly support that. But as we're thinking about these districts, I just want to give an example from my life. So earlier this year, just kind of out of the blue, we lost our homeowners insurance. We were unceremoniously sent an email just stating that our coverage was not going to be renewed because we lived in what was deemed to be a fire danger area. And we, have a similar zip code here. And so what happens with the landscaping over there affects my home as well. For months, we were not able to get our homeowner insurance. Our homeowner insurance broker was just kind of passing us around and not taking us seriously. Finally, we were able to find a different insurance company, and the rates had literally doubled. So as we're talking about these assessment districts and working on landscaping throughout the Hilltop area, I do think we should be taking seriously the ideas of fuel reduction and reducing wildfire risk. Thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kevin Tisdale. Kevin, you may begin.
Thank you, Kevin Tisdale, President SEIU. So, as we talk about terms like equity and inclusion and health and our policies, we want to be really clear that the employees, as I speak on behalf of them, are proud and dedicated to do the work they do. They do it every day and they do the best they can. I think all council, residents and all can agree that yes, work needs to be, additional improvements need to be made. And this is where we talk about the effects of lack of staff vacancies. So as we mentioned that, let's talk about the effects and let's look at the real world effects that happen and what we can do in real time to improve that. I yield my time.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
All right, public comment is closed, and now it's time for questions and comments. Council Member Cepeda.
All right. Thank you. So if I sound frustrated, it's because I am. Sorry. So I apologize in advance. Don't mean to come off too harsh. But I did try to meet with staff a couple of times, and I know that just time didn't come to be. First question, I'm going to try to go a little easy. Was this report peer reviewed?
What does that mean?
Was it looked by somebody? Was it reviewed? Was it quality assurance? Was somebody looked at the numbers?
By your staff.
By whose staff?
Your staff.
My staff. I don't have staff.
Yes,
Shasa.
you do.
The city-
Yes, you do.
city staff.
You have 671.
All right, I have Shasa. Perfect. Shasa says she peer reviewed it. All right.
No, I didn't actually. I mean, for full transparency, right, we explained on Friday that we were finishing the budget, then we got a ballot measure, and so that impacted our ability to meet as you requested on Friday and Monday, so I do apologize about that. We are, when something comes in last minute and we're in budget season, it does cause, now I've got a better term, disruptor. So
Yes.
that wasn't on my wheelhouse.
Now, I did try to meet before Friday too, but we're going to meet after.
Okay.
So one of the requests that I made, and the reason, I'm going to go back to the peer review. I had asked before because last year there were some errors in the report. So that's why I want to make sure that this year that it was peer reviewed. And then when I call out some numbers, they don't match, so I'm going to have some questions. One of the things that I wanted change from last year, and I was very adamant about it, and that's why one of the reasons why I wanted to meet, it's the advisory committee. It still has the neighborhood council, which I had said should not be on there. I've said that for a couple of years. It should reflect something more similar to what the Marina LMD has on page 14.
So
structure of the advisory
the
committee.
council would need to direct staff to make that change.
That was a motion that I did last year.
Okay, I don't,
So, and it was to match the Marina LMD having a very similar, which is what we had before. And actually, if we want to say staff or council to give authority, somehow or other, the report was changed from that advisory committee to the neighborhood council without council authority. So that was changed. But again, we're going
Point
to
well
resolve it
taken.
because we want that change going forward, right?
okay, so we'll look at the administrative record on that one.
So we want that to be changed going forward. Now, I want to be able to understand the city contribution. It's not a contribution. I think we need to change the wording, right? We mentioned this last time as well, because you're not contributing, you're giving what the level should be. So we're not getting anything extra, because just contribution just sounds like I can take that to the bank. And it's not. It's what the city should be doing at a very minimum.
Right, but yeah, it has to be a mathematical equation, so that's why it's called a contribution.
Yes, I just think we should come up with a different, because last time when we said a contribution, everybody said, oh, you're getting all this money from the city. We're not getting money from the city. It could be mathematical equation. Let's just figure out a different term, because again, it sounds like we're getting something more than the rest of the city, when it's just what, if we got rid of the LMD, is what the city would be paying in services in that area, which is about, well, not
Right,
about,
but then the service level would decrease.
and it will decrease, yes.
Right.
But it will be about $200,000 to maintain all that big old area.
Right, so then we provide a contribution, right? That's the base level. And then the areas that are in there, they provide an additional.
That's the special
A
assessment.
point of order, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if it's a conflict of interest because.
It's not a conflict of interest.
You are speaking not through, you're speaking out.
So the city contribution is
Can I ask the city?
257, and then the actual, what I believe the actual contribution is 150, if you want to call it contribution, is 159, because this HLMD also pays money into and back to the city in the cost allocation pool, right? So we give money back to the city to pay for HR, payroll, other administrative costs. So the money in the pool that goes into the HLMD.
Can you articulate specific account strings that you're, pages that you're pointing to in the report so we can know
So
what to
the
refer
cost
to?
allocation pool.
No. I'm asking you, in the report that you received for item Q2, can you please specify the page number you're referencing so we can
Yep,
follow?
it starts at page 18, right? You start looking at the cost allocation pool. So the city contribution on page 18, it says 257,871. And then you start scrolling down and you look at all the other stuff. So let me ask a question about the cost allocation pool. What is that reference?
The cost allocation pool is what every city department is allocated to cover things like claims and so forth.
So that's what every department pays kind of back to the
Right,
city?
every city staff person is allocated a portion to like pay for some of my, like I'm sitting here, we're talking about this, right? So my time, the city attorney's office time, city clerk's office, finance, IT, everyone gets charged it.
Yeah, so then.
It's things that are not like it's not part of like cost recovery for.
Yeah, so I want to just call out that the cost allocation pool minus what the city contributes, actually the city ends up contributing only about 159 if you remove the other pieces, right? If the HLMD wasn't there.
But
then
because we
wouldn't be
have an
giving into it.
HLMD, there's additional administrative processes such that we're discussing this evening.
I don't know if there's additional.
There is,
Because
we're
we would
having a
still have to
public
hire
hearing.
the people from HR.
No, but we're having additional processes, right? We're having additional staff, right? Because there's a public hearing. So by virtue of having a public hearing, that's additional work.
Yeah, okay. But again, the cost pool is taking money out of it, so the city's not just giving that because it is getting some money back, is what I'm trying to get at.
Well, and I think it's okay for us to respectfully say that we may not, we'll need to look at the numbers, we may not concur with that statement.
Okay. So, because the city administration, we're saying it's about 98,000. Do we know about how much time is being spent outside of HLMD work, non-district work? Are we putting that into the timesheets still?
For which staff?
For the HLMD staff,
Their work is concentrated all in the district.
all in the district?
Yes.
And then for the district work has to do with landscaping, right, maintenance. What happens when there's a car accident on the parkway and they have to go clean it? It's not maintenance, they have to go assist RPD, which they do.
If there's an accident, the contract states that the company is supposed to clean up when they tow the car.
No, so the HLMD has been doing it.
Okay, well then we should confer with Chief Simmons to provide better enforcement to the truck towing operators in Richmond, because that's what the contract states.
Perfect, if we can do that, because in the past years, it's always been, and this comes from the prior supervisor, the HLMD staff gets called in to help secure the area because they're the closest to RPD, and then they clean up because depending on how big the car crash is. So I just want to start
So,
making
but are
sure
you
that we
saying that you
allocate
don't think
those
that they
times.
should be doing that in the special assessment district if there's a car crash?
I'm not saying they shouldn't be helping if the help is needed, but if they're supposed to, if we're getting charged to do landscaping maintenance, cleaning up a car crash that the city will then get reimbursed, potentially if we go after the insurance company, we're not getting that money back into the HLMD, right? And they're doing work outside of the landscaping maintenance is what I'm getting at. Years ago, when I established the timesheet system, we were able to see all these hours broken down whenever they did non-HLMD work. Whenever they were put out for overtime for Cinco de Mayo, Juneteenth, and whatever else, that time was all put in and paid for by the HLMD. It wasn't until years ago.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening anymore.
That's
Jason, right?
Great answer. I just want to make sure that that's still happening.
One thing that is important for the entire city council to hear is that the maximum that the city can levy, all the taxpayers here, is 3%. And just labor goes up 5% every year. So,
Actually, the maximum is
just
not
that 2%, and if you multiply that for 20 years, and it's compounding, right? It's compounding. So, and that's why you said it with the Marina Bay, for example. You said it should be 50-50, and that is 42 is close enough. No. It has gone down because the cost of maintaining it has gone up. Materials go up, the inflation, labor, everything goes up. So the city has contributed more to cover that difference. So
Actually,
the
if we look historically,
3% that
the city
everybody
hasn't
pays every
contributed
year
more.
is not enough to cover everything.
Yeah, so if we look historically, the city hasn't always contributed more. It actually, at some points, it's contributed less. I have the whole history. If we go back through all the LMD's reports.
At least for the time that I've been the public works director, that has been cleaning and cleaning up and cleaning up. And actually here, the person that knows more about the numbers is that gentleman over there,
Yes.
that I would like him to answer.
Right.
I was waiting for the opportunity to comment, but I was listening to your questions. If you look at the fiscal impact on the staff report, it clearly outlines the contributions from the general fund. And that is correct observation Daniel made, that the staff cost has escalated more than the assessment revenue. While the contribution of 257,871 that you see is like a general fund operating contribution, but the city also pays 25% of the payroll cost, payroll and benefit cost, which amounts to about 378,000. And because of the way we do the budget, we try to balance the budget, right? The operating cost still exceeded the anticipated revenues. Therefore, 146,000 additional subsidy as needed is required to balance the budget. So total contribution proposed in the next year's budget for Hilltop District is about 782,000, with 1.2 million coming from the assessment revenue, which is 61 and 39%.
How much staff do we have in 2025, and how much do we have now? And then how much have we budgeted versus how much staff?
But, okay, so we're happy to provide that level of analysis. Jason, do you want to pull it up, or do you know how many people you have in Hilltop? And then, but I think what's important to underscore, council member, is that, Zepeda, is that if our Kaiser rates, let's just take that as an example, right? If Kaiser went up 8.2%, right, that alone, then that means that if the increase is only 3% to the assessment district without any cost of living increases for staff, that means that there has to either be a corresponding decrease in service or an increase in subsidy or something in between, right? And so I think that's what's shifting. It's like, I think to Daniel's point around inflation, if you're only going up 3% a year, right, we're not keeping up with the current pace of inflation. Because already this year, right, we're in excess of that.
Yeah, yes,
of 3% just in
So
CP.
I agree with the numbers there somewhat, right? But if we budgeted for 12 people and we've only had 8 people, there's a big difference of people in there. And then my
Right,
last
but 8
question, 'cause
people
I have a lot
might
others, but
cost-
I'll print these out. So the on the agenda report, it says the recommended action is the budget that you want to assess is $1.2 million, but within the report itself is a different number. So on the agenda report is 1.2 million. In the actual report is 1.7. It says to assess 1.7. So the numbers don't match. There's a few other numbers that don't match, but when we meet, and again, I look forward to having that meeting, I can ask the rest of my.
Yeah, so
the
I think the
statement-
staffing
you
question
should-
is important, Mayor.
Excuse me. You already used all your time, and then you went on to make a statement, and I was going to grant you a question, but you gave no question.
Do you know
made a
why those
statement.
two numbers don't match?
So,
Yes, we do. If we have more time, we can explain it in detail. Actually, that gentleman over there can do.
Then, well, when we meet at our next meeting, we'll go over the difference in the
okay,
numbers.
that's understood. Anyone else?
I move the item.
I second.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
No.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Zepeda voting no. So our next item is going to be item S2. Is that correct?
Thank you, Public Works. Great job.
Item S2 is to receive a presentation from the Richmond Promise on the organization's current scope of service, how it supports youth before, during, and after post-secondary education, and the impact it has achieved to date, to highlight the program's current needs as it continues to serve Richmond students, and direct staff to explore funding to support scholarships for Richmond youth. We have 6 in-person speakers. If you are joining us by Zoom, please raise your hand at this time.
All right. Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you for having us. My name is Christopher Whitmore.
Before you continue, I think we should extend the meeting. I propose that we extend the meeting until your item is done.
Okay.
I second that.
Can I ask a point of order really quickly, or a question?
Yes,
For the
good.
city manager, is there anything else urgent that we need out of all the items?
Yes, after this item, we would love to quickly hear all of the public hearings.
How quickly? All right. Maybe you can fit one more. I don't know about all of them, but do we want to?
I believe in you. I think you can do them all.
Can we try to fit as many?
Look at all of our
Yeah,
colleagues here over here. There's like 20
All right,
people.
we will continue until 11 if necessary.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Martinez, and a second by Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Great.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to the council for having us. We will be mindful of your time. And so we're excited to be here to present Richmond Promise's work over the past 10 years and to share our priorities for this year and the years ahead. Thank you, KCRT, for getting that slide deck up. And we will move to the next slide, please. So as I shared with the council exactly a year ago, Richmond Promise launched in 2016, and we are so grateful that the City of Richmond created our organization and served as our anchor funder until 2024, sending a clear message to residents across our city that Richmond prioritizes higher education access for all. And with that in mind, Richmond Promise aims to ensure that all students in Richmond excel to and through higher education, reach their career goals, and become leaders in the Richmond community. Next slide, please. And our mission statement is rooted in 3 key objectives that the City of Richmond established for Richmond Promise through our bylaws. And these objectives are to provide scholarships to students, to help students in our school district matriculate to UCs, CSUs, California community colleges, and career technical education programs, and to increase the economic well-being, health, and quality of life for Richmond residents through a college-ready workforce. Next slide, please. And so with the city's vision as our foundation, Richmond Promise has built 4 pillars of support to help students get to and through higher education and begin their careers and thriving adult lives. And you can see on the screen just a few of the services that we offer to our scholars and Richmond youth through these 4 pillars of support. We start with our college access and awareness programming, working in middle school and high school classrooms and campuses, helping students understand what post-secondary education pathways are and helping them with their A through G requirements and through other methods to help them prepare for higher education. We continue our work with our post-secondary affordability services. Of course, the main and most well-known service is our annual scholarship, which I'll talk about in a couple minutes. But we also support our students with ongoing financial aid completion and helping students with financial aid disputes that they may experience with their financial aid offices that may impact their ability to afford tuition. Through our Scholar Success work, we help students persist year to year in higher education towards graduation, and we do this through summer workshops, helping students prepare for their upcoming year in college. engaging in MOUs with colleges and universities where we have larger concentrations of students, and supporting students with basic needs as a few examples. And lastly, with our career services work, we offer a number of programs and services to help students build their professional development skills, including, I'll point out, a partnership with YouthWorks in which we place Richmond Promise scholars in internships with the city of Richmond. In fact, this summer we will have 9 students interning with the city this summer, and they're very excited to serve their hometowns. Next slide, please. So of course, the work that I'll focus in on the most today is our scholarship. And as you know, our scholarship is $1,500 per year, and you can see our eligibility requirements on your screens. So as you're looking at those requirements, I will share that the Richmond Promise Scholarship can be used at any not-for-profit, regionally accredited, 2-year college, 4-year college or university, or career technical education program in the United States. And lastly, for this slide, there's no GPA requirement for high school students applying for our scholarship. So our philosophy is that if an institution of higher education is willing to accept you, Richmond Promise is willing to support you. Next slide, please. And this next slide gives you a sense of the students who we have indeed supported over the past 10 years through our scholarship. And I'm proud to share that Richmond Promise has awarded a scholarship to more than 4,600 young people in our community since 2016. And we are serving 1,300 scholarship recipients on average per year. Now, of those 1,300 scholarship recipients, 91% identify as people of color, 70% of our scholars come from low-income households, and 64% of our scholars are first-generation college students. And I also want to share that over the past 10 years, our scholars have had a year-to-year persistence rate of 67%. 56% of all Richmond Promise scholars have graduated from WCC USD high schools, and 90% of our scholars have successfully matriculated to higher education between the years of 2020 and 2025. Next slide, please. And I'm also proud to share with the council that Richmond Promise scholars have attended more than 220 colleges and universities around the country since 2016, with 70% of scholars attending 4-year institutions, and with 89% of scholars attending institutions within California's 3 public higher education systems. And keep in mind from just a few slides ago that the city delegated our organization to help Richmond youth attend UCs, CSUs, and California community colleges, and it is truly incredible to see how many students are attending these institutions. Next slide, please. And as I shared last year, the impact that Richmond Promise and the city of Richmond have had together has earned us recognition as a national leader in the College Promise movement. In fact, in the fall of last year, we were one of just 15 recipients of the College Promise National Impact Award. And keep in mind that there are more than 450 College Promise programs in the country. Next slide, please. And as I also highlighted last year, there's also success in our financials as well as clear and urgent needs for growth. So looking at our expenses and revenue, you can see on the left-hand side of the screen that our expenses since 2016 have totaled to $25.3 million, with $14.3 million or 56% of total expenses being scholarships paid out to students, and the remaining expenses that you see there are non-scholarship expenses, including things like program costs, salaries and benefits, fundraising expenses, and general overhead. Then looking on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see that our revenue since 2016 totals to $9.6 million, with $5.1 million of that coming from in-house fundraising revenue, and $4.5 million is from our investment portfolio yield. And I love to point out here that our total revenue that you see here covers 87% of all non-scholarship expenses, and that's significant for us because we've worked hard over the past 10 years to ensure that as much of the city's investment as possible has gone directly to students' scholarships. And as proud as we are of our revenue over the past decade, we know that we need to quickly scale our financial support in order to successfully complete a second decade of service to the community. Next slide, please. So as we commit ourselves to sustaining Richmond Promise, we remain focused on the following priorities, including raising an overall target of $3 to $5 million per year through a $2.1 million per year investment in scholarships, exploring a quasi-endowment and other growth-focused investment strategies to boost our annual yield, and by continuing to diversify and expand our donor portfolio. And while sustaining funding for our scholarship and increasing our revenue are critical in keeping our organization open, our staff and board are also keenly focused on cutting expenses for our organization by scaling back or eliminating underperforming or underutilized programs, by leveraging new technologies and engagement models to serve students in more cost-effective ways, and by exploring ways to share costs and capacity with other organizations through new and existing partnerships. But I want to be direct with the council and with the public. And next slide, please. Sorry, we'll progress. Oh, here, right slide, thank you, sorry. I want to be direct with the council and the public that without new anchor funding in 2026, Richmond Promise must consider closing our scholarship to new applicants beginning as early as the class of 2027. We must consider eliminating programs that support college access and awareness, including programs that close service gaps within our school district. We must consider eliminating programs that support post-secondary matriculation and persistence, including programs that support students at Contra Costa College. And if we don't make any of the above changes and we don't receive additional seat funding to continue supporting scholarships, we must consider closing our organization by 2031. Next slide, please, KCRT. So now looking at the future of our organization from a numbers perspective, I first want to share that the financial projections on this slide and on the following slide were prepared by our portfolio managers at Wells Fargo, advisors who were selected by the City of Richmond back in 2015 to manage our investment portfolio. So the first scenario here shows what might happen to our current funding if we do not secure $2.1 million per year in city support for scholarships beginning this year, and if we do not make significant changes to reduce large expenses. So with our organization's total budgeted expenses estimated at $4.5 million in 2026, almost half of which is budgeted for scholarships, our portfolio value, which started out at $20.8 million this year, drops down to $17.9 million next year and continues a fairly swift downward trend until 2032, when we no longer have enough funding to complete a full year of operations. Now, despite the fact that we are not receiving city support in this scenario, you can see on the third line of this model that our organization is projected to raise a baseline of $750,000 per year in philanthropic support, and that increases into about $1.3 million by 2032. But those efforts are expected to have little impact in keeping our services afloat without a new major investment to help cover scholarship costs. And lastly, you can see at the bottom of this model that Wells Fargo estimates 5% growth per year for our portfolio, which translates to shrinking returns without new major funding that can help support growth-focused financial strategies. So now in the second scenario, Wells Fargo shows us what they expect to happen, and we'll move to the next slide, KCRT. Wells Fargo shows us what they expect to happen if Richmond Promise does receive $2.1 million per year in scholarship funding from the City of Richmond for just 5 years' time. And you can see that instead of our portfolio being valued at $17.9 million in 2027, like our first scenario showed, we don't reach that valuation until 2030, and that's because the city's investment takes considerable strain off of our reserves, which also means that we're able to yield more from that 5% growth at the bottom of the model. So with just 5 years of additional funding from the city, and before any significant changes are made to reduce large expenses, we're projected to almost completely finish a second decade of service to the community before facing closure. And what this means for the community is that we will be able to fully support 5 additional cohorts of scholarship recipients instead of ending our support for new students in 2027. And our portfolio managers believe that additional funding from the city can attract new and ongoing contributions from donors who may want to help boost the city's new investment. Next slide, please, KCRT. So as I conclude here, I want to clearly state that in order to keep our promise to Richmond youth, we are seeking at least $2.1 million per year in new anchor funding from the city, which would directly support scholarships. And despite the fact that the funding would directly support scholarships, it would give our organization the opportunity to accomplish several other priorities for Richmond youth. Next slide, KCRT. And here are just a few examples of opportunities that we are exploring to better serve students if we are able to sustain our organization into our second decade. Next slide, KCRT. And so as I conclude here and begin my thank yous and transition to questions, I want to leave you with a quote from a student who shared with us several years ago that Richmond Promise meant to him that his community wanted him to succeed and that he could be somebody with the help of his hometown. That student and thousands of other students have felt that way over the past 10 years because of the city's leadership and initiative and because of Richmond Promise's programs, services, and incredible staff, many of whom are sitting right behind me. And I truly hope that we can continue working together to help even more Richmond youth experience this same level of empowerment through a new investment in their futures. And very, very lastly, I know we're short on time, but I want to give a special shout out in KCRT. Next slide, please. Thank you, Janine. I want to give a special shout out as we conclude to the class of 2026. Richmond Promise scholars are graduating all over the country right now. And every year we ask students to submit photos from their graduations, their commencements. And I got these two photos last Tuesday, right before last week's council meeting, and I couldn't resist sharing them. On the left, we've got Jalen, who graduated last week from Texas Southern University with a degree in business administration and marketing. On the right is Ryan. She graduated from Howard University last week with 2 bachelor's degrees, one in political science and the other in criminology. And Mr. Mayor and council members, looking at these photos, we see joy, we see confidence, we see empowerment, and we see the result of the city's initiative and the city's investment. So I hope you join me in congratulating these 2 individuals and all of our scholars across the country who are walking the stage. I think Jose behind me just graduated from San Francisco State University. Woo! Congratulations to him. And thank you for your time. And with that, we're happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay. I want to start off by saying, go Gators. Do we have any public speakers?
We do. We have 6 in-person speakers. If you're joining us by Zoom, please raise your hand at this time. The first in-person speaker is Cordell Hendler, followed by Jasmine Gonzalez, Adriana Mendoza, Shantane Battle, Dina Masoud, and the last speaker, in-person speaker, will be Jose Lopez. Cordell?
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. For the record, I am Cordell Hendler, and I am so happy to see you again, Christopher. This is an excellent program, and I want to thank Vice Mayor Robinson for bringing this item forward. So as I was listening to the presentation, it dawned on me. I said, what I should have said during the open forum is that, that money that you got from Chevron, I would put, instead of $2,100, I would add more money to the scholarship because we want students to thrive. We need this money. So I would go to Chevron. You do have Chevron's money, so I would give that money to the Richmond Promise because they deserve it. They're in a scenario. So, but with this little bit of money, it could go all the way to the top, all the way to the top. So I would take that money from Chevron and give it to the Richmond Promise. So with that, I will pass it on to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Jasmine Gonzalez, followed by Adriana Mendoza.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jasmine, and I am a former Richmond Promise Scholar. I'm here tonight to speak about the importance of investing in the scholarship programs that support young people in our community. My journey with Richmond Promise started when I was first awarded the Richmond Promise Scholarship in 2019. And through their programming, I was given the opportunity to become a summer associate in 2022. That opportunity opened doors that I never imagined were possible. It eventually led me to serve as a Scholar Success Coordinator at Richmond Promise through the AmeriCorps Vista program in 2024. Through these experiences, I gained leadership skills, professional experience, and confidence in myself. Programs like Richmond Promise do much more than just help students pay for college. They create pathways for young people to grow, succeed, and give back to their communities. Because someone invested in me, I was able to build a career and prepare for the job that I have today. I stand here as proof that these programs work. When we invest in students, we invest in the future of our city. We give young people hope, opportunity, and the support they need to achieve their goals. I strongly support continued investment in programs like Richmond Promise so that more students can have the same opportunities that changed my life. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Adriana Mendoza, followed by Chandonay Battle.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and the City of Richmond. My name is Adriana Mendoza, future Dr. Adriana Mendoza, Doctor of Dental Surgery this June. And believe it or not, I just live 2 blocks away from this building. I'm here as a proud 2017 Richmond Promise alumni to share how life-changing this program has been for me. If you would have told me in high school that I would be becoming a doctor within 10 years, I would have laughed in disbelief. Like many other Richmond Promise students, I faced doubt, discrimination, and people who underestimated my potential. But despite all that, I made it. Richmond Promise did more than provide financial support. They guided me through college applications, helped me understand the classes I needed at Contra Costa College, supported my transfer to UC Davis, and connected me to opportunities that ultimately helped me to pursue dentistry. Without Richmond Promise, I would likely have spent my college years working full-time just to survive instead of focusing on my education and my future. Richmond Promise opened a door that I once thought someone like me was closed. Tonight, I ask you to invest into this program so more Richmond students can hear yes to college, opportunities, and future they may not yet believe is open for themselves. Thank you.
The next speaker is Chandonay Battle.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and audience members. Thank you so much for your time today. My name is Chandani Battle. I'm a second-generation Richmond native and first-generation college graduate. I received my degree in Economics and Africana Studies from the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania and Ivy League University in 2022. I launched my career as a financial analyst at Goldman Sachs and most recently completed the Coral Fellowship in Public Affairs. I'm now beginning a new role leading public policy for an Oakland Council member. These career milestones may or may not mean something to you, but what I hope stays with you today is that Richmond Promise had a hand in every single one of those accomplishments. Since 2018, Richmond Promise hasn't just helped with education costs. They invested in me when I needed it most, believed in my future without conditions, and saw potential in me before elite and gate-kept spaces did. After one bad grade my freshman year cost me corporate internships, RP gave me a chance, allowing me to intern with them for 2 years, teaching financial literacy. That opportunity directly led to my first role in private wealth management, and when I pivoted towards social impact, they welcomed me back through my Coral Fellowship, where I worked on a data project or analyzing their impact and helped lay the groundwork for an alumni association, a way to keep Richmond's talent rooted in and giving back to our city. Over the past 10 years, through 2 coasts and 3 jobs, Richmond Promise has been a constant for me, supporting me without ever making me prove my worth. This support has touched my family. My brother Rias is a current sophomore at UC Riverside, benefiting from their early career program RP Leads, and my younger sister Jaya is a high schooler here in this room today, and I hope she's able to experience the same support that we have. Richmond Promise is one of the only organizations solely focused on higher education for Richmond youth. And in an uncertain economy with shifting career pathways, that focus matters more than ever. Our youth deserve organizations that are dynamic, committed, and invested in their future. And I hope that Richmond Promise has the ability to continue to meet that moment. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dina Masoud, and our last in-person speaker will be Jose Barrios Lopez. Dina?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Dina Masoud, and I'm a Richmond Promise Scholar currently attending Berkeley City College. Richmond Promise has helped me pursue higher education by providing financial support, guidance, reassurance, and resources throughout my college journey. As a college student, balancing tuitions, books, transportation, and daily expenses can be stressful. Richmond Promise supports me by lifting a weight off my shoulder by reducing that burden and allowing me to focus more on my education and my future goals. Beyond the scholarship itself, the program makes me feel supported and reminds me that there are great staff members who believe in students like me. Through Richmond Promise, I've had access to workshops, counseling, transfer supports, and opportunities to connect with people who genuinely want students to succeed. These resources have helped me better understand the college process, stay motivated, and feel more confident in my educational goals. One of the greatest impacts Richmond Promise has on students is creating a strong support system. College can feel overwhelming and stressful at times, especially for students trying to balance school, work, and personal responsibilities. Knowing there are people and programs supporting us makes students feel reassured, encouraged, and less alone throughout the process. It gives students the confidence that someone believes in their future and wants them to succeed. Because of Richmond Promise, I've been able to continue working toward my degree and build confidence in myself and my future goals. Programs like Richmond Promise creates opportunities for students who may not otherwise have the resources or support needed to pursue college successfully. I believe Richmond Promise should continue to remain a resource for future students because it invests directly to the youth and future of Richmond. It opens doors, creates opportunities, and shows students that their education truly matters. Thank you for your time.
And the next and last in-person speaker is Jose Lopez.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. As mentioned, my name is Jose, and for the past 22 years I've been alive. I've been a resident of Richmond, so this city is home to me. For the past 4 years, I've been studying civil engineering at San Francisco State University, and thankfully I graduated this past weekend, so shout out my fellow Gators. A major part of this achievement has been Richmond Promise. Richmond Promise for me has not only been a scholarship, but it's also been a support system. I've been able to land internships, build connections, and set up for success after college, which is especially important now with the world rapidly changing, with so much job and housing insecurity and simply existing being more expensive than ever. Richmond Promise has supported thousands of students, and I have only been one of many of that group of students. And I've seen the positive effects firsthand, and for underrepresented students, for students dealing with financial struggles, for first-generation students like myself, navigating higher education is an incredibly difficult journey, but it's very possible with programs like Richmond Promise, and it makes me so happy to see many students of my 2022 cohort graduating this May and June. I've had the pleasure of working and meeting so many of the RP staff, and they've done so much work to support the future generations of Richmond, and it makes me incredibly proud that Richmond has a program like this that invests in our future generations, and I would like to see this program become an integral part of what makes Richmond Richmond, what makes the city so great. You know, we invest in our roads, we invest in our parks, we invest in our facilities, which are great, especially as a civil engineer, but those facilities are all meaningless without the people and without our community. And so investing in Richmond Promise is investing in Richmond. And while higher education is not the only path to success, it in many cases serves as the basis for a successful and equitable future, not just for individuals, but for communities as a whole. And I would like to see my city, this city, succeed. Thank you for your time.
And that was our last speaker. We do not have any online speakers.
Councilmember Brown?
So I brought this item tonight because I felt like it was just really important, especially when I heard about the potential financial situation of this program, to bring it forward and make sure people truly understand the impact that this program is having on people's lives and on the fabric of our community. When I first learned about Richmond Promise, I learned about it from the perspective of being an environmental activist and learning that it was started from Chevron. And that to me was like, I don't want to hear about it, deal breaker. I'm like, this is greenwashing, this is whatnot. I think it's important to understand that this program is so much more than where it began today. The impact that it's having on people's lives, on kids' lives, truly the only program that offers this kind of comprehensive support. From that $1,500 when you're a college student means the world. It means the difference between having to take on 2 jobs, to get through, to be able to focus on your studies, especially if you yourself are a first generation or first generation college student. There's so many pressures on you and so many things working against you to not succeed. Just the wraparound services that are provided. It's not just a pot of money that comes, but it's also all of this additional support. I'd really want to just encourage and hope that council members can look at this as just what was said, an investment in Richmond. We have a number of different Richmond Promise scholars who actually work at Urban Health. Some of them I didn't even know they were Richmond Promise scholars. They're amazing, bright people who feel like they were invested in and they want to come back and invest in others. And that's what they're doing. I feel like this is a program that I know there's so many budget challenges and so many things, but I would like for us to consider whether or not we can be there for our youth for this program and help it continue. That is my spiel. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown?
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for your time. All the success stories of this program. I can recall my first time coming into this role where we had the sit-down conversation and you were telling me about the benefits of this program. One word that I could just think of is just accessibility. Like, this is for all Richmond youth. It's not, like, one of the most intimidating things when you're thinking about a college scholarship is, do I meet the GPA requirements? And so to have that removed from this process just allows each student that graduates from our district to know that they have somewhere to go, someone to lean on. And so, like, this is no convincing. I don't know, Jesus turned water into wine. So if what we have to do to make sure this happens, that's what we have to do. I am in full support of higher education. Malcolm X said that education is the passport to the future, and tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. And unless we are investing in our youth, we are not investing in our future. So y'all already knew y'all had my full support.
Councilmember Bono?
Thank you for the presentation, and wonderful to see the graduates and hear your experiences. I'm not going to spend much time saying how good the program is. We're running out of time. We have other items on the agenda. So I'm just going to make a motion that we pass it.
I second it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bono?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Absolutely.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes, but I also have some questions, but yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
So go ahead, ask your questions.
My question for the city manager or the city attorney, sorry, does Kids First qualify for this?
One of the things that we'll bring back is a recommendation regarding potential funding. And so one of the things that we talked about offline is asking, not as part of this initial item, but part of when we return, is if there's an opportunity for the city council to consider encouraging your appointees, right, as you're working on appointing members, to evaluate the guidelines. And then that could, for Kids First, and that could enable some prospective funding. But I think at this juncture, given the timeline, it would be imperative that we work on an immediate funding source. And so we'll be prepared to do that when we bring this item back. So it's an and.
Isn't it? Perfect, thank you. Others, but I'll just ask Chris later on. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so from the city manager, which of the public hearings would you like to?
Yeah, and also, Mayor, I do want to just make sure that the council is aware, as part of my duties as city manager, I do serve on the Richmond Promise Board. And so I do have an opportunity to see their finances, you know, and when we meet. And as you saw me, Mayor, one Saturday here, we were having a retreat workshop. So I am engaged with and meet with Chris regularly and really appreciate and want to thank him and all of the staff at Richmond Promise and all of the volunteer board members. We have some highly acclaimed board members and amazing staff that support our community. So just want to acknowledge and thank them.
Okay, thank you.
For the items that are under public hearing, we would like to probably, let's see.
Something
Who's
we
going
could
to
do
be
in
the
half an hour.
fastest? Looks like, I think we should probably go, Mayor, if we could do R2 first and then R3. I think we could do two.
And
R2 and R3?
Okay, that's 15 minutes each.
Yes, I think we can do it.
Mr. Mayor, wasn't S1 on the consent calendar before and they got moved? Is there a way to put it back? Do we need to discuss it? I think we're just accepting $35,000. Right, like, why not accept it, like it's free money?
Why don't you make a motion?
Mayor,
That's S1. It was on the consent before and I think it got pulled.
I can do S1 in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay.
So is there a public comment for S1?
We have public comment for S1. No public comments for S1.
Okay,
Yes.
let's
Okay, let
do
me-
S1 very quickly.
Let me read the item into the record. Item S1 is to adopt a resolution to accept and appropriate a $35,000 grant award from the Chevron Community Engagement Foundation for the Office of Neighborhood Safety to enhance street outreach mobile crisis response.
I move the item.
I second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Urbana?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Minus one item we got to do next month.
We're getting efficient.
So, okay, R2.
Item R2 is it is time to hold a public hearing pursuant to public notice. Item R2 is to hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution authorizing the levy of special assessments against certain properties that with unpaid invoices related to administrative citation fees and nuisance abatement costs pursuant to Richmond Municipal Code, Chapters 2.62, 6.38, 9.22, and 11.76. We have no public speakers for this item. If you're joining us by Zoom, please raise your hand at this time.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development, here this evening with Eva Mann, Code Enforcement Manager. So this evening, we're bringing forward a resolution to adopt levies of special assessments related to certain properties in which the city had to obtain abatement warrants, carry out work to resolve code enforcement. These are vacant properties or vacant structures. They are not occupied. And so we're asking this evening if the council would adopt this resolution. There's a total of 15 properties. We can go into more specific detail if the council desires. If not, we're happy to take questions.
Any questions? Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know, was the city able to distinguish between like negligent property owners and then owners that were like repeatedly impacted by like unhoused or what is it?
Yeah, so
Unhoused and I can't think of the word. It's when you're throwing stuff down on, yeah. It'll come back to me, but yeah, were we able to distinguish the between, yeah, thank you so much, illegal dumping. were we able to distinguish like property owners who just like completely were negligent or property owners that couldn't keep up with maintenance due to illegal dumping and the unhoused? Because I know some property owners came up last time and was expressing that they were having to remove things that was not their fault or responsibility.
Yeah, so we do have 5 properties that relate to abatement of homeless encampments on private property.
I see those.
One of them insofar that we've had to install fencing, and so part of the abatement warrant was to install a fence because it was a repetitive issue. But since the fencing has been installed, it's not occurring anymore. And we also have 2 properties that were repeat violations, so we had to carry out abatements twice. But all property owners were notified and given plenty of opportunity to try to resolve the issue. And when they didn't, the city had to step in and intervene and carry out the work.
And one thing to note too, also, sorry to jump in, trying to be quick, that property owners were given an opportunity to challenge these assessments, and they did not. No one challenged this, so there's no one. So just so you're clear.
Okay, I was just making sure that we made contact and that we were able to differentiate, because I know many property owners have been negatively impacted by some of the conditions that are regional issues. So I just wanted to ask that question. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Councilmember Spada.
Thank you. Thank you for this. Gums Chandler comes up 4 times. I'm trying to calculate here, but it's probably closer to almost $100,000 for various properties, not just one. And some of the other individuals also have some really large outstanding fees. What's the process after this here? Can we take the property? How are we going to get some of the money?
So the way the process works is if the council adopts this resolution, it gets forwarded to the tax assessor and gets put as a lien on the property. So when it's transferred, it has to get paid back to clear the lien. However, the county will pay the city the installments of that even prior to the lien being paid, so we do receive the revenue. The particular properties that you're referencing, one of the higher cost is the installation of a metal fence. We didn't want to just put in a chain link because that often is cut up and you know, isn't as protective to the property, but some of it has been an improvement to the property as well.
Okay. And this individual doesn't even live in Richmond.
I'm
Gums Chandler doesn't even live in Richmond, it appears like.
No.
So, okay. Thank you.
Do we have any public speaker? No public speakers, so.
Can I make a motion?
We do have 2 public speakers online,
okay.
Zoom speakers. You can call the public speakers online, please.
The speakers are Zoom user and Kevin Tisdale. Zoom user, could you please state your name for the record? And you may begin.
Claudia Citroen, just for the record, my hand was up at S1. I was the one who pulled it, and you didn't give me a chance to speak on this item. So let me talk about this item. It's just amazing how long it actually takes and how complicated you make it in following up with nuisance abatement costs. This is money. This is money. This is money you donate from taxpayers for fees or any other things. You keep asking money for you come up with new fees instead of really enforcing existing laws you have. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kevin Tisdale.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Kevin Tisdale, Code Enforcement Officer, City of Richmond. You know, as we talk about economic viability and sustainability, Code Enforcement's primary role is to sustain the tax base of the City of Richmond. Not having a fully staffed code enforcement unit, you know, being vacant, I think 4 positions, only having 5 code enforcement officers, you know, we can act proactively. There's a lot of things we can do. The warrants and processes take a lot of times. We have a new reporting system that causes inefficiency, so on and so forth. So again, we need help with staffing. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more speakers.
All right, discussion? Motions?
I make a motion that we pass this item.
I'll second it.
Roll call?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner, A. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Okay, we're moving on to item R3.
Next item?
R3. Item R3 is to hold a public hearing and introduce an ordinance, first reading establishing certain fees for the proposed master fee schedule.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, council members. I'm assuming you don't want to go through the actual 15-slide presentation, so I'll provide a verbal update. We're updating most of the fees by 4.1%. There are a few fees that are being added, including the fire department is adding one fee. Recreation is adding a tier for non.
It's hard to hear for the microphone. Is not.
Sorry about that. Again, most of the fees are going up by 4.1%, which is the ECI index, Employment Cost Index. That's the, I guess, the mandated City of Richmond Municipal Code. We're supposed to do that every year. And this is a yearly update pertaining to that. So most of the fees in the City of Richmond are increasing by the 4.14%. The ordinance here actually covers the new fees that were added. So every year, all departments review all the fees that they have to see if anything is missing, any services are being provided that needs a fee, either clarification or added, and the whole team reviews those fees. In this case, we're adding a few fees. Community development, for example, is adding new tobacco retail license fee suite. Public Works updated their encroachment section to improve clarity. Police code enforcement, they have some taxi permanent tobacco licensee that was reassigned to code enforcement. So various changes to the master fees go along that line. Again, the fee update by 4.1%, which is in line to the previous year. Last year went up by 3.6%, the year before 5%. So this year we're only asking for 4.1% increase. And those are pretty much the new planning fees. The fiscal impact, really.
Are there supposed to be slides or?
I don't know.
Is
Well,
it just a cover page?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
trying to be a little bit. Should we proceed? Okay. So, I mean, the final recommended action is to adopt the fees. Well, this is holding the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor?
Council members are saying they have questions and that we won't have enough time to complete this.
Okay.
So I think we should just carry it over to the next meeting.
Sure.
Yeah, we are very efficient, but not on all items.
Okay, Mayor, would you like to hear R1?
What's R1?
Lena and Avery on the housing alley?
That's just.
No, really? Okay, great.
Yeah, it's a
Okay,
public
sorry,
hearing.
Antonio. Go, Avery.
Hi, KCRT, if you could please put up our presentation, thank you.
Okay. Good evening. So Avery start
Let me read
planning
the item into the
manager.
record. I'm sorry. Can I read the item into
Oh,
the
I'm
record?
sorry,
No problem.
Sabrina. Go
Okay,
for it.
item R1 is to hold a public hearing, introduce first reading as an ordinance as recommended by the Richmond Planning Commission, amending Articles 1504.104, 1504.201, 1504.202, 1504.203, 1504.602, 1504.607, Sections 1504.610.180, 1504.6.10360, 1504.805.040, and 1504.806.040 of the Richmond Municipal Code, and adopt a resolution as recommended by the Richmond Planning Commission, amending the General Plan 2030 Land Use and Urban Design element to implement certain programs identified in the city's adopted sixth cycle housing element to align with recent changes to state law.
Can you repeat those numbers again?
We don't have any in-person speakers, but we do have one hand raised on Zoom.
Oh, okay. So Avery Stark, Planning Manager, is here with me. As we had mentioned during our public hearing presentation, the state has been adopting lots of legislation, and so a lot of what you hear tonight is enactment of carrying those items that have been adopted at the state level and putting it into our local regulations. So these are programs that have been identified in the housing element, and so this is part of the implementation of the housing element. Avery will go through very briefly, high level, of what the areas that are changing, but if you need additional detail, you can pause us, but we're going to go through it quickly. Next slide, please.
So again, just by quick way of background, again, the city adopted its sixth cycle housing element in January of 2023. All the policies that you're hearing tonight are to effectuate those and to, again, make policy become operational. And again, the item in front of you is an adoption of that very long title that Sabrina read to you. Thank you. Next slide, please. So at its core, their first category involves the updated minimum residential densities across our zoning code to find conformance with our general plan. The second category focuses on slight to modest increases in building height to better accommodate the three-story and mixed-use projects within our corridors. The third category focuses on parking reductions and parking amendments to align with AB 2097, which is again a state mandate around eliminating parking minimums near high transit quality corridors and stops. Next slide, please. On this table here, you see that for the heights, that for RM1 and RM2, we are proposing an increased minimum density of 20 dwelling units per acre. And additionally, staff proposes a maximum building height of 35 feet to 85 feet. I'd just like to note that this proposed height increase does not change the number of stories. It is simply allowing for an additional height to allow for that ground floor story to be 10 to 11 feet to allow for greater capacity and maximizing commercial space. Next slide, please. Here we have proposals that would establish minimum densities of 20 dwelling units per acre in our CM, as our commercial mixed use CM2 and CM3 districts. Also targeting height increases near residential areas for mixed-use projects. As you see here on this table, CM1, CM2, which is commercial mixed-use 1 neighborhood and 2, would increase from 35 feet to 85 feet. Again, consistency across our residential and our commercial mixed use. And then similarly, a slightly higher increase for CM3 and CM4 from 35 to 45 feet. Again, this is particular when it's within distance of a residential zone. And then similarly, CM5, think of that as the hilltop, think of that as our large commercial mixed-use areas, would improve to increasing the height to 45 feet. Again, this is intended to increase and improve feasibility of mixed-use development housing projects while maintaining a good broad zoning consistency throughout the city of Richmond. Next slide, please. One of the more significant policy changes proposed tonight, it relates to design review. In essence, the state and its change in law and policy is moving us from subjective design standards to objective design standards. So this is an update that has been well waited for. A3 directs the city to move forward with objective development standards, moving away from using terms that would otherwise be considered subjective during a discretionary process to better align with state law, and again, to have measurable and calculable findings when we're reviewing applications for new housing projects. Next slide, please. In summary, those terms that we're removing from our municipal code are things like a sense of place, design integrity, aesthetics capability, again, terms that can be very subjective that our design review board, our planning commission, or even our council could weigh differently on. So the goal here is to focus more on what is objective, so general plan consistency, zoning compliance, circulation standards, safety element, lighting components, and infrastructure functionality. Again, the overall goal of reducing ambiguity and making it more certain for developers to proceed with projects in our city. Next slide, please. This is required finding changes to our general plan consistency, amendments to remove language in our general plan as well that has some of the similar inconsistencies to go from subjective to objective. Next slide, please. Housing types, this is again a key update. This is just aligning our city ordinance with state law around certain key housing types related to residential care facilities, low barrier navigation centers, and by right approvals for qualifying multifamily and mixed-use zones, reducing emergency shelter parking requirements. Again, all of these changes were pre-prescribed in the housing element, and this is just simply aligning us with state law at this point in time, and again, setting a strong foundation for the next 6 years of the housing element. Next slide, please. General plan alignment, again, this is just to increase the medium density residential increase where we currently have an up to number. We would be establishing a minimum of 20 or 40 dwelling units in the respective general plan designations that require it. Next slide, please. This is relatively the same thing. We'll just go to the next slide. Density bonus, this is just an amendment to adopt the density bonus state law by reference, meaning that every time the state changes the law, which is 1 to 2 times per year around housing, we will no longer have to change our municipal code and fall out of compliance with state law. We will just simply defer to the state going forward, which will make it a lot easier for us to maintain compliance and not have to do so much code cleanup. Next slide, please. Minor updates to redundant components of our municipal code, removing the terms and key term section, which is then followed up by the definition of all the key terms and updating language to conform to state code, specifically around ADUs, junior ADUs, and other kind of housekeeping issues that we needed to take care of. Next slide. Overall, these amendments are intended to maintain compliance with state housing law, implement our adopted housing element, and remove barriers to housing development, establishing clear and more objective standards, and expanding housing opportunities for the city of Richmond. Next slide, please. Staff recommends that the City Council hold a public hearing introducing an ordinance first reading, amending the identified sections of the Richmond Municipal Code, which there are many, and improve resolution to amend the general plan land use element to ensure consistency with the housing element in state law. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Public speakers?
We have 0 in-person speakers, but we do have 1 public speaker online. Please call the online speaker.
Yes, the speaker is Claudia Citrion. You may begin.
So now it is 10 minutes to 11. This is essential city business. This is what I said in my open comment. You rush through the important city businesses, whether it's the zoning or it is whatever. It is just failed priorities, and then you don't have any questions, of course, because you can't turn it into a political stunt. This is a public hearing. What do you think is any developer or any little homeowner listening into a council meeting at 11 o'clock at night? You just fail over and over your prioritizing, and you fail over and over asking important questions, and you fail over and over to even realize how those things impacted, whether it's fees, you just raise 4%. It is just, it's Don Gosnick kept preaching to the choir. I'm preaching to choir. People before me have preached to the choir. I just can't wait for a change in leadership, and I yield my time.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
All right, Councilmember Bana?
Thank you for the presentation. 2 quick questions. Number 1, is it the mandate that we have to do this? And this just formality?
Yes,
we are
mandated under state law, and this council approved its 6th cycle adoption earlier in 2023, which was your action to move forward with all of these updates. This is us just bringing them back where the policy that you adopted is now becoming operationalized.
Question number 2, I want to make sure this does not affect the density in the very high fire hazard severity zone in Wui area.
No, this doesn't increase density in our low density residential zones. So
I'm sorry?
the high fire severity zones do not have an increase in density we're not proposing that. No, this is primarily for density in our commercial mixed use areas and our medium and medium high residential zones, which are not the high fire severity zones and not within the OH overlay of the hillside.
Okay. I have a bonus question for you.
There's no bonus question. We got 11 minutes.
So we just heard about Richard. This is very important. And
They're all important.
yes, I make it quick. Richmond Promise people, I heard from many sources that once they're established, they move the area because they cannot afford the housing. So is it a good time to suggest that we add home ownership to our housing element, or we should tackle it later?
I can certainly come back to you on that. We'll be providing the housing element progress report at a following council meeting, which will go through all of the majority of the programs that the city has set itself up for success in. And that's definitely one. Home ownership is a component of what we look for in terms of developers presenting new projects is owner-owned projects, yes.
Thank you. Can I make a motion to pass that?
There's more speakers.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Quick question on the parking requirement. It says program 1.L, eliminate parking minimums near transit consistent with AB 2097. And we've heard and we all received an email from individuals who live near. Oops.
Sorry, I'm not on. Sorry. Regards parking requirements, we've heard from individuals who live near BART who unfortunately have to drive still. They can't take BART to go to work or whatever reason, but they're not finding parking. So it says here, eliminate the minimums. What do we do in cases where we don't, can we still put a minimum? Can we do something about
So
parking? 'Cause
unfortunately,
it's
that
affecting people.
state bill does not allow us to have minimums anymore. So where we used to maybe require a minimum of, say, one parking space for every 1,000 square feet of, say, a commercial building in high transit corridor areas near BART, that is no longer allowed. So we have a maximum.
I'm gonna get, it's like an echo, so that's why I was like.
Oh, so we effectively no longer have the ability to require minimums in high transit quality corridors, so anywhere within a half mile of our BART station, both in Richmond, the El Cerrito, and our ferry terminal.
So pretty much anyone that lives near a transit just should not be driving because there's not gonna be any parking. So that's the answer for the individuals that are.
It's essentially, one way to just think of it is as an unfunded mandate from the state.
It's a one mandate, I'm sorry?
One way that you can also think of it as an unfunded mandate from the state. So now we're having residents that are telling us their concerns, right? And we have to, anything that the council wants to try to do, we have to figure out a way to address it with general fund dollars. But there isn't any funding from the state to support the residential concerns.
Okay, and then, so we have to eliminate it. We have to, there's no other, okay, thank you.
Yeah, so Councilmember Cepeda's question kind of answered mine. Does this expand or restrict our form-based code or our ability to control the types of buildings we allow?
No, this does not make any updates to the form-based code within our municipal code. It does not control or change any of the building types, design types, or standards that would be around, say, a mixed-use project on San Pablo.
So it allows us to build higher, but it doesn't require us to build higher.
Correct. It allows for height increasements, but does not require it.
Okay, in that case, I move the item.
I second it.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Council Brandt is RM2.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
So this is changing.
The vote is unanimous.
All right, so shall we do the annual public hearing on vacancies?
Unfortunately, Mayor, we
do
do
it in
not
6
have enough
minutes.
time. Yeah, we don't have enough time, Mayor, because we have bargaining units.
I thought you liked this. Okay. It's adjourned.
Thank you.
Wilson already thought it was adjourned, because she's out the door.